The modern world has clear differences between people, but on a cultivation continent like Xianlan continent, the biggest difference is between cultivators and ordinary folks. Many reasons drive people to seek cultivation, but for this young man, it's to find a capable wife who can manage both home and state affairs. But seeking cultivation isn't easy. He has been wandering around all day without finding any help. The only house left is the Immortal Family Mansion with its slogan, "Spend all your money on an ordinary life or a chance to enter." But this house in the picture differs greatly from reality. It's just a simple thatched cottage and not even a wooden one. The young man angrily threw down his stack of advertisements, ready to give up after walking for another while. "Don't go!" A hand suddenly grabbed his ankle, startling him. The person under the ground looked up, resembling the poster he just discarded. Of course, his true self is the patriarch of the Immortal Family Mansion, Wang Feng. 3 days ago, Wang Feng was still a comic author, having written to many cultivation stories that his soul had transmigrated to a cultivation world. Upon landing, he crashed into an old man riding a sword in the sky, while he fell to the ground with a sour face. As usual, the system greeted Wang Feng warmly upon arrival on Xianlan continent. "This is the system connecting to the strongest sect." Wang Feng leaped up joyfully. After years of drawing comics, this life with the system was perfect. His cultivation power defied nature. His techniques were supreme. And his treasures unparalleled. Here he comes. But the system wasn't done yet. It was just an amateur one, waiting for Wang Feng to establish a sect and gain fame. Wang Feng cursed, pinching his cheeks. He hadn't even enjoyed this spiritual experience for 2 minutes before having to work like a horse again in this life. The only thing the system offered was rewards through missions triggered by Wang Feng's accidental click. A new disciple recruitment mission had been activated. Within 3 days, Wang Feng must accept 1 disciple. Make them pay all their money as an entrance fee. If successful, he would receive the unique 8-fold Holy Land crystal. Wang Feng waved his arms and shouted loudly. He didn't even have a straw hat on him. How could Wang Feng possibly recruit a disciple? The system ignored Wang Feng's complaints. If he failed to complete the mission on time, the system would forcibly take his life. Now that Wang Feng was frowning, he realized he loved his comic author job more. At least it didn't have deadlines like this system. The deadline approaching, the only one visiting Wang Feng's simple thatched cottage was this not-so-intelligent young man. Wang Feng tried to flatter him, abandoning all his tricks. "I'm very impressed by your bones. You're a rare genius among 10,000. I decide to take you as my disciple." The young man scrutinized him, seeing through his youth but not meaning he could be deceived easily. "Immortal Family Mansion, you only have this broken shed. Your clothes are like rags. It's obvious you're a firewood seller." Wang Feng patted the young man on the shoulder, giving senior advice to juniors. "Young man, how do you know what a sect is like? People don't judge by appearances." Most temples and monasteries rejected him, the latecomer, but only his true self could see your extraordinary potential. After hearing Wang Feng's flattering words, the young man's eyes widened. "Can I really become an immortal?" Seeing the prey bite the hook, Wang Feng started to charm. "Do you know why I established a sect called Immortal Family Mansion? Simply because the name says it all. My sect is about becoming an immortal." The young man's mind was filled with the tragic tale of his life. Becoming an immortal would bring wealth, rescuing a girl from monsters and bringing her home as his wife. That sounds too good. He hid behind the long sleeve, ready to hand over his money. Wang Feng laughed and stretched out both hands to receive it. But the young man immediately pulled back, his face pressing against Wang Feng with a threatening look. "What if I don't become an immortal?" Wang Feng was taken aback, but still promised 100% cultivation success. If not, he would pay and find another sect or wife for the young man. The young man narrowed his eyes, making Wang Feng anxious. But inside, the fat young man thought that Wang Feng's persistent efforts to recruit him showed he was also a cultivator. His previous insults, dieting, and hard work were unbearable. So Wang Feng had to ensure the young man got plenty of meat and fish daily, his dirty clothes washed, and rest when tired. Wang Feng laughed inwardly. This wasn't recruiting a disciple, but finding an old man to serve him. If not for the system, he would have sent that fat guy packing long ago. The money fell into his hands as the system announced Wang Feng's successful recruitment of his first disciple and activated the strongest Sect system. Wang Feng checked his attributes. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. The fat man hugged Wang Feng tightly. Being a patriarch is good. Not only do I get to coddle you, but my brother doesn't treat me this way either. We can call each other brothers from now on. Saying that, the fat man lay down and cried out for food, wanting a feast to celebrate himself. Wang Feng agreed half-heartedly. He had an excuse to escape this troublesome guy. Inside the house, Wang Feng was finally relieved to check his rewards. The word none appeared most frequently in his attributes: no cultivation level, no physical strength or bloodline, only the first disciple, Xuan, and 1 chance for summoning and winning rewards. Wang Feng admired himself for having a name despite not being anything special. Ignoring this, it was the 2 opportunities that caught his attention. The opportunity to summon meant he could bring down celestial strongers. These celestial strongers would belong to Wang Feng's sect and help teach disciples. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as he recalled his first day on the Fairyland continent, learning how to make fire from a wise person. On the second day, the system gifted him a dilapidated house as a welcome gift. By the third day, he was starving and smelly. Wang Feng just wanted to go home. Now that his efforts had paid off, Wang Feng immediately used the summoning opportunity to find a top-tier powerhouse for support. A golden portal appeared, legs slowly emerged, then the figure shot up into the sky with Xuan picking leaves nearby, both startled by the commotion. Heaven's punishment, save me. After some silence, Xuan saw only Wang Feng's dilapidated house still standing. Frightened, he ran in and found Wang Feng calmly drinking tea on a chair outside. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Xuan immediately rushed to hug Wang Feng's legs, causing him to choke on his tea. Grandmaster Tongzhu, what happened? Wang Feng frowned at Xuan and couldn't finish drinking his tea with this guy around. Xuan pointed outside. Everything was dark except for a figure radiating light in the courtyard of Wang Feng's house. This person exuded divine aura. He was Tran Fairy Town Chief Bai Yun. Wang Feng ran out excitedly as Tran Fairy stepped down and made Xuan tremble. God or demon, I don't care, I'm scared. Wang Feng sniffed and introduced. Tran Fairy is my guardian. Indeed, Tongzhu, you said our sect has such high-ranking experts. What realm is this? Wang Feng hesitated. He didn't really know how realms were divided in this world. Although Tran Fairy was a great sword expert from the real world, who knew about her here? Wang Feng asked the system. Sure enough, Tran Fairy was a character from that novel. Her realm is Duke's Peak, with 1 heavenly technique and divine weapon, both top tier. Elder Yi only has Duke's Peak realm. Hearing this, Xuan looked pale. Tongzhu can enter Duke's realm if you understand human speech. They're the strongest in the empire. Wang Feng was pleased with Xuan's shocked reaction. Indeed, strength matters anywhere. Tran Fairy approached Wang Feng, respectfully bowed and called him Tongzhu. Xuan was so shocked he couldn't move. He had lived long enough to climb trees, but never seen a Duke realm powerhouse bowing. At this moment, all Xuan could think was which Feng is Wang Feng from. Meanwhile, Wang Feng didn't know how to talk to these martial heroes and pushed Xuan onto the chopping block. Xuan, meet Guardian Tran again. Xuan fell to his knees and bowed to Tran Fairy. Seeing this, Wang Feng felt satisfied. Now he had a way to make Xuan more docile. Next was the regular lottery opportunity, which could grant him strong bodies or powerful bloodline traits. Winners could use these for their disciples or themselves. For the first time, Wang Feng felt excited about being in this world. So can I cultivate too? Let's draw lots then. Wang Feng drew 100% of Tran Fairy's power. He would keep some and give to Xuan. Of course, Wang Feng kept it for himself as a commoner. If not him, who? He just didn't know how much his 100% would boost his level. The contract holder can advance to the initial stage of the transformation realm. Wang Feng cursed, "This system doesn't speak human." So he had to ask Li Quan about distinguishing between realms. Cultivation is divided into 10 major realms: Foundation Establishment, Mystic Meridian, Spirit Communication, Mystic General, Transformation Realm, Duke's Realm, Mystic Emperor, Mystic Sage, Mystic Pureness, and Mystic Sovereign as the highest. Li Quan was curious but didn't know why Wang Feng needed to know this. They were both ordinary people after all. Wang Feng nodded. Transformation Realm meant he had just entered level 5. Not high, not low, but far better than starting from 0. So Wang Feng immediately upgraded his cultivation. A golden wave enveloped him, sending Li Quan flying. Wang Feng's body swelled like a fermented bread, unable to control the power, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Li Quan was dazed. Wow, Tongzhu transformed into a monster in an instant wearing rags. Indeed, not an ordinary person. Wang Feng combed his hair and tried to explain to this fool. "What do you know? I just wanted you to see how powerful the transformation realm can be. Just work hard and next year you'll enter it too." Li Quan, surprised at entering the transformation realm so quickly, laughed happily. "Without this sect's power, how dare we call ourselves a divine sect?" Li Quan hugged Wang Feng, bowing and crying. He believed the incense from his ancestors' grave had brought him to Wang Feng, determined to work hard without disappointing Wang Feng. Wang Feng put on his clothes again. Finally, Li Quan knew who was the underdog. After entering the general realm, Wang Feng's breathing became different. He closed his eyes and sensed it. The sound of a stream several miles away, birds flying in the sky. Even the sounds from the ravine couldn't escape Wang Feng's senses. A foot stepped on some white birds in the air. If they were feathers, this was a cold woman. Since ascending to the general realm, Wang Feng knew someone had visited him. She didn't seem like a cultivator. Even her body and cultivation level seemed abnormal. Wang Feng optimistically thought it must be one of their fellow Taoists visiting the immortal sect 10,000. He just greeted Sister Lian Shui, but in reality, his cultivation wasn't enough to go there. Sister Tran stepped out. She forcefully hid her sword down hard on the ground before drawing it with a cold gaze. She didn't know where this understanding came from or if she was invited here for a meeting. After saying that, Sister Tran swung her sword to create a whirlwind, blowing Wang Feng's immortal sect 10,000 flyer up into the sky. Wang Feng stared at the whirlwind. This must be how gangsters ask questions. The woman, suddenly blocked by the whirlwind, used her foot to steer the white bird around it. A flyer came flying and she drew her sword ready to stab it. Seeing his flyer being destroyed, Sister Tran wasn't happy. He pulled out his sword. Golden light flashed brightly. Silver strands wrapped around the blade. Then Sister Tran swung it towards the sky. One of Sister Tran's white hairs pushed the paper aside, avoiding her opponent's sword. The hair stuck to the woman's face and pulled her down. Wang Feng sweat. He couldn't let Sister Tran interrogate others anymore. Even friends could become foes. Li Kun stepped forward with diplomatic skills. "This immortal lady, are you okay?" Sister Tran closed her sword halfway out of the sheath, and the strands returned to Wang Feng. The flyer fell off the woman's face, revealing a face looking for who had caused trouble. "Who threw trash around here?" Saying that, she forcefully hit the ground, making Li Kun scared and run towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng walked calmly to talk. "This isn't trash. This is our immortal sect 10,000 flyer." The woman looked at the flyer again, then at Wang Feng. "Is this an immortal sect?" The system sent a new message to Wang Feng. "Congratulations, you found a genius." To celebrate, it sent Wang Feng a mission to recruit 10 disciples for 10 summoning opportunities and rewards. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. He had just recruited Li Kan's daughter, who was both beautiful and domineering. If Wang Feng could get a genius disciple this time, wouldn't the item be even better? He immediately got to work. "Young lady, I'm impressed with your bones. You must be a cultivation genius." Li Kan heard these familiar words and looked at Wang Feng. "Sect Master, do you say this to everyone?" Wang Feng covered Li Kan's mouth and continued recruiting the girl. She sent a bird, showing her non-trivial abilities. She must have some knowledge too, Although her cultivation level wasn't higher than Wang Feng's, her combat experience was definitely better. The woman carefully examined the flyer before speaking up. This says the Immortal Sect 10,000 is recruiting disciples. Can I check it out? Wang Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect a sweet treat to fall from the sky. Li Kan's daughter was beautiful and talented, and even her mentor agreed. The system, noticing Wang Feng was ecstatic, gently reminded him not to be too happy yet, because if that girl didn't pay the entrance fee, she wouldn't count as a disciple. Wang Feng hugged his face, asking for money. Sect rules require anyone who wants to enter to pay all their money as an entry fee. The woman tightly held Wang Feng's hand and pleaded, I rushed out today without bringing any money. Please let me owe it until next time. Wang Feng sighed. He would rather not take a single coin, but this was the system's requirement, so what could he do? Li Kan didn't expect such a talented and beautiful girl to also have to pay like him. It showed that everyone is equal. Suddenly, a voice made her stiffen. Wine heart, how can you think of escaping the palm of Hua? A face with a convenient expression led his henchmen, gangsters following behind, to find and chase after Wine heart. Your father couldn't protect you. What good are these mountain monkeys? Wine heart hid behind Wang Feng boldly. Wine cloud, I am now a disciple of the Immortal Sect 10,000. In front of my sect master, don't even think about causing trouble. Wang Feng thought he had just received a sweet treat from the sky, but realized it was actually his own sweet treat. Wine Cloud's henchmen followed him and advanced in unison. Their faces were grim, with sinister looks. You dare step on Hua's nose, Hua won't hesitate to give you a slash. After all, the dogs I raised have already reached the Mystic General realm. Wang Feng rubbed his head. Well, the Mystic General was only one level lower than him. They had 5 people, and he didn't know Wine Cloud's rank. This disciple recruitment might be dangerous. Fai Vu trembled as he saw Ma Wanyi's group approaching, with Li Kan stepping into the main door. Little Master Nose isn't scared. It's just a mysterious general. Our Lord can snap his fingers and kill all of you. Sure enough, the faces of those 5 men turned pale when they heard that. Wang Feng stopped Li Kan in time, but ended up bringing trouble upon himself. Although he is at a higher realm, his combat experience is non-existent. Fai Vu knelt down to thank Wang Feng, who waved his hand dismissively. With our ancestor here, no one can bully us. There must be someone worthy and someone who brings misfortune. Wang Feng's heart raced as he spoke. HMPH, what kind of monkey game are you playing? Daring to show off your danger in front of the Emperor's servant, let me teach you how to write death. Ma Wanyi ordered his subordinates to attack, and Wang Feng stared at his sword pointing right at his face. Suddenly, everyone slowed down within a 3-meter radius around him. Wang Feng bent the sword. Indeed, in this world of cultivation, a sword like that next to him would be a good training target for Wang Feng. But facing these disciples, he had to fight repeatedly was embarrassing. So Wang Feng called for Miss Tran. Miss Tran wielded her sword gracefully, slicing through each man with powerful strikes. Finally reaching Ma Wanyi, he screamed as she cornered him in just 3 seconds. Wang Feng approached him, letting us know how to write death. You really are reckless, but this death is still missing a stroke of that person. Li Kan pointed towards them proudly, instructing Fai Vu. No need for Wang Feng's help. Miss Tran alone could kill all of them. Oh my god, is this a mysterious general? Seeing the whole empire's respect now, Ma Wanyi writhed in tears, able to kill 5 mysterious generals within 1 second, proving that Miss Tran at least entered the general realm, maybe even the king's lord. His father had yet to reach the king's lord. At this point, Ma Wanyi could only confess. He clasped his hands and held back a cry. Senior, Junior has eyes but does not see Tai Shan. Please spare my life. Now I will ask father to prepare a gift for you as the Emperor's Earl. Fai Vu frowned at his cheap demeanor. Yes, Ma Wanyi had used his father's title of Earl to kill many people already. Wang Feng patted Miss Tran on the shoulder. I don't care about the Earl or anything. Just come here and let this ancestor beat them up without mercy. Fei Wu's eyes widened in surprise, seeing someone not swayed by the title of Earl icon even added to it. I told you our lord is fine. Killing that Earl would only require one more finger. Throughout the entire empire, the Earl's residence is a place no one dares to touch. Lin Tianheng not only has King's Lord cultivation, but also commands 500 soldiers, each a mysterious general. 10 of them are at the entering general realm. Their strength comparable to some mid-rank sects in the empire. So they acted recklessly and harmed Fei Wu, forcing her to flee far away from there. But here, Wang Feng didn't even care about the existence of the Earl. This is a golden opportunity for her. Suddenly, Fei Wu bowed down before Wang Feng, the Lord. From the start, I thought the Heavenly Sect was just a place to distribute flyers. But now, I fully believe that our Lord can take over for Lin and uphold justice. Hearing this, Wang Feng guessed there was a deep grudge between Fei Wu and Ma Wanyi. Fei Wu trembled as he recounted, one time when she went out to cultivate, she met Ma Wanyi. Han Sei-mei was captivated by Fei Wu's beauty and wanted to humiliate her. With all her strength, Fei Wu managed to escape. She thought the matter was settled, but upon returning to land, a sea of blood awaited. Ma Wanyi brought his Earl's strongmen to kill over 200 people from the Lan family. The last survivor was her father, who was stabbed by Ma Wanyi to allow Fei Wu to escape. Recalling this, Fei Wu shivered even more. If not for father's desperate defense, she would never have met our Lord. Wang Feng parted ways with Fei Wu. Even if she wasn't his disciple, he wanted to broaden his horizons due to his love for drama. Ma Wanyi realized the situation was dire and tightly gripped Wang Feng, who didn't understand why this guy ran away while the villains didn't beg or resist. But with Miss Tran here, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. This time, Miss Tran drew out all her swords. Her hair turned completely white, and the aura was stronger than the main characters. Everyone present was stunned by the power emanating from Miss Tran. Wang Feng didn't understand why Miss Tran always had to create such a large formation when she fought. Luckily, his entering general realm cultivation helped him maintain it. Miss Tran charged forward, kicking several of Ma Wanyi's subordinates towards him. Ma Wanyi was flying and realized Miss Tran pulling behind him. Miss Tran unleashed her ultimate technique, Heavenly Fairy, creating a straight line of light on his face. As the blood spurted out, her sword closed. Ma Wanyi fell down, a green jade pendant falling from his body. Fei Wu quickly caught it. Miss Tran walked away, her silhouette stretching over the 6 corpses behind her. According to the Patriarch's opinion, Lin Gongzi has already stayed here. Fei Wu looked at Tran with a surprised expression. She had guessed that his martial arts were extraordinary, but not to this extent. Especially that celestial fairy. Even if Long Manor Earl directly intervened, he might still struggle to escape. The Immortal Sect will eventually become famous across the land with Trancy's involvement, but Fei Wu has never heard of it before. Perhaps she is too inexperienced. Returning to Fei Wu voluntarily requesting to join Wang Feng's sect, he knew this was just for self-protection and a temporary measure. But Wang Feng also wanted Fei Wu to become his disciple. Our sect is an underground major school, and you'll decide its fate later on. Fei Wu's eyes lit up like finding salvation. Wang Feng thought of himself. The dramatic plot he just came up with was pure emotion. Fei Wu bit down on a jade pendant she had just taken out. This is the jade transmission pendant, also an heirloom from the Lang family. Today, Wang Feng saved her life and avenged her, so she's willing to use it as her initiation fee. Wang Feng didn't know if the system would accept the jade pendant as a membership fee, but figured he wouldn't lose anything by trying. As he reached out to take it, he noticed Fei Wu's face suddenly turning red with shyness. Fei Wu was recalling memories of her father when she was young. He had given her the jade pendant when she was old enough. Take it, maybe it can become a token of love. At that time, Fei Wu said she would never give it to anyone, but now the jade has fallen into Wang Feng's hands. Fortunately, the system accepted this jade. Wang Feng had another chance. He patted Fei Wu on the shoulder and said that as her disciple of the Immortal Sect, her revenge was also the sect's. You can take a share in it. Wang Feng pointed towards Yunyi, who was still dying. Fei Wu picked up a nearby piece of wood, exuding an aura that moved towards him. Like a ship sinking and blood flowing into the sea, this revenge cannot be avoided. You are the Lang family's heir. Fei Wu stabbed Yun Yi with the wooden stick, causing him to cry out in pain. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. He had stolen the jade pendant for fun and never thought he would end up like this. Yun Yi was once a high-ranking official, thinking he could control the sky as the son of Long Manor Earl. He never imagined his fate would be so miserable. The more Fei Wu spoke, the more her blood boiled. Had those who killed our Lang family ever thought they'd have this day? Fei Wu pressed Yun Yi to the ground. His body was now like a pile of jelly. Li Xuan was frightened by Fei Wu's madness, but Wang Feng secretly agreed to let her execute Yun Yi, helping the sect gain 300 points. Fei Wu returned with fresh blood on her hands. Thank you, Patriarch and Elder Yi, for avenging me. From now on, I am a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Even if I die, it will be as a demon of the sect. Wang Feng can give me a good training foundation. Whether or not I become a true powerhouse depends on myself. But there's one thing Wang Feng needs Fei Wu to remember. Our sect doesn't fear anyone as long as there is a grudge. Even if the enemy is strong, they must be killed for satisfaction. Fei Wu was stunned and burst into tears like a child. She had held back these tears just to escape Yun Yi. I will not Patriarch's kindness. Wang Feng is an influential comic author who can control people's hearts with just a few words. But he overused his powers and now doesn't know what to teach when it matters. Fei Wu isn't as naive as Li Xuan. She won't be fooled by a year-long promise to reach the form realm. Tran pointed at Fei Wu's sword and asked if she could learn swordsmanship. Before Fei Wu could react, Tran proactively asked, "Do you agree to take me as your disciple?" Wang Feng searched. It was harder for Tran to accept a disciple than for a stone to bloom. Fei Wu bowed and greeted Tran. Tran saw that her sword skills were good, but before teaching her, she needed to treat the internal injuries from being chased. Tran ordered Fei Wu to stand up and follow her to get treated. Fei Wu looked at Wang Feng. He nodded in agreement. Wang Feng has excellent guards and intelligent disciples who are easy to teach. He thought his white hands couldn't complete the task, so he watched Li Xuan clean up the broken house, which was the first base of the Immortal Sect. Now that Fei Wu is here, Li Xuan is just a runner. Patriarch, what will you range for me next? Wang Feng patted Li Xian's big belly. Why ask? This body should lose weight. Wang Feng pointed towards the dilapidated house and asked Li Xian to clean up around it. After all, this was the first base of the Immortal Sect. Li Xian turned to stone, but still went to work with a sad expression, blaming Wang Feng in his heart. He had praised himself earlier, treating Li Xian like a treasure. Now that Fei Wu is here, he's just a runner. So he started flattering Wang Feng. Patriarch, I wonder what you have planned for me next? Currently, the sect is at level 1 with 5 elders and 10 disciples. Wang Feng thought about it again and looked at the sect points. Sect points can help Wang Feng exchange rewards or upgrade the system. Upgrading the system will help you summon stronger champions and magic artifacts and attract more disciples. There are 3 ways to collect sect points. One is by completing system tasks. The harder they are, the more points you get. 2 is by killing enemies. The more you kill, the more points you earn. Finally, recruiting top talents into your sect. The higher their abilities, the more points you gain. But Fei Wu at 19 has reached the peak of spirit communication realm, so she must be a top talent. Why aren't her points increasing? The system explains that despite having potential, Fei Wu lacks special physical attributes and spiritual understanding to qualify as a top talent. With Feng Wang's head, how high should a top talent be if Fei Wu isn't good enough? System, do I count as a top talent now? The master has ordinary potential, but became a bottom-tier top talent because of me. Feng Wang yawned long and short. He's used to this system insulting him. He wonders about Li Quan's potential. The system requires Feng Wang to earn 100 points for searching. His eyes twitched. Is this system a hidden capitalist? The system congratulates Li Quan on being the ultimate freak of nature, shocking Feng Wang with the news. He turned and looked at Li Quan's bombshell, but while pulling weeds, how could such an appearance make it to the top-tier freaks? The system reminds Feng Wang that he is wrong. The system is not at fault. Li Quan possesses a spirit cultivation immortal body, just unactivated for now. An immortal body is a special physique in the highest class, including two abilities, absolute defense and absolute endurance. Creating an immortal body means it won't harm your life. Play Earth without pretending to be human. Feng Wang must look at Li Quan differently. He never expected the most cowardly one would have immortal body potential. Now, he has a plan for Li Quan to turn him into a living legend in the legendary realm. For Li Quan, activating this potential requires an unusual method, sunlight exposure. The system shows Li Quan holding a mirror and mumbling to himself. Mirror of gods, do you know who's the strongest on the Xuan continent? Then Li Quan put the grass mirror on his face, asking himself with a laugh, that man is none other than me, Li Quan, ha ha ha. The system thinks Li Quan deserves to be teased. Feng Wang wants him to wake up and understand reality. But what does Li Quan's provocation have to do with activating his body? The system succinctly states that the activation method involves being hit. Feng Wang frowned. This Li Quan is a softie. He needs to be beaten up to become stronger. According to the system, an immortal body needs constant external beating to activate blood vessels for resurrection. Feng Wang didn't understand the principle, but thought it was too easy. No need to give Li Quan any special protection. As long as he doesn't kill him, Feng Wang can handle it. He'll hang Li Quan on a tree and beat him every day. An immortal body is so strong that Li Quan might not even be able to die if he wanted to. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew past Li Quan. He was oblivious of his impending doom. Grass mirror, do you know what's in the sky? Dark clouds gathered on top of the Sect's temple roof, sending down a strong gust and thunderclap. Li Quan hugged Feng Wang tightly like a protective shield. Feng Wang told Li Quan not to worry. He was there. He asked the system what the atmosphere in the sky is. The system announced that Fai Wu was about to break through to the legendary realm, signaling an upgrade. Feng Wang remembered that Tran Lady had been helping Fai Wu treat injuries but ended up helping her break through instead. He told Li Quan that Fai Wu had just entered the sect and was on the verge of breaking through to the legendary realm in 3 hours. Indeed, this hit Li Quan's pride. Not only did Fai Wu get chosen by Tran Lady, but also broke the rank, while he remained a mere mortal, crying over grass. Feng Wang slapped Li Quan's face and dragged him away, promising to start training for him the next day, hoping to surpass Fai Wu if Li Quan could endure. Li Quan was elated and patted his chest. Thank you, master, I can handle it. Feng Wang slapped Li Quan's chubby cheek, curious about how much he could withstand. Now, Feng Wang eagerly awaits his disciples breaking through to the legendary realm. Far away on a distant mountain where Feng Wang stood, a red light landed down. A half-human, half-demon with large tattoos on his face. I slept for hundreds of years and now wake up to see part of the legendary realm. It's about to become my meal. I'm looking forward to it. With that, he lunged towards Fai Wu, who was breaking through. The mountain behind him exploded instantly as he left. A strong green aura shot up into the atmosphere, clashing with the conflict, causing the sky to seem like it would explode. The green aura pierced through the strong wind, restoring a clear blue sky. At that moment, Fai Wu stepped out of the house and successfully broke through to the legendary realm, giving Feng Wang 1,000 Sect points in one night. Feng Wang was proud. Taking Fai Wu as his disciple was the right decision. She's only 1 rank away from him, but with the system, he's not afraid of being overtaken by her. Fai Wu thanked Feng Wang for his help and said thank you. Li Quan gritted his teeth in envy, vowing to enter the legendary realm next year, calling himself a genius then. Feng Wang nodded, reminding Tran Lady, who always accompanied Fai Wu, he hoped she could spread the sect's fame further, attracting more disciples. Tran Lady suddenly noticed something. The monster just appeared behind Wang Feng without him noticing. I thought there was only one mysterious realm gate, but it seems there are also these troublesome crickets to deal with. Wang Feng used 100 points to investigate his background thoroughly. Knowing yourself and your enemy is key. Moreover, this guy puts a lot of pressure on Wang Feng. Even Miss Tran finds him hard to defeat. The result is clear. He's the great demon of mysterious death, who destroyed an empire 1,000 years ago. His cultivation reached the peak form of the mystic emperor, but was defeated by the emperor Ensei. Ailed, now his cultivation is only at the duke level. Wang Feng scratched his head. Luckily, the great demon of mysterious death isn't in its strongest form. He almost forgot to cover his mouth like Li Quan before, now spouting nonsense without thinking. Who dares disturb our divine sect? Get out quickly, or you'll regret it. The great demon sneered at the dilapidated house. This sect must have come from some backwater place. I've never heard of it. And this fat guy, daring to be disrespectful to a great demon like me. Wang Feng was speechless. Miss Tran sighed at Li Quan's foolish bravery. If he knew his current rank as Duke Feng, he wouldn't dare sleep so soundly. Fei Wu reminded Li Quan that the great demon's aura isn't low. It should be at least Duke Feng level. The young lady has good eyesight. The great demon circled his fingers around Fei Wu, then opened his mouth in a victorious smile. I'm terrifying like this. Li Quan introduced Wang Feng on the side. Duke Feng realm, there's still a sect leader here. Li Quan pointed at his finger, saying it took 1 year to enter the form, 3 years to reach Mystic Emperor, and only 1 middle finger to defeat the great demon of mysterious death. The great demon was surprised Wang Feng had some cultivation, but didn't expect him to be so formidable. Li Quan aimed a spear at the great demon. That little cricket, daring to cause trouble in our divine sect. You're asking for it, die. The great demon got angry and wanted to silence Li Quan, but couldn't respond. Wang Feng frowned at Li Quan's arrogant posture. Now he understands why Li Quan has a divine body. It makes him want to hit him. The great demon is clean freakish, so he doesn't want to touch Li Quan and feels helpless. Who's watching this fool? Come out here and fight me. Wang Feng signaled Miss Tran to keep the great demon in place, ensuring it wouldn't return. After Miss Tran left, Wang Feng took his chance to summon. The great demon of mysterious iron stretched out a hand, compressing the universe into its fingers and sending sharp claws towards Miss Tran. That's the sect leader that fat guy mentioned. I want to see how he kills me without leaving any trace. Miss Tran silently drew her sword, slicing through the great demon's hand, but red energy clung to her back, restraining her. The great demon taunted Miss Tran and glanced at Li Quan with a mocking look. Fei Wu pleaded with Wang Feng to save Miss Tran. Wang Feng closed his eyes, waiting. He's too dismissive of his master. A little demon king can't protect Miss Tran. Sure enough, Miss Tran stabbed her sword through the great demon's arm. He was surprised and couldn't retract his hand in time. The great demon was thrown to the ground. He used his claws to dig into the earth to hold himself up. Miss Tran approached, her back casting a shadow over him. Her sword technique was incredibly pure, and the wound on the great demon's arm couldn't heal immediately. The great demon tightly gripped his hand for a serious fight, launching into the sky with a heavy oar like a thunderbolt, thinking he was fleeing. Last night, why did you run when you couldn't defeat me? Unless you're surrendering, don't think about leaving this divine sect intact. When I was about to use it again, Li Quan used it as an insult. I wanted to kill him, but didn't want to get my hands dirty. Li Quan was laughing when he got hit unexpectedly. He turned to Wang Feng with a pout. Wang Feng said blankly, I see you have a nose. The great demon returned to battle. After breaking free from the seal, Miss Tran was the first to trigger his hunger for food. To show respect for his divine delicacy, the great demon had a ritual of tearing off his own nose with his bare hands. A huge hand, large enough to cover the sky, fell on Miss Tran. Miss Tran held her sword across her body, facing the claws. Fei Wu panicked and tried to draw his sword. Without a word, Miss Tran leaped directly into battle with the hand using the Heaven Beyond technique. Her sword rushed towards the great demon. The clash between realms shook the earth, uprooting trees. After some shaking, Wang Feng opened the door to check on the situation. He exclaimed that everything was reduced to ice except for their dilapidated house in the middle. The great demon landed with his right foot. Miss Tran still held her sword firmly, showing no signs of injury. After 2 probing attacks, the great demon knew Miss Tran was only slightly weaker. With full effort, he could kill her. But Miss Tran realized the great demon hadn't broken free from the seal and could only flee now. Today's battle ends here. Our team's strength will recover soon. Miss Tran speaks little, but every word counts. The great demon had to admit that Miss Tran was the most formidable Duke Feng he'd ever met, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Tran closed her sword and looked up at the sky. Master Tong only told me to keep you here. Defeating you is someone else's job. Wang Feng noticed the sudden snowfall, indicating this item might be more spectacular than Tran's appearance. The great machine Slaughter recognized the snowfall and asked Tran who that person was. Tran didn't know, but now the treasure sword said it might be her lifelong enemy, Western Moan's snowy sword. Western Moan appeared behind the great machine Slaughter, his face as cold as ice. He knew he was like a fried chicken about to be stepped on by the divine sword. The 36 stratagems of escape are best. The great machine Slaughter is looking for an escape route. Western Moan flicked his fingers, casually sending them towards the great machine Slaughter. The great machine Slaughter cried out as he clutched at the cut. At Westerman's location, a sword appeared from his fingers, still stained with the blood of the great machine Slaughter. The great machine Slaughter lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sword techniques are formless. They can kill based on the light they create. What sword technique is this? Western Moan flicked his fingers to retract the sword, blood splattering in the air as a highlight. I just casually cut one line. It's not a sword technique and doesn't deserve a name. The divine sword and Tran both looked at each other. If Tran is a martial artist sage, Western Moan is the divine sword. Both sword masters are serious and have reached a level where only swords matter. But theoretically, Tran should be stronger than Western Moan, yet now it's the opposite. The system summoned Western Moan after the Forbidden City battle. He truly won. Since then, Western Moan's sword techniques improved to a new level, reaching a realm where heaven and earth, all things can become sword landscapes. Wang Feng realized the issue. They say the Xin Emperor realm is the pinnacle in this empire. So now Tran faces Western Moan again after the Forbidden City battle. Western Moan blocked Tran's sword with his hand and will wait for her to break through the Xin Emperor realm before they fight. Tran was surprised, nodding in agreement. Western Moan then bowed respectfully to Wang Feng. Meeting Master Tong, Western Moan is here. The great machine Slaughter was crawling on the ground, formulating a plan. If it's Tran, he would definitely run for his life. But if it's Western Moan, there might still be a chance for the Xin Slaughter. But when Wang Feng attacks, he will surely die. Although we can't see through Wang Feng's strength now, seeing how even Western Moan has to bow before him, the Xin Slaughter understands that Wang Feng's power is beyond measure. The Xin Slaughter accepted his fate, but before dying, he must take Li Quan with him. Li Quan wept and begged. Even if he could become a general in a year, he was still just an ordinary person now. Fai Wu happily asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Li Quan was hanging in the air thanks to Tran's help. The great machine Slaughter's claws barely grazed his buttocks and revealed his undergarments. The face of the great machine Slaughter looked terrible. Tran closed her sword, letting Li Quan fall freely. Li Quan hugged his buttocks, thinking he should teach the great machine Slaughter a lesson by putting his hands in its mouth later and asking Wang Feng how to deal with him. Wang Feng gave him two choices. One was to hand over all his money as an initiation fee for joining the immortal sect. The other was to turn into fertilizer for the flowers in his garden. If Wang Feng could recruit a great Ma, he might get more opportunities and points, but it would depend on how he behaved before killing him. The Great Ma couldn't be killed, but not humiliated either. Li Quan thought about hitting the Great Ma's mouth, but still spoke up. Master Tong, he chose option 2. I will personally kill him and sprinkle some holy water on him to ensure our sex flowers always thrive. Wang Feng clenched his fists tightly. Even if Li Quan seemed like he wanted to fight the Great Ma, who had lived for thousands of years, it was nothing compared to that. Li Quan took another punch from Fei Wu. She sighed, using an excuse about the nose on Li Quan's face. Li Quan shouted like a grasshopper, flailing wildly. Why do these noses keep sucking my blood? Could they know that I have a genius bloodline? The Great Ma roared but refused to submit. Wang Feng approached and gently stroked his hair like strands, speaking softly. I know you are proud. Join our immortal sect for a year. If in 1 year I can't make you stay willingly, you can leave. The Great Ma was stunned but roared one last time, his eyes glowing with fire. A demon can be killed but not insulted. Saying that, he bowed and offered Wang Feng a small bag. As a demon, money is still scarce. Wang Feng didn't expect him to change so quickly. His body was very obedient. The system congratulated him, successfully recruiting the Great Machine Slaughter, giving him 10,000 sect points and an opportunity to summon again. This unexpected number left Wang Feng unprepared. It seems he needs to target stronger individuals in the future for recruitment. Wang Feng suddenly remembered that Huanshan mentioned breakfast earlier and wanted to clarify it. If he was indeed a great demon harming humanity, Wang Feng had to eliminate the potential danger. Huanshan coughed and scratched his head, looking clueless. It's just the great demon's hobby. He likes to follow others like humans do. Wang Feng immediately asked the system for confirmation. To his surprise, the system confirmed that Huanshan was telling the truth. Wang Feng was speechless and laughed with Huanshan to break the awkward silence. He just didn't expect this guy, who is the top demon in the Huang Temple, to enjoy following others as a pastime. Meanwhile, Huanshan feared that if Wang Feng got curious about breakfasts, he might kill him. Even Huanshan wouldn't dare reveal the truth. Fei Wu watched them interact and wondered what secret technique Wang Feng used to make Huanshan agree so quickly. Wang Feng smiled tiredly and signaled everyone to follow him to visit the actual premises of the Immortal Sect. Fei Wu nodded, knowing that a sect's headquarters couldn't just be a simple hut. Huanshan sighed in relief. He had touched upon an ancient and secretive great sect and still managed to survive. Otherwise, how could this hut have appeared at the level of Huang and Wang Hu? Huanshan really wanted to see what kind of sect this was. After a while, all 6 of them crowded into a cramped room where everyone clung to Wang Feng. He conjured a golden amulet that lit up the place, causing the ground around it to shake. It was normal for Leek and Fei Wu to be surprised. The strongest reaction came from Huanshan. A large glowing door appeared before them. Huanshan didn't know what an immortal sect's headquarters were like, hidden in a secret realm. How could such a secret realm house the sect's headquarters? Because on the Mystic Continent, secret realms are rare and always cause bloody battles when they appear. Only those at the Huande level or higher can open secret realms, which are filled with treasures from Huande. The Immortal Sect had its own secret realm, meaning Wang Feng was at least at the Huande level. This place must have a Huande treasure hall. Blood Slaughter had an idea. If he got that treasure hall, it would be great. Wang Feng walked ahead. Beyond that door lay a completely different space. In the middle was a golden city, with scenery round them resembling that of immortals. Huanshan's eyes widened as he looked 360 degrees. This place truly deserved its name, Immortal Realm. Wang Feng led everyone inside and let them choose a house to stay in. After choosing, they could explore, but some forbidden areas were off limits. The 3 disciples agreed. Wang Feng pushed the door open, walked to the throne in the main hall, and sat down arrogantly. He looked at the system calls he made for summoning, using this opportunity. The system gave him a main palace named Jiaoyu. Wang Feng pinched his cheek to confirm he wasn't dreaming. After 2 tries, could he finally see the world's #1 beauty? Seeing that information excited Wang Feng as he viewed Zhao Yu's attribute screen. Upon receiving the command, a data stream appeared on the system screen about her. He read through it and his eyes lit up. No wonder she was the #1 female martial artist from Shaoxi and Huazhu. She truly was powerful. Suddenly, flowers appeared around them. Wang Feng stared at the spherical satellite as if waiting for something special. Soon, a delicate foot stepped out of nowhere. Zhao Yu's bright face gradually emerged in this moment. Finally, her entire body appeared with a mysterious energy. He blinked several times, not believing his eyes. This was it. Before Wang Feng could react, Zhao Yu's foot touched the ground. Her face took on a sharp and determined look as she bowed respectfully. Staring at her beauty, he blurted out, "This is truly the world's #1 beauty." Wang Feng looked around, lost in thought. Even if I drew until my hand broke, I couldn't draw her beauty. At this moment, Zhao Yu moved to bow respectfully and softly spoke. Zhao Yu paid respects to the Sect master. He was still thinking but could make the #1 martial artist in the world bow down before him. It's truly amazing. After that, he replied without formalities, "Follow me and our sect from now on." Hearing this, Zhao Yu wasn't hesitant anymore. "Yes, Sect master." She looked around quickly and sat down near a chair. With you closing her eyes, ice flowers bloomed around her body. At that moment, the room's atmosphere became so serene that Wang Feng snorted. He forced a smile and gently hinted, "You, go first. When our sect goes out, follow closely behind." She seemed programmed to obey orders obediently. Yes, then she disappeared without further words. Wang Feng! He hugged his knees and spoke with trembling voice. "The Immortal's Palace of Zhao Nui is terrifying too. The scariest part was when she unintentionally used her qi. Just being near her almost made me go numb." Later, in a grand hall covered by mountains at Nuo, on the endless corridor of the hall, Zhao Nui walked in and passed through the door. At that moment, the Xuan Shire also stepped out onto the corridor. He looked around and thought, "Strange, isn't this immortal sect a hidden ancient great sect? Why are there only a few powerful figures? Where are the others?" After some time, Xuan Shire kicked hard at the door. Could it be that this immortal sect is just an empty shell? The door immediately opened and commands began to escape from inside. He felt alarmed as his hidden commands sensed something. Xuan Shire's eyes moved down, then stopped. What's going on here? There was something inside the door. Before he could think more, his eyes and stiffened leg were suddenly frozen with coldness. The door opened wide, his foot slipped, causing Xuan Shire to fall. Then he looked up, faintly seeing a woman's figure. Zhao Nui was sitting on the chair now. His entire body exuded coldness as he slowly opened his mouth, daring to rush in again. At the same time, her face showed an ominous expression. She spoke softly but with hidden danger. "Die!" Xuan Shire was momentarily scared. He quickly rushed back to where he came from. He panted and thought inwardly, "Again, another powerful figure of the Mystic Emperor realm." Outside, only Xuan Shire with his thoughts. It seems all the great powers in the Immortal Sect are sleeping soundly. This one probably just woke up because I disturbed him earlier. My probing behavior in every corner clearly invited death. Continuing on, Xuan Shire, as a great devil mystic emperor, was knocked down by someone right after emerging. Truly infuriating. Suddenly his eyes became sharp as he thought of something. But being able to hug legs is also the devil's skill. Others wouldn't even have the chance. Xuan Shire's aura suddenly vanished, leaving only a dreamy expression. In the morning rain at the high and narrow martial hall, Fei Wu appeared with a gloomy face. Li Kan saw this situation. Then Lian was confused. After a long silence, he hesitantly spoke first. "I wonder what Master Fei is discussing with brother." She didn't answer Li Kan, but reached out to touch his face. "Brother," then slapped him hard on the face naturally. "I offended you." The painful impact made him spit blood. He fell back and lay motionless there. Suddenly Lian jumped up, startling Fei Wu, who dodged. He held his cheek with tears in his eyes. "Master Li." And Li Kan was still able to sit up. She was surprised. The sect leader indeed didn't deceive me. Brother has a truly terrifying physique. That one hit just now, I used only 1/10 of my celestial general strength. But brother can still get up. Then she returned to her previous expression and softly spoke. "Brother, Fei Wu is doing this for your own good." Hearing this answer, he was unwilling. The slap was for my own good. Li Kun stood facing Fei Wu with dignity. And is this the stance? Clearly, they crave the position of senior brother in Immortal Sect, wanting to kill someone for it. Seeing his intense reaction, she tried to explain. Senior brother, our sect leader wants you to train with him. Just don't kill him. Any beating is fine because he said you have a supreme constitution. Xuan listened and was momentarily confused. A supreme constitution? Why didn't I know about it? Suddenly, he wondered if there was something wrong with her. Fei Wu, puzzled by this thought, asked back. Senior brother, she smiled innocently and reluctantly spoke. Senior brother, her expression changed 180 degrees as she firmly affirmed that you really have a supreme constitution. Xuan's mind was filled with questions upon hearing this. Could I actually be a supreme genius? So why am I still just an ordinary person? A supreme genius should naturally be easy, like drinking water, right? Interrupting him and calmly explained. Because your constitution hasn't been activated yet. As soon as Fei Wu spoke, Xuan eagerly asked back, how to activate it? Without much ado, she slapped his face hard and said, get hit. The energy from her hand caused him to cry out in pain. Seeing the situation worsening, Xuan proposed a compromise, handling this. Maybe letting the sect leader handle it would be better. She put on an innocent look and whispered, the sect leader might accidentally kill you. Let me train with you first. Instantly, Fei Wu's hand emitted a high-level cold aura that frightened him. Ah, senior sister. Now, Xuan seemed to have nowhere to hide and cried out, softly asking for mercy. Wang Feng, who was still in the courtyard of the martial hall, could hear his cries. Senior sister, no! Hit me more! He smiled inwardly. With such a helpful senior sister, Xuan would definitely activate his constitution and become a supreme genius. Otherwise, he feared the sect leader's wrath. I still want to take action myself and turn him into a spirit origin immortal. Thinking this, he stretched without caring about Xuan's cries for help. Sect leader, save me. At the peak of Lingxiao Peak, in the highest part of the sect, many cultivators gathered here. The sign read Ling Yun Sect. Sitting at the head position was Tran Feng. Head of Ling Yun Sect, someone inside said, Sect leader, the wine festival is about to begin. Cao Wanfeng. Senior Elder Ling Yun continued speaking. This time, it seems our Ling Yun Sect can't make it into the wine list. Wanfeng looked at the two people across from him and thought, our sect is truly like a nursing home. Tran Feng's voice was serious. The wine festival is very important. We must try our best to compete for it. Ling Yun Sect. His eyes became sharp as he continued. The wine list also relates to whether we can join the Sun Wine Academy. Our Ling Yun Sect cannot miss this opportunity. Wanfeng folded his arms and lowered his head in deep thought. This time, someone gave an order. The wine festival is only for Ling Yun Sect disciples. Only the young master has reached the peak of spirit communication. How can we compete with other sect prodigies? Immediately, the entire room fell silent and sighed in disappointment. Tran Feng seemed to have an idea as his eyes widened with a flash of light. Soon after, he stood up. His voice was urgent. Has anything unusual happened around the spirit stream recently? Wanfeng thought for a moment and stroked his beard. The Ling Stream diabolical wine was destroyed by Prince Longlin's manor. Young Miss Ling Stream fled near the spirit stream, pursued by Prince Longlin's manor's young lord. The outcome is still unclear now. Tran Feng's face fell slightly. The matter of Ling Stream involved someone powerful in the Dao Sun Empire. It was not something we could get involved with. Line 60 to maintain exact count. Lan family's young miss is currently an epidemic. We can't get involved with her. Wanfeng raised his hand and mentioned another strange matter. Tran Feng asked curiously, oh, tell me about it. Wanfeng recounted slowly last night in a small mountain ravine near the Mystic Ridge. There was a sign of a celestial general's aura. Based on what the disciples investigated, this celestial realm aura might have just. Tran Feng got excited from that news. Could it be that a young cultivator nearby had found an opportunity around the Mystic Ridge and broke through to the celestial general realm? Wanfeng replied uncertainly. At the time, the disciple didn't dare get close to investigate, only sensing this aura from afar. Tran Feng smiled happily. He tightly gripped his hand as if catching a ray of hope. Maybe this distant prodigy could represent Lan Family Sect in the Demon Sealing Conference and secure us a spot. Then compete for that spot for our sect. Everyone agreed after hearing this. The room suddenly filled with noise. Sect Master agreed to it. Indeed, a young celestial general cultivator might not be considered a top genius, but still has a chance to enter the demon sealing list. Yes, let's wait and see for Lan Family Sect. Amidst the commotion, Wanfeng suddenly stood up with a calm expression. If it were from a major sect, that would be fine. If from a minor sect, we should destroy their sect and make him stay in our Lan Family Sect forever. Wanfeng's eyes flashed maliciously as he accepted the order. Yes, at another sect, Fang Dao leisurely watched the system announcement using 10,000 sect points. Congratulations on drawing a 1/10 of Zhao Yu's cultivation. Congratulations on drawing Year Trans Sword Technique. Congratulations on drawing 1/5 of Western Moon's Frost Flying Technique. Congratulations on drawing the Western Moon's Frost Flying Technique. Sword Dao Radiance. Congratulations on drawing a 2/10 of Zhao Yu's cultivation. Congratulations on drawing the Western Moon's Frost Flying Technique. Jade Purity Skill. You're excited? Give the order. System. Transfer everything. All received cultivation and techniques will be transferred to the main user. Instantly, Wanfeng's body was covered in golden light. He closed his eyes, enjoying it. A few seconds later, Wanfeng opened his eyes with a smile on his lips. Wanfeng waved his hand, using Heavenly Foreign Immortal Flying to shoot out a green beam. Sharp claws began to appear. In an instant, countless swords flew up following his hand movements. Sword Dao Radiance. Between Wanfeng's fingers appeared a snowflake flower. With a wave of his hand, ice blocks rose from the ground. Jade Purity Skill. After testing, he stood firmly on a stone chair. Wanfeng declared that starting now, our sect master is the largest in the entire Immortal and Demon sects except for Mystic Ridge. A moment later, Wanfeng appeared on a cliff near Immortal and Demon sect. Looking down at the house below, he recognized it. Indeed, there was a sign of a celestial general's aura in this ravine Shaoxi's. In an instant, Wanfeng jumped down, carefully observing the sect's signboard. Immortal and Demon Sect. Lan Family Sect is the largest outside Mystic Ridge. We dare not use the name Immortal and Demon for our sect. Wanfeng scratched his head, clearly disdainful. This small sect uses this thatched house as their sect's base. Daring to show such disrespect, they must be dead or alive. The house in front of Wanfeng suddenly shattered. A huge red hand emerged from it, causing him to widen his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening. That arm directly punched Wanfeng before he could react. The punch sent him flying. His entire body was pressed against the cliff wall. The powerful punch left deep marks and shattered rocks. Then the arm retracted behind it and immediately struck again at Wanfeng, illuminating Immortal and Demon Sect's base with light. The arm disappeared. His whole body was nearly buried in the rock face, his face covered in wounds. Wanfeng shouted, "If you dare touch our sect, Lan Family Sect will make sure you can't live or die." Two figures landed before him. Wanfeng calmly looked at Wanfeng and asked, "Lan Family Sect? We've never heard of it. Why are you insulting Immortal and Demon Sect?" Wanfeng gritted his teeth. "Immortal and Demon Sect, you're from this small sect like a pimple." Despite saying that, he was secretly afraid. A small sect with such a dilapidated house could have such powerful cultivators, capable of seriously injuring me with just one punch, at least a transcendent realm cultivator. Wanfeng laughed coldly. Immortal and Demon Sect always uses virtue to win people over. He made Wanfeng admit, Huanshan, standing next to you, exuded an imposing aura. Daring to insult our Immortal and Demon Sect in front of the Sect Master. He pulled Wanfeng up with his hand just now, truly fearless or ignorant. He's squeezing him tightly, saying, "If you don't want this stone to become your tombstone, we suggest you submit and tell us." Wanfeng is extremely frightened right now. Speak to submit, keep silent to submit. This is clearly a threat. Wanfeng quickly confesses. His name is Cao Wanfeng, the senior elder of Lingyan Sect. The largest sect outside the mountain stream, Mystical Profound, came here because they wanted to investigate the aura of the mystic realm that appeared in this mountain's cave earlier. Wang Feng thinks it might be Ling Fei Wu breaking through the mystic realm before. He asks, why are you investigating that mystic realm aura? Wang Feng honestly says the Spirit Sealing Festival is coming soon. Our Lingyan sect still hasn't had a mystic realm disciple. We can't compete for rankings on the Spirit Sealing list. So we have to find talented disciples from outside and bring them back to our sect. Hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes light up. The Spirit Sealing Festival? What is it? Wang Feng wonders that a small sect like ours not attending the Spirit Sealing Festival is quite normal. He suddenly squeezes Wang Feng tighter and threatens, "Stop talking, speak quickly." Wang Feng starts explaining. The Spirit Sealing Festival is organized to suppress the seal of the great demon of spirit sealing who massacred the Daozhong Empire 1,000 years ago. It's even called the Once in 10 Years Festival of the Daozhong Empire because the great demon of spirit sealing was extremely terrifying. His demon energy is very pure. Even after being sealed, it still emits demon energy, killing demonic beasts infected by demon energy to weaken the power of the great demon of spirit sealing. Wang Feng weakly explains, but this time, Emperor Daozhong has issued an order. Only young disciples are allowed. So now, all sects are going crazy training their disciples to find a genius in time. Wang Feng sighs. It's truly remarkable how sharp his eyes are among the crowd. Looking at the main participants of the Spirit Sealing Festival, Wang Feng wonders, what does main participant mean? The great demon approaches Wang Feng and smiles sinisterly. The Spirit Sealing Festival is organized just for you. Wang Feng shivers, his voice trembling. Organized for you. His eyes widen as if he's guessing something. Could it be that you? The great demon lowers his head. He's the great demon of spirit sealing. Almost realizing this, Wang Feng smiles, thinking such a powerful ruler would not organize such an event unless it was significant. Even going to the extent of organizing a once in 10 years festival, one can see that this great demon of spirit sealing is definitely not as simple as he appears. Then he turns to ask the great demon, how did you break free from Emperor Daojiang's seal? The great demon hesitates before speaking. In recent years, I've created a clone technique on my own. What was sealed now is just one of the clones I created. As soon as the great demon finishes talking, Wang Feng continues to ask, so what exactly is the spirit sealing list? Wang Feng listens and figures out that the spirit sealing list ranks participants based on the number of demonic beasts killed. The old spirit sealing lists were filled with powerful elders. Thinking about some famous names recently, he says, but this time, it's only for young geniuses. Hearing Wang Feng mention the system's notifications, he recalls a task to recruit disciples, requirements, and needing 10 disciples completed. He has already finished 3 out of 10. After that, Wang Feng thinks maybe participating in this Spirit Sealing Festival could help him complete his disciple recruitment mission. Putting aside those thoughts, he lowers his voice and asks how long until the Spirit Sealing Festival. Wang Feng immediately answers, less than a month. Hearing the answer, Wang Feng secretly smiles, less than a month from now. That's enough time. Seeing all doubts resolved, Wang Feng exclaims, cut! Your Highness, since you've learned what you need to know, can we release the old man? Suddenly stepping in front of Wang Feng smirks. Frightened by his dominance, Wang Feng's eyes are filled with unease, but his words carry weight. Wang Feng's sweat pours down like rain. He commands the nearby great demon to continue. Seeing the great demon, he struggles to hold back. In just 5 seconds, Wang Feng is terrified. Still holding on, he orders the great demon beside him. Seeing the great demon, he tries his best. But in less than 5 seconds, Wang Feng's fear intensifies. Wang Feng continues to interrogate for more information. Meanwhile, the nearby great demon is enjoying watching him crumble. Wang Feng can't escape and yells loudly. His face distorts so much that no one can see anything. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, Wang Feng's body explodes like a balloon. The system then announced, congratulating the primary vampire of the master on successfully killing a powerful opponent and earning 500 Sect points. The primary vampire suggested this was the virtue of the great sect of the Daojiao Empire. Even worse than the demon, if the sect leader has already made an enemy with Lingyan sect, it would be better to attack their sect directly. Hearing his words, Wang Feng began to consider, if they knew that Lingyan sect elders were killed, the immortal sect might face continuous trouble. After a while, he finally came to a decision and agreed. Alright, let's see how it goes then. In Daojiao City, the capital of the Daojiao Empire, people were bustling about their daily lives. At the center of the city stood an ancient-looking tower. Inside, a sign for the Longland Marquis residence caught his eye. Suddenly, information about some old flowers appeared. Meanwhile, Tianhong was hesitating without a clear answer and turned to ask old Lu why that person hadn't returned yet. Longland Marquis stared intently at the information, his eyebrows almost touching. Tianhong was uncertain and asked old Lu why the man still hadn't come back. Old Lu bowed down to explain to their leader. My lord, we have followed your orders to search for him. Perhaps he is playing and will be returning soon. Suddenly, a golden card appeared in old Lu's hand. He took it and slowly handed it back to Tianhong. The message just mentioned that there was a new notification. He closed his eyes and sighed. This child has no conscience at all. He made his father worry so much. What are you waiting for? Read the message now. Old Lu's face remained calm, transmitting energy into the card. But in an instant, his face turned pale with shock. He didn't know how to explain this to him. Tianhong noticed something strange and sat up. Why is he so shocked? Could it be that the card did something mischievous? Old Lu announced as shocking news. My lord, his skin has died. His appearance changed instantly upon hearing this news. A sharp sound like a sword slicing through air. Without hesitation, Tianhong attacked the animal he always carried with him. The creature couldn't run or even scream before it was dead. His face showed only revenge without any pity for the creature in Daojiao City. In Daojiao City, people's laughter filled the air. Tran Than, the capital guard commander, saw everything from above and smiled. Suddenly, he noticed something. He felt a troop was advancing. As they got closer, Tran Than could see them clearly. Here it is now. Leading the troop was a unicorn with red eyes, fierce and menacing. More importantly, someone was sitting on its back. And following behind was Tianhong, looking completely different from before. Seeing this, he immediately jumped down. From above, Tran Than stared directly at him. Longland Marquis Tianhong, who mobilized the unicorn troops to the capital city. Do you know how grave a crime that is? Hearing this, Tianhong covered his face and replied, I know it's wrong, but I've betrayed my subordinate's trust. But my only son was killed by someone in the mountain stream of wisdom. I would rather die than live like this. When Tran Than heard this, he paused. Vani is the only unicorn of Longland Marquis. No one could be so bold. Not giving Tran Than time to think, he immediately said that no one could stop him from bringing back Vani. Tran Than, don't force me to take action against you. Hearing this, his expression changed. Suddenly, a voice was transmitted down. Go ahead. The death of his son made him lose his mind, though he could forgive the offense in terms of emotion. Tell him to find a place after returning. Tran Than didn't think and quickly said yes. Then, he gestured for Tianhong to proceed. Without looking at him, he ordered, go. After your return, come to the emperor to receive punishment. Tianhong walked confidently, bowed, and thanked the emperor. I am guilty. Once Vani is brought back, I will definitely come to receive punishment from the emperor. No matter what punishment you give me, I will accept it willingly. Without waiting for Tran Than's response, he ordered his troops to move forward. Seeing them, Tran Than fell into deep thought. Then Than jumps onto the city wall and sits there, lost in thought for a moment. A storm of blood seems inevitable as he looks far into the distance. In a nearby humble house with simple architecture, a strange sound suddenly echoes, like someone scraping against hard ground. Two familiar faces, Wang Feng and Zhao Yu, stand on a stone pillar. They witness a chaotic fight. Li Ha is surrounded by enemies and weakly calls out, "I don't know where I've offended Master Young Lord. Please forgive me, Young Lord." At this moment, a clear voice rises. "Young Lord, you're also wearing handcuffs today. Let's try giving you a kiss as punishment." Transhin, Young Lord of Vanlang Sect, laughs and says he bought some machines. But you managed to avoid it. Imagine if third brother saw this. We'd all be so happy. Thank my parents for making me so ugly. Otherwise, we would have bloomed on our butts sooner or later anyway. If we weren't the ugly trio of Vanlang Sect, how could Sect Master choose us to serve Young Lord? Transhin wildly lashes his whip at Li Ha. A servant is just a servant. You barely hit me a few times and you can't take it anymore. Truly a useless waste material not worth considering. Wang Fang secretly dreads this scene. This young lord of Lam Sect is so frivolous, yet also tyrannical. It's clear that Lam Sect isn't anything special either. Suddenly, a system notification sounds. Congratulations to the patron for discovering an unparalleled genius. Hearing this, you break out in cold sweat. System, could the unparalleled genius be him? The system remains silent and only points at him. Wang Fang can't bear it anymore, his voice trembling as he asks again, "Is it really him?" The system's kin keeps poking Transhin. At this moment, he was about to give a passionate kiss to the person next to him when the system's kin moves over and confirms, "Him. You see how the system protects him." But why is such an unparalleled genius still being bullied? Wang Feng suddenly thinks of Li Kan and wonders if he's like Li Kan, having trained. He jumps down and orders Transhin and Li Ha to stop. Instead of ruining his good plans, he glares at those without eyes who dare tell him to shut up. Wang Feng's eyes and Transhin's eyes meet in shock, looking forward to the kiss from the young lord. He approaches Li Ha with a loving tone. "Today, this young lord will take it away." Seeing Du Nuyet's beauty, Wang Feng stops and tells him to shut up. They pause for a moment. The guys who were just talking start discussing excitedly. In this world, there are so many beautiful women. Transhin was still elated until he heard these words, his mood suddenly dropping. Transhin's rage seems uncontrollable. He glares angrily and turns to shout at the others, "No one can be prettier than me. Capture this woman, I must make her smell like a fragrant tree. Because we won't waste your beauty. You won't be able to escape anyway. At least you can smile as you go down to hell." One of the cunning ones reminded them. After all, offending the young master means certain death by her hands. "You're not the first." Wang Feng couldn't help but feel powerless witnessing this scene. As the sect leader, I dare not hand over rice to Moonlight. These people. I'm really fed up with life. She touched her fingers to their faces. Seeing this strange action, one of them froze like ice made by Zhao Nuyet. The next one couldn't react in time and turned into ice too. The last one also had a lapse and froze. Her speed was so fast that she iced all three people at once. At the same time, their bodies were overwhelmed by Zhao Nuyet's power and remained frozen on the spot. Seeing each block of ice falling in front of them, Tan Xin was terrified. "You dared to kill a disciple of Ling Yun's sect." Her voice turned cold with the chill of her own aura as she approached and froze his face with her hands. Just a servant's life. Half of Tan Xin's face was already frozen and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a hand blocked Zhao Nuyet's breath. Li Ha had arrived and his arm was also frozen by now. Wang Feng stood there witnessing everything. Surprised, Li Ha's cold expression showed no emotion as Zhao Nuyet released her hands and asked in confusion. He saved a person like that, but why didn't anyone save him? Tan Xin saw the situation changing and tried to speak up. "Li Hax, kill them quickly. Let's test his skills on these people." He was about to continue. 10 kisses, but before he could finish, Li Ha squeezed his neck, making him gasp in pain. His grip was extremely strong. Soon after, Tan Xin was thrown into the blood box. Looking at Li Hax's cold face, he trembled. Li Hax, you're so bold." Tan Xin persisted, planning to keep him until tomorrow. "In the end, I just wanted to die. To prevent others from killing him, I ended up regretting it for my whole life." He didn't let him say anything more and squeezed his neck tighter. Then Li Hax threw Tanshin down from a height. I only took the first step. Wang Feng thought as he saw this. This genius isn't as simple as I imagined. Li Ha finished squeezing his neck and stood there for a while. After a moment, he touched his face with his hand, combed his hair up to reveal his handsome face. On the other side, Wang Feng asked the system curiously, "System, why is Li Hax called the ultimate genius?" The system didn't immediately answer, but requested a review of Li Hax's history. Need to buy 1,000 Sect points. Seeing those words made him very unhappy. Damn it! This system is becoming more and more like a robber. Investigate! After paying the required Sect points, the system provided data. Li Hax's real name was Li Changgong. He was an Imperial Realm powerhouse who died unexpectedly. A fragment of his soul merged with a treasure, received rebirth, and became the current Li Hax. Hearing this, Wang Feng thought to himself, it is said that an Imperial Realm powerhouse can defeat an entire empire alone. If he had such power in his previous life, why didn't he fight back when bullied? And after dying unexpectedly, a fragment of his soul merged with a treasure and received rebirth. But for anyone who had bullied him, on the second day, they would disappear mysteriously, and Ling Yun's sect wouldn't even notice. Knowing all this changed his view on Li Hax. The saying that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover is true. Li Hax is indeed a vicious person. Wang Feng asked further, what's his cultivation now? The system immediately answered after he paid the points. Because of merging with an ultimate treasure, his talent greatly increased. Since he awakened until now, only 1 year had passed and he broke through to the merge realm. Hearing this, he was surprised. He didn't expect Li Hax to break through to the merge realm in just a year. It's really someone who can do it. Wang Feng smiled and silently calculated that before, Li Ha had already reached an extremely terrifying Imperial Realm peak. With his talent increasing, his future was unpredictable. No wonder the system praised him as a genius. It seems only deity tongue can shake a dragon like him. After thinking, he turned to propose a deal. You just killed Ling Yun's sect's young master. This place won't tolerate you anymore. Why not follow our sect? Our sect will ensure your safety. Li Hai asked while feeling for hidden weapons on his body. What right do you have to ask such a question? Calmly, he replied, knowing someone's background based on the sect's knowledge. Wang Feng emphasized coldly, Li Changgong. He seemed agitated but soon calmed down. In Ling Yun's sect or even in this mystic mountain range, there are no powerful Ascendant Realm experts. But now, such a skilled expert is respectfully following him. Li He considered further, this person doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. I can probe first. If the situation isn't right, I'll use my ultimate move. Suddenly, he smiled and said, alright, then, a voice echoed, daring to touch my Feng's beloved daughter. He was shocked by his son's dried corpse. My son, Tran Feng gently touched Tran Shin's face with trembling hands. He seemed not to hear anything around him anymore. Tran Feng looked around and asked, the three of us must go protect Shin because you killed her. You remained silent without answering quickly. She then revealed a cold face, confirming, yes. Hearing this, he was indignant. If that's the case, no one will leave Ling Yun's sect alive. The group of people accompanying Tran Feng discussed excitedly about her beauty. Is there such a beautiful person in this world? Such a beauty, yet she's withering and fading. It's truly a pity. It's a pity that she killed the young master. Li Ha prepared to take responsibility for the murder. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Feng stopped him. What? Do you want to sacrifice your life in exchange for hers? His body trembled and collapsed before Zhao Yu. At the same time, he roared fiercely. Yes, just like father, just like son. Tran Feng looked at her with a lecherous gaze. As long as she gives me another son, it will be worth sacrificing my life. Wang Feng was shocked by his words. Damn, I almost thought he loved his child like nothing else. Turns out, an old pervert sees beauty in youth. The group followed, shouting, Sect Master Ming, Sect Master Ming. Zhao Yu's eyes turned cold and slow as she said, die. Without letting her speak further, Wang Feng ordered, if he wants to see his beloved daughter so badly, let him go alone. Tranfeng and Zhao Yu stood facing each other in a cold space. Tranfeng began with a pitying tone. The sect deeply regrets the loss of such a precious gem. He turned away, looking at his dying son on the execution stand. His eyes were filled with anger. If the beauty could be saved, I'll consider it my son's death in vain. Then Tranfeng extended his hand towards Transhin. If the beauty couldn't be saved, Tranfeng openly challenged, "You must give me a son as compensation." Hearing this bold challenge, Rongexi looked at him with sharp eyes. Tranfeng smiled slightly. "Since the beauty didn't object, our sect will consider it an agreement." From his palm, a swirling vortex appeared as Tranfeng's face turned red from anger. He struck Zhao Yu with a powerful palm. Lingyun palm. Zhao Yu looked at him half-heartedly. This move wouldn't do much to her. The icy wind wrapped around her, causing pain before gradually fading away. It spiraled up into the sky in front of Tranfeng's eyes. Suddenly, amidst the storm and wind, a blood-red droplet appeared. More drops followed, signaling Zhao Yu's impending death. As the vortex dissipated, several disciples standing by flattered Tranfeng. No wonder he's the sect master. This reign of Lingyun is impressive, surrounding his opponent with mystic clouds and draining their blood. Tianhong stood there, stroking his beard. Turns out, the sect master's mad dance was to mesmerize beauty before delivering a fatal blow. The lecherous disciple blabbered, "The sect master is too hasty, at least he should have enjoyed it first." Tranfeng angrily looked down at his son, now lifeless. Beauty Li high-sighed and blamed Wang Feng. "Take him back so you can see her being killed by Tranfeng." He smiled and said to the foolish fool, 36th day of the 3rd month is New Year. Which of your eyes saw her die?" Suddenly, a figure appeared from the thick smoke. The disciple shouted loudly, "Sect master!" The body fell from the sky. A withered corpse lay on the ground. Someone recognized one of our sect members. "He died by accident. It can't be. She's still here." Seeing Zhao Yu reappear from the stage, Tranfeng's former leader, she looked down at him challengingly. "I've already avoided you." Like a gust of wind, Zhao Yu leaped off the stage to challenge this foolish old man. "Now, my new leader, can you avoid me?" Tranfeng was stunned as his hands frantically created an old spell from earlier. "Our sect doesn't believe it. You really are that strong." Not letting him wait long, you quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him into a blizzard. Tranfeng panicked, but couldn't resist, barely managing to hold on. Drops of blood gradually fell from the blizzard. Then, Tranfeng was logged out by his own spell. Ice beams shot straight at his face. Tranfeng's eyes widened in shock, but he had no time to deny it. He was pierced by those ice beams, spilling blood everywhere. Zhao Yu pulled her hand away from the blizzard and left Tranfeng standing there dead, while the disciples nearby were shocked. "Why does our sect leader just die like that?" One disciple shouted. "Our sect leader is a peak realm expert, yet she was defeated by this beautiful woman. What should we do now?" Wang Feng pushed through the noisy crowd. He confidently declared, "In the name of our immortal sect leader, I declare that Lingyun sect is dissolved from here on." As he spoke, Zhao Yu flew away from the Lingyun sect. From now on, there will be no more Lingyun sect. The two of them disappeared in the aftermath of the smoke. The elder despaired and cried out, "The killer is finally gone." But perhaps Tranfeng's death isn't enough. A disciple nearby sighed sarcastically. "He thought that threatening would make our sect dissolve?" This disciple pointed at Tranfeng, who was frozen over on the other side. With an implicit smile, he said, "If both the sect master and junior sect master are dead, for Lingyun sect's future, we must quickly choose a new sect master." White Elder's face was filled with pain as his voice trembled. "There will be no next generation sect master for Lingyun sect." That disciple turned to White Elder and asked anxiously, "What do you mean by that?" White Elder gritted his teeth. "Without the Lingyun sect, where would we find a successor?" From nowhere, a huge snowball fell straight into the Lingyun sect, destroying it in an instant. More ice chunks shattered the cliff, causing disciples to fall into the abyss. Fortunately, one disciple managed to escape. This disciple climbed back up the cliff. He hugged his head and looked at the ruins. Lingyun sect is completely destroyed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his panic. Where's Tran Feng? The disciple was terrified. He bit his hand and trembled. The killer has returned. From the sky, Tianhong rode a Qilin and descended, terrifying him to death. This disciple was left in shock. Indeed, the killer had already killed Tran Feng and was now back for more. How could he return just to find Tran Feng? Tianhong landed on the cliff, sitting majestically like a king. He stepped out onto the battlefield. The person was none other than Tran Feng. The scene cut to Tran Feng standing there. The disciple was utterly terrified. He tried to explain in vain. Tears were streaming down his face. No, not that. Our Lang Vantang patriarch Trenfang is already dead. Do you know who killed the heir of our lord? The disciple was wide-eyed with fear. His divine tongue darted out. What? Who did it? How dare you be so bold? How dare you attack the heir of a lord from another realm? He broke out in cold sweat. The disciple had to bow repeatedly before the mighty heavenly tyrant, and he kept talking non-stop. Lord, I know who killed your son. Heavenly tyrant was furious. He said, the disciple named Wang Feng pinned all the blame on Wang Feng. He is the one who killed little Prince Lan Yi, and also the murderer of our Lang Vantang patriarch. Heavenly tyrant's eyes were bloodshot. Who was this person? The wicked disciple pondered, if someone destroyed Lang Vantang, I must destroy them too. He adopted a pitiful tone, saying, Little Prince Lan Yi, you suddenly became the Immortal Sect patriarch. At the entrance of the Immortal Sect, the assassin captured the golden bird as his pastime. As he was laughing happily, he noticed someone approaching. Finally, the golden bird was freed. Wang Feng yawned as he approached the assassin after a tiring work trip. The assassin suddenly appeared before Wang Feng. He greeted politely. Together with Patriarch, we will destroy Lang Vantang. Xuan returned, and Li Ha also appeared in front of them. Wang Feng invited him to join the Immortal Sect with a smile. Li Ha, what do you think? Do you want to join our Immortal Sect? Li Ha's eyes widened as he pondered, even if in my previous life, I was a powerful heaven sovereign of the Peak Realm. I dared not call myself an immortal, yet this small sect dares to name itself so arrogantly. It's really presumptuous. Li Ha looked at Wang Feng with half an eye, showing disdain. Can a sparrow know the will of the galaxy? Joining you on this trip is truly a waste of my time. The assassin heard that someone dared to insult his idol. He glared and taunted him. Little fellow, a dark aura emanated from the assassin as he warned. Listen properly to the patriarch. Despite the assassin's aura almost swallowing Li Ha, he remained disdainful. Wang Feng advised the assassin not to act rashly. Even if your previous life was a peak heaven sovereign, in the end, you are still just a mere mortal. Acting here won't benefit you at all. No matter how bold you were as a peak realm heaven sovereign, even during my prime, facing such existence would be like ants to me, no resistance whatsoever. Wang Feng took out a treasure and said, don't refuse just yet. You can hold this treasure like a siren song. Enter the Immortal Sect and answer me when you're inside. Wang Feng ordered the assassin. Assassin, temporarily keep watch here. Spread chaos in the remnants of Lang Vantang to cause trouble for the Immortal Sect. He happily followed orders. Before them stood a massive stone tablet. On it were 3 characters, Immortal Sect, written in deep red. Li Ha and they walked into the Immortal Sect. As he walked, he thought that even though a peak realm heaven sovereign could create a small world, even if I was a peak realm heaven sovereign in my previous life, I couldn't have created such a vast and complete small world like this. Li Ha suddenly realized the Immortal Sect. Daring to use the words Immortal Sect as its name, let's see what wonders it contains for me. He slowly entered the Immortal Sect. Clouds kept enveloping his body. Wang Feng understood Li Ha's intentions. He said happily, this sect knows how to value people with wisdom, but it still doesn't have the right to catch my eye. Wang Feng was absolutely confident in his thoughts. He was convinced, this sect has only one goal for me. It is to join our sect. And that's it. Li He squints his eyes open and closes them again, trying to figure something out. What if we don't join? Tai Mon and Miss Tran appear suddenly, inviting him with a warm smile to take a seat. Li He hesitates. Those who want to intimidate us will force us to join, like Wang Feng's decision on Tranan. The sect leader only wants people to know the power of our sect. Li He really is like a dreamer, not knowing his own strength. He shows a dismissive look and uses his wisdom to make this evening unforgettable. Even if 3 powerful celestial emperors work together, we can still retreat safely. Suddenly, a nail falls softly on the floor. Taimon controls the nail with its power, while Miss Tran manipulates the coal. A voice suddenly rings from behind them, surprising everyone. What about for powerful celestial emperors working together? Turns out it's a sword demon. 13 looking at them intently before gently lowering his sword. 13 bows his head, saying he 13 pays respects to the sect leader. 13's system appears, and Wang Feng looks excited as if he found gold. He never expected that this random summoning would bring forth such a sword demon. The system recounts Yi 13's life story. Yi 13 is the top swordsman in the novel Benefit of the Sword, Sword Youth. His wish was to fight for glory with the Sword Emperor, Xiao Feng. In the chaos, 13 secured his victory by mastering move 14. Yi 13's ultimate technique is the 13 sword decapitation. Not only did he create move 14, but it also gave him an edge in the battle. But his conscience saved a person from falling into darkness. When preparing to fight Xiao Feng, he created move 15, representing destruction and death. He could have killed Xiao Feng with move 15, but realized that this technique only brought destruction and death. To destroy this terrifying sword technique completely, he chose self-destructs. Li He turns to mock Wang Feng again. You're the sect leader, yet you're only at Celestial Emperor level. Are you worthy of being a sect leader? 13's sword suddenly points directly at Li He. He leans down menacingly. It seems like the 13th decapitation sword is about to be unleashed. Wang Feng rushes over and pats his shoulder, reminding him softly, Elder Yi, don't rush. Your voice is calm but full of hidden meaning. Li He still has much to learn. Isn't it just the peak of Celestial Emperor level? As long as our sect wants, we can get 40,000 sect points. Looking at his system, he smirks. He never expected to have such a large balance so quickly. Now he can spend freely. Wang Feng commands the system with urgency in his voice. System, use 10,000 sect points to get 10 chances of winning. Start drawing now. Wang Feng stands still, knowing these rewards are just what he deserves. Congratulations, Master, you've received 1/10 of Yi 13's cultivation. Congratulations, Master, you've received 1/10 of Moonlight's cultivation. Congratulations, Master, you've received the mystic techniques. Dewflower continues Jade. Congratulations, Master, you've received 1/10 of Snowy's cultivation. Congratulations, Master, you've received 1/10 of Miss Tran's cultivation. Congratulations, Master, you've received Yi 13's mystic techniques. The 13th decapitation sword technique. Wang Feng's eyes widen as he commands the system to transfer 1/10 of Yi 13's power into his body. Transfer 1/10 of Yi 13's cultivation to this master. Li He feels a warm aura envelop him. Wang Feng is receiving his new power. He raises his hand, feeling the surge of power. Celestial Emperor peak level. Wang Feng, congratulations, your cultivation has advanced to Celestial Emperor peak. Li He stands opposite as Wang Feng receives his new power. His mouth hangs open in shock. Could he have been hiding his true strength all along? Now, Li He starts to feel intimidated. Or maybe, he can actually advance to Celestial Emperor peak in a blink of an eye. Wang Feng has successfully made him realize this. He smiles at Li He. What do you have left to say now? Li He doesn't want to accept that he's weaker than Wang Feng. Instead, he swells with pride. Even if our sect has for Celestial Emperors, we'll just be caught in the net when we're done for. Wang Feng raises his hand. No, you've missed a Celestial Emperor. Li He's eyes widen in shock. Who? Wang Feng gestured towards Tran Lady, Dai Zhuanglo. Li Hap doesn't believe what you're saying. He doubts us, the fire people. Right now, he's just of an HGU realm cultivator. Now, Wang Feng's index finger flicks left and right, but instantly becomes an expert in Heinhome realm. He points at Tran Lady to wake Lee Huk from his daze. Today, I'll show everyone the divine enlightenment spatial transmigration technique of our immortal sect. Lee Huk doesn't know what a festival is. He still puffs out his chest and looks down on it. Even if my previous life had reached the peak high in D realm, I couldn't achieve the spatial transmigration enlightenment you speak of. Wang Feng sighs, even the peak high in D realm can't do it. It doesn't mean that our sect's peak high in home realm can't either. He thinks to himself, our sect didn't plan on doing this, but someone keeps forcing us to. Wang Feng points at Tran Lady and calls out loudly. System, from your hand, a strong green life force is absorbed by Tran Lady. Wang Feng stands aside, transferring the other's cultivation into Dai Tran. While transferring his cultivation, Tran Lady's eyes widen in surprise. Her face suddenly lights up. The green life force swirls and rushes towards Tran Lady. He stands there, looking up to enjoy this strong life force. Smoke immediately surrounds Tran Lady. In an instant, he transforms into a grateful English version of Tran Lady, bowing deeply and thanking the sect leader. Wang Feng waves his hand. It's nothing! Then Timiwan also approaches where they are standing. He expresses his gratitude to him with many blessings from the sect leader. I now have a rival of equal strength. Lee Huk frowns deeply, sweating profusely. Really able to help this Daijuang Lo advance to Han Hong realm. At this moment, Wang Feng's four elders have absorbed the powerful life force. Wang Feng grins and looks at the contemptuous Lee Huk. For elders plus our sect, our immortal sect now has 5 experts in Han Hong realm. Even if you try your hardest, you won't succeed. He points at Lee Huk, trying to convince him. How about it? Join our immortal sect. Our sect can help you restore your peak, even surpass that position. He accepts the offer and says he will join the immortal sect for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll leave. Moreover, no one can leak information about my treasure. Wang Feng grins widely. Alright, our sect agrees. Lee Huk sighs reluctantly. Wang Feng quickly grabs the money from his hand. The system appears again. Congratulations, Master, for recruiting a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Test trial reward, 30,000 sect points. 1 random summoning opportunity. Wang Feng is pleased. Don't take the risk of trying to intimidate with the High D reincarnation. This reward truly proves that danger brings greater rewards. In the clear and pure mountain range, a voice echoes. The clear and pure mountain range is indeed a. Yunfei rubs his growling stomach. My stomach's making noise. He feels what it is and remains calm. Another meal has come to us. He looks at it longingly. The bear can't hold back anymore and starts attacking. Yunfei draws his sword and predicts the attack. A black mass descends, as if covering the sky. Something feels off to Wen Huk. It's not right. That sky cover isn't a beast. Just as I thought, a series of arrows suddenly rained down. They were arrow rain. Those strong arrows rushed towards the ground and embedded themselves firmly. Up there are thousands of heavenly hero soldiers. He and his companions are attacking. From above, remaining arrows pierced into the bear's body. But at this moment, it suddenly stood up. Turns out Van Fei used his sword to lift the bear off the ground. Suddenly, the unicorn absorbed energy, preparing to unleash a blast. It quickly spat out a blazing flame. He saw and smiled lightly, then swiftly drew his sword. Van Fei decisively slashed with a sharp sword at the bear's leg. Meanwhile, the unicorn's flames ravaged an entire area. Suddenly, one of the bear's legs emerged from the bright fire. Turns out he skewered it on his song sword, looking towards the unicorn, thanking the person who roasted meat for me. Heavenly Hero reached the unicorn's head and instantly it fell down. He then said with emphasis, "This is a reward for you." Heavenly Hero began condensing energy to ignite a bright flame, quickly directing towards him. Van Fei was annoyed by this foolish action of his as he ate. Van Fei swiftly drew his sword and shouted, "Heaven, hurry!" Finally, Van Fei rushed to attack simultaneously with him. They clashed with opposing energies. Neither gave in. After a while, their strength didn't diminish as they continued attacking each other. Suddenly, his energy overwhelmed the sword. In an instant, he was defeated by Heavenly Hero and fell heavily to the ground. Van Fei still retained some of his power and was pushed back several hundred meters. The land deformed where he landed. Struggling, he picked up the bent sword and threw it away. Luckily, he just ate bear meat earlier. If not, he would have to pay for a new leg. Still having strength, he walked towards this direction. Heavenly Hero turned around, Van Senior approaching while telling him, "He's young but has the power of a prince," appearing in the mystical mountain range. A divine aura of the immortal sect, Van Senior nervously replied. "Even if it became mine, I would recognize his divine aura, but he isn't." Hearing this, Van Fei suddenly spoke up. "Earlier you almost killed me," pointing at himself. With disbelief in his eyes, the result was just a case of mistaken identity. The remnants of the fierce battle still lingered, mixed with the current scene. He fell down, weak and helpless under the flames. "Hey, I'm not really Van Fong. Why won't you spare me?" Heavenly Hero looked for a moment before speaking. "Although he's not Van Fong who killed Prince of Changle, we can't rule out the possibility that he's one of his disciples." Van Fei shuddered upon hearing this. What? Can there be someone in the mystical Sun Empire who dares to kill Prince of Changle? His thoughts were immediately dispelled by him. "Tell me, where is your master?" For a moment, he was silent, not knowing what to say. In this vast mountainous area between three empires, Van Fei heard him continue without revealing his master's identity. Could it be not from the mystical Sun Empire? Struggling with pain, he replied, "I am a cultivator of the Wind God Empire. Just training here coincidentally." His eyes grew deeper. Who dares to train in the mystical Sun Empire isn't afraid that powerful figures there will kill you? Van Fei laughed loudly. "If it's training, of course there are dangers. Why train if you're scared?" Just as he finished speaking, his subordinate reported, 10 miles ahead is the Immortal Sect. Heavenly Hero ordered him to go back and bring them to the Imperial City after thoroughly investigating the Immortal Sect. His army continued moving forward, departure, leaving this silent mountainous area behind. Van Fei was thrown down without mercy after being blinded. He silently thought that he had hoped the Immortal Sect could help him escape trouble. Looking at the house in front of him, Van Fei wondered. But it turned out to be just this. Heavenly Hero's eyes now only focused on the house, ordering his subordinates to attack. Inside, those subordinates shouted loudly and aimed their arrows directly at the house. Instantly, the arrows were shot out, all aiming for the same target. But suddenly, a powerful energy appeared on the roof of the house. Xuan leaped onto it with an ominous expression. With such force, he held a large branch with hidden weapons in his hand and slowly drew it back, smiling wickedly. Then, from his weapon, red energy burst out, quickly enveloping the house. Next, Heavenly Hero's subordinates squinted their eyes. He tried to dodge an arrow. They continued attacking relentlessly without any hesitation. He stood on the rooftop and kept blocking those damn arrows. He could see that the power of the silver weapon was not trivial. They were surprised. "What is this?" It looked like a fried chicken but had such courage. Hearing the crackling sound, he started attacking with full force, not just targeting their sect, but also dared to challenge the demon realm. The demon slayer could no longer contain his anger and immediately launched a deadly strike. Wrong ran. Qianhong's subordinates were getting hit back by their own weapons. His essence energy radiated out in all directions. The demon slayer ignored the cries. Looking at their injured weapons, he smiled at their pain. Then he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. The hidden weapons quickly rushed towards them, causing them to cry out. Suddenly, Qianhong appeared in the sky alongside the unicorn. He shouted at the opponent, "Who are you? You've trespassed into our immortal sect." Qianhong shuddered as he looked at that weapon, doubting it. Demon Slayer's staff. Then his pupils constricted and he asked loudly, "You are indeed the great Demon Slayer." Qianhong's eyes widened in disbelief at the Demon Slayer's appearance. Earthly subordinates sealed away. Unfil looked at the man on the rooftop, surprised. He is the great Demon Slayer who reversed the diadem of eternity thousands of years ago. At this moment, Qianhong asked, "Why were you able to escape from the ancient divine palace? The small ancient divine realm could imprison a demon." "I heard their conversation. this demon can escape the divine control. It's because of the power of our immortal Sect's wind seal. Unfil imagined that house, surprised by its ability to hide such an ultimate master in such a small place. Tianhong frowned and tightened his grip. The wind seal of our immortal Sect killed the son of Lord Changlin. As long as you don't interfere with my revenge, today I'll consider it never happened. What? After hearing his request, the Demon Slayer calmly replied, "Fine." But he suddenly swung his staff. We need to ask if the Demon Slayer agrees first. Tianhong's expression grew darker. If that's the case, today our sect will kill demons and retract its offer immediately. Seeing this foolish action, the Demon Slayer laughed sarcastically, wanting to kill the main sect. Demons rely only on words, he said, leading his hidden weapons alongside the unicorn, not backing down. But it's not about the Lord Changlin's word, it's about the unicorns. The unicorn rushed forward and bit the Demon Slayer's staff, causing a fire to erupt and spread across the staff. Seeing this, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized. To control the fire, the Demon Slayer added more essence energy. The unicorn's counterattack made its mouth expand rapidly. It cried out in pain, emitting a high-pitched scream. Tianhong saw that the situation was getting out of hand and started to act on his own. He charged up his power and aimed at the opponent's head. The Demon Slayer reacted swiftly. Using his foot, he kicked away the staff, blocking Tianhong's advancing hand. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he blocked the hidden weapons. The unicorn's fire still lingered, spreading to Tianhong's arm. Soon after, his entire body seemed to be burning. Just as he spoke, he immediately attacked the person in front of him. The Demon Slayer also unleashed dark energy. He gathers momentum for his staff, then swings it at Heavenly Hero without hesitation. The Dark Path weapon of the assassin shows a crescent moon shape, even affecting the natural air around. Due to this fight, his legs feel weighed down by gravity. The assassin's staff gradually absorbs more energy. Seeing Heavenly Hero revert to its original form, he feels triumphant. Could it be that Count Shaolin is the one who was hit by the assassin's magic spear? Looking at Heavenly Hero's ugly appearance, he suppresses his anger, almost dead and still laughing. Heavenly Hero wipes away a blood trail with his hand. I laugh because although we escaped the ancient temple of divine gathering, my cultivation is now from the peak of Mystic Imperial Realm. Falling to the peak of Vassal Prince Realm, the assassin finds this amusing. Even if the demon uses the peak Vassal Prince Realm for its body, it's enough to defeat your mid-period Vassal Prince. What's the point in accumulating a unicorn's strength? If you can't fight back, there's no need to self-destruct. His limbs have grown since then. Indeed, my physical form is only at mid-Vassal Prince Realm cultivation, but my celestial unicorn's spiritual body has evolved unpredictably, walking confidently on and most of its body. Not just that, the assassin notices something when observing the opponent's transformation, stumbling slightly as he examines closely. Early Mystic Realm, flames flare up widely on Heavenly Hero at this moment, fire energy surging strongly. The assassin is momentarily startled, suddenly leaping into the air to avoid it. Flames spread to Heavenly Hero's beast legs. He controls his strength, aiming directly at the enemy, causing the ground here to shatter. The residual power turns into endless smoke and dust. Despite being defeated by Heavenly Hero, the assassin still resists before assessing again. Not only has his body and strength become much stronger, but his speed is several times faster than before. His subordinates are elated at this sudden turn of events. No wonder the unicorn vassal's agility can suppress even the great demon and magic staff of the assassin. As they speak, the assassin suddenly turns around. Quickly, he kicks his own staff, which immediately returns to its original form and evolves slightly longer. The staff hovers in midair. The assassin grabs it, adding terrifying energy. Then he smirks arrogantly, thinking only you can grow bigger? Without further ado, the assassin starts a fierce attack, striking his opponent with a powerful blow. With the staff cut down, Heavenly Hero's troops are affected slightly too. The assassin is also unsettled by this gust of wind. Heavenly Hero's legs rest on a pillar now. This makes the assassin immediately notice his gritted teeth. There are some cracks in Heavenly Hero. Calmer after that attack, the assassin feels the situation is unstable and changes strategy. Can't fight him head-on, must extend distance to find weaknesses. Heavenly Hero begins to fully absorb power. Quickly, his leg forms a long mark. Without raising his hand, he punches in front of him, catching the assassin off guard. Is it true? Heavenly Hero quickly rushes over and raises his hand for an attack. Of course, the assassin is stunned by this speed. By then, he's been thrown far to a distant stone, the assassin bleeding profusely. The demon barely escaped the ancient divine realm. Must die like this now? Heavenly Hero approaches and lifts to nearby stones. Han sees they are in dire straits. Think fast. This time, he's really being pounded like a pancake. Just as these thoughts flash by, Heavenly Hero collides the two stones together. Where do those rocks fall from, like nature's fury? Turns out Heavenly Hero is exploding in plain sight. He steps forward angrily, half his body. Where are they? The assassin grins arrogantly. No need to look anymore. With a smile, he points at his ugly face and taunts Heavenly Hero. The demon is still alive. Heavenly Hero looks at the arrogant assassin with one eye. Seems like your divine sect people. He turns to cautiously look at Tran Dangi standing on the divine sect. There are more experts. Tran's eyebrows merge together. Skinship. You look at Heavenly Hero with a sharp gaze. His entire body is a source of red spiritual energy enveloping them. Yunfei, tied to the nearby stone, also looks up nervously at them. Not just one great demon, there's another even stronger expert too. Which deity sect is this? Why haven't we heard of this sect during our training in Diushi Empire? Tang Huangxi is a hero who saved the beauty, right? Who's he fooling? He's just putting on an act. Miss Tran advised. The sect leader was very pleased with your performance. Go over there and rest for now. This person calls himself Longlin, claiming to want the sect leader's life. Miss Tran gave Tien Hong a stern look before drawing his sword. He was daydreaming awake. Under the dark sky, Miss Tran unleashed powerful spiritual energy directly at Tien Hong's disciples. Immediately, his war horses were suppressed and couldn't move. Yunfei was still praying and running away got frozen in place. Then, in an instant, those notorious disciples were sent flying by Miss Tran. Tien Hong, enraged, used his blood-red feet to create a bloody whirlwind with all his might, aiming for Miss Tran's face. But this battle wasn't easy for Tien Hong to win. Miss Tran immediately raised her sword. The terrifying spiritual energy from it forced the remaining soldiers to shut down. Miss Tran was like a god. She leaped into the sky, raising her sword to sweep away each disciple, extraterrestrial immortal, then redirected her sword towards Tien Hong. She created a vortex of spiritual energy, pulling Tien Hong inside with it. Seeing himself in trouble, he dodged over Tien Hong and left him a bruise on the head. But this guy wasn't easy to defeat either. He quickly avoided Miss Tran's attack. Instantly, Tien Hong used his strength to create a golden spiritual energy vortex. He charged straight towards Miss Tran. Tien Hong's spiritual energy formed a sword piercing the ground directly. On the other side, Miss Tran's power also struck the ground. They were like two opposing forces. One side was Miss Tran with icy, fierce spiritual energy attacks. The other side was Tien Hong with his fist. Miss Tran switched her target and quickly controlled a large boulder above Tien Hong, causing it to fall and surprise him. This boulder was suppressed by Miss Tran's power. Miss Tran bravely charged into the boulder, scattering Tien Hong's disciples in chaos. Immortal Huanzi stood aside, controlling Yunfei with his palm. He was using his strength to suppress Yunfei when suddenly he noticed something. This person is caught by an enemy. It must be our side. On the other side, Miss Tran fought fiercely. She swung at the boulder. Tien Hong couldn't block in time and was frozen under the boulder, ready to log out. In a blink of an eye, the boulder crashed down on Tien Hong and his followers, shattering into small pieces and spreading destruction around them. But Tien Hong's steps rose again. This time, he must have been reborn from his ancestors' backs. Tien Hong gritted his teeth, stood up despite the tremors in his body. His body was still shaking. Miss Tran's spiritual energy revived. Defeated, Tianhong could only stare at her as she controlled fierce spiritual energy to attack him. Miss Tran pushed down the spiritual energy with a cold gaze on Tianhong. He widened his eyes in fear as that strike rang down. He either crumbled or was paralyzed by fear. From above, Miss Tran struck Tianhong fiercely, leaving him no time to block. Now, this arrogant heavenly tyrant is just a faint shadow in the icy spiritual energy. Yunfei was knocked off the roof of the immortal sect by Miss Tran's power, but Huanzi pulled him up. Huanzi proudly looked at Miss Tran and said, "After not seeing you for days, your strength has grown even more." Yunfei raised his head and asked timidly, in the immortal sect, "How strong is Daixion's power?" Huanzi, with a half-closed eye, said something that scared Yunfei. According to him, even 3 swords could severely injure Longlin Huang, a sword art master. Yet his strength is the lowest. Luckily, Longlin Huang brought us here. Tianhong's hand, which was frozen, suddenly raised, signaling his disciples. He still had enough strength to command his disciples and shouted loudly. Longlin Jun set up the kill-in formation. He was immediately suppressed by Miss Tran. Tianhong's disciples were forced into a line by Miss Tran's power. Finally, Tianhong's fire kill-in made its move. It angrily leaped over the useless soldiers, panting heavily, but even the fire kill-in wasn't an exception. It was immediately exposed in a sticky glue spray. The soldiers behind gradually fell. They were corroded by that spiritual energy, each one losing their color. The flame kill-in wasn't an easy opponent. It opened its mouth and released a fierce spiritual energy, then broke through the freezing spiritual energy of Tran with its powerful fire-based spiritual energy. That spiritual energy penetrated through Tianhong's. It rushed to surround him to revive him. Then in an instant, Tianhong's body gradually came back to life. He and that spiritual energy charged straight towards Tran like a typhoon. Tianhong opened his mouth. The angry spirits surrounded his body. He punched the air, sending Tran's spiritual energy flying in shock. Tianhong is the nemesis of Tran's power. He successfully turned her spiritual energy into smoke. Huanxi watched helplessly as it dissipated. Lingan Marquis borrowing fire, Qilin and Lingan army. He was restless seeing Tianhong suddenly revived facing Tran. This could increase his cultivation by a level. Huanxi angrily swung the stone pillar to attack her spiritual energy. To eliminate any after effects, first destroy this fire Qilin demon. With clenched teeth, he aimed to ambush the flame Qilin and punch Tran. His punch created a scorching flame heading towards Tran, leaving no time for her to react. But Tran quickly dodged with her sword. "Hey!" He launched himself up high to catch Tran's floating form. A piece of iron fell from the flames. Tianhong grabbed it hastily. He looked at the iron with disdain, just a sword sheath trying to harm him. His spiritual energy gradually dissipated as Tran attacked his back with his sword through his spine, leaving him dead without closing his eyes. Tianhong stared at the blade before being pierced and dying instantly. Tran drew her sword out. That sword was drenched in Tianhong's blood. His voice trembled. "Finally, you did it." Suddenly, Tianhong's power surged. He laughed loudly. "Our tormentors are done for now." Tran suddenly staggered from his spiritual energy and fell backward. Snowflakes unexpectedly fell. The female hero appeared. She saved Tran, freezing Tianhong as he wreaked havoc. This guy glared at her. Tiamen shot up into the air. He used a commanding gaze to look at Tianhong. Tiamen raised his finger, dark spiritual energy emanating from his index finger. Quietly, he formed this power into a sword. Tiamen leaped out of the rock protecting Tran. He gently aimed that sword at Tianhong's arrogant face. Frightened, he ran away. Tran's sword pierced through Tianhong, causing him to bleed profusely. In pain, he pulled himself out of the bloody sword. Now he only knew to run for his life. Tiamen followed relentlessly. His strength was about to attack, and he looked up in fear. Suddenly, Tianhong clapped his hands together, and lumps of armor aimed at Tiamen appeared from his palms. Caught off guard, those lumps pierced his body. He could only close his eyes in pain. Seeing Tiamen weakening, Tianhong attacked, using spiritual energy to control him. Tiamen looked at him with one eye, remaining calm. The fire on him didn't hurt him, so he continued wrapping himself in that red spiritual energy. Tiamen stood still, unable to move. This is burning his spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Tianhong rushed to attack Tiamen. He aimed a powerful punch at him. Suddenly, Tianhong's horse's hoof froze. In that moment of life and death, you came and sealed his body, preventing him from attacking Tiamen. Tianhong's strength was formidable. He quickly pulled his leg out of the ice. Then he fiercely rushed to where Zhao Yu stood, breaking the ice. Tianhong raised his powerful punch. He punched her abdomen with such force that Zhao Yu flew hundreds of meters. Tianhong used an old move. He started forming scales. Then he controlled those scales to make them attack Zhao Nuyet like a bullet. West Moan, don't let his scales hit you. If they turn into flames, they'll immediately bite into your spiritual energy. But just as he finished talking, those scales were already targeting her. Udiji raised his hand to create ice blocks. In a blink, the ice block helped her resist the dangerous scales. West Moan hovered in the air and drew out his sword, aiming straight at Tianhong. Suddenly, his sword was stopped by his hand. Tianhong had the upper hand. He stood firmly on the ground looking down at West Moan. Tianhong suppressed Westman's sword, then used a bullet-shaped gaze to threaten him. Your spiritual energy is exhausted, weakened so much that even my arm can't pierce me. West Moan sighed. You're definitely unable to dodge this sword move. Tianhong sneered at him. What sword trick do you think you can still use with your depleted spiritual energy? Suddenly, 13's sword appeared from behind him. Teme said softly, I'm not talking about mine, but... He shouted loudly, Elder Yan. It turns out that 13 is the last one. Just his magical sword move alone was enough to create a raging inferno. The wave immediately engulfed half of Tianhong's horse body, leaving him no time to react. He widened his eyes in shock. Half of Tianhong's body had its outer flesh eaten away by Teme's power. Now only bones remained. He screamed in agony. Looking back at the fierce battle earlier, Tianhong's entire body was drenched in blood. He was in extreme pain. The Dao Empire appeared another high-ranking official. Tianhong gritted his teeth. Who is this person? 13 drew his sword. Niangni agreed, pointing it at Tianhong's face. Senior Sect Master Jia, Yan 13. With the port lost, Tianhong couldn't resist anymore. Just then Wang Feng stepped forward. He smiled proudly as he suppressed 13, while Wang Feng's disciples stared in awe. Li Kan was surprised. It had only been a short while since 13 entered seclusion. How could there be such a powerful elder in the sect? Li Ha was drenched in sweat, wondering when his cultivation would reach the peak of the spiritual emperor realm again this lifetime. Fei Wu stood behind me with a stern face. She glared at the hateful Tianhong. He is the Tranglin Lord who caused our clan's destruction. Suddenly, Wang Feng placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. He softly said, Don't rush. Wait a bit. I'll let you take revenge with your own hands. The Haiyan Sat grinned. He looked up at the roof where they were standing. The Sect Master is back again. The Haiyan Sat used his spiritual energy to attack the Fire Kilin. My demon suddenly felt his arm stiffen. Even the Fire Kilin was suppressed by Li He's power. He tried to raise his hand towards his assistant to get more spiritual force. His evil eyes glinted. Tianhong looked at the Fire Kilin, a collaborator. Today he will avenge his son, the Lord's heir. Hearing this traitor say it, the Fire Kilin widened its eyes in shock. But it was too late. Tianhong stabbed through and killed the Fire Kilin. He betrayed his lord. He could only sacrifice someone. In an instant, the lower half of his body was restored. Now he had returned to the world as a stronger Tianhong. His entire body covered in scales, radiating overwhelming power and dominance over the world. Wang Feng was uneasy. What kind of demon is this? Thinking he's like Super Saiyan. Even 13, the brave, could only stand there as that powerful surge filled space. Tianhong landed on the ground. His terrifying spiritual energy burst out fiercely enough to burn and destroy everything. He smiled triumphantly. looking at Tianhong now like a wild beast awakened from its slumber. His body was 10 times 13's combined size, all red with vitality and power. He puffed out his chest and threatened 13. My killing magical body is complete now. No matter how powerful your sword is, it can't harm even a single scale of the Lord's dragon. 13 looked at him doubtfully, raising his sword behind him. His sword drew in a fierce surge of power, then he raised it forward. 13 slashed Tianhong with a powerful strike, taking away 50 sword moves. Just after re-emerging into the world, Tianhong was sent flying 1,000 meters by 13's strength. He was pushed back by the power surge, standing still for a few seconds. Then his scales were blown apart by the spiritual energy, leaving Tianhong in agony, helpless. He was caught off guard by Van Phi's destruction of the spirit energy stream, causing Wang Feng's system panel to appear. He thought to himself, only his face is here, and he's young, with his vassal prince cultivation. This must be the top devil. Wang Feng created a powerful light beam using spiritual energy, then transformed it into a sword. Then he happily looked down at Van Phi and asked, "Who are you?" Van Phi replied hesitantly, "I am Van Phi of the Wind Emperor Kingdom." He trained in the precise mountain range, but didn't expect to be treated as an envoy of the immortal sect by Prince Xuan, who tied him up. Wang Feng's eyes widened with malice. "With your talent, you could be considered the strongest youth in the Wind Emperor Kingdom. Why doesn't Emperor Feng value people like you?" His voice was deep and calm. Junior was just a before. Even though he was sad, fate brought him good fortune, leading to his current cultivation. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as if he had caught a big fish. This is the protagonist, isn't it? Such a person should be recruited into our immortal sect. Immediately, Wang Feng invited Van Phi for lunch. With such good fortune, do you want to join our immortal sect? Van Phi was surprised. What? Without hesitation, Wang Feng offered him an enticement. Joining the immortal sect will give you direct guidance from a powerful illusory emperor. With your talent, you might become an illusory emperor. Our sect is certain of it. Van Phi blushed. Do you really want to accept me? If you join the immortal sect, it won't be affected by you. So Van Phi hesitated. If I enter your immortal sect, blessings and misfortunes will continue to plague the sect. Senior still wants to recruit Junior, right? Wang Feng winked seductively. By our sect's side, we won't fear any troubles. Suddenly, Yang Likan ran over. He was frantic and said, "Master, something happened." Tianheng, from the flames, suddenly smiled triumphantly. He spat out a stream of burning flames that hit 13 like an enraged beast. 13 only pretended to be scared while thinking, "This fool is still as foolish as ever. It's time to break the atmosphere I've been building to recruit disciples." Wang Feng unexpectedly asked him, startling him, "Are you ready to advance to the spirit communication realm?" With a golden opportunity, Yang Likan obediently said, "Master, I am willing." Wang Feng patted his shoulder and encouraged him, "I promise you will get what you wish today." Then he looked at Van Phi, calculating each step to easily recruit disciples. "It seems I must take action." Wang Feng disappeared from Yang Likan's sight before he could react. His foot stepped towards Tianheng. Tianheng noticed the sound and turned around shouting, "It's the one who killed Prince Ban's two sons." He attacked fiercely. Wang Feng, Tianheng, with their white eyes glowing, charged at Wang Feng. But he didn't get his wish. Immediately, Wang Feng's left hand wielded Westerman's staff while his right hand used the Crescent Moon's sword. It turned out that Wang Feng was the final nightmare, a virtuous hero. His hand started to freeze. In an instant, his left arm created a massive ice block. The spiritual energy protected him from Tianheng's wind and power. The stone in his hand grew stronger. Suddenly, Tianheng's strength surrounded that stone. Wang Feng split the flames with his own stone, heaven punishing immortal. Tianheng was enraged. He roared like a caged beast. As he prepared to use his final staff, Wang Feng's icy power met him. Tianheng froze instantly. Pieces of ice fell down. Wang Feng was about to land on the ground. He looked at the smoke around Tianheng with a smug smile. But unexpectedly, he reached out and shattered the ice block. The beast quickly destroyed that ice in an instant, roaring fiercely. Tianheng was furious. He gritted his teeth, unable to withstand one strike. Flying Vow stood on top of the immortal Sect and looked down, shocked. If even the Sect Master couldn't defeat Prince Xuan, when would Long Zada's blood feud be avenged? His voice was calm. The Sect Master hasn't been defeated by Prince Xuan. He hinted to Flying Vow, sister, have you noticed what's missing beside you? Tianheng appeared and disappeared behind the ice block. The lines are now complete. He's acting up. They're challenging our authority here, and you just let it happen? Tianheng couldn't hold back his anger seeing Wang Feng walking confidently in front of former subordinates who hadn't been injured. Wang Feng looked at him with one eye, explaining that what we need to challenge isn't the Sect's power, but the disciples of the Sect Li Quan. Turns out the seemingly foolish Li Quan was actually the one who fought against the previous CU leader. Tianheng couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from Li Quan's body. He thanked the mysterious expert in the mystic realm for their help. Training disciples on behalf of the Sect, the aura of spiritual energy grew stronger, and a notification appeared on screen. Li Quan's Lin Kuai Tian Kai bloodline awakened, entering the spirit realm. Li Quan lay motionless on the ground. Tianheng was furious. Han taunted, if you like this kind of training, I'll add some more pressure. Tianheng and Feng seemed to herald the end of the world. Han charged towards Wang Feng with overwhelming force for his training. Wang Feng covered his nose, still calm. You haven't noticed yet. Only when he finished speaking did Tianheng realize. His eyes widened in shock as a cold aura emanated from him. The sword energy turned into ice crystals and entered his body without leaving any trace. Wang Feng released a series of sword energies at the speed of light. His spinning sword energy continuously suppressed the opponent, dealing 15 consecutive fatal blows. Of course, this wasn't just some insignificant target to him. Drops of blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, his scales unexpectedly burst out from his body. Wang Feng's metal pierced through his flesh, causing Tianheng immense pain. His last drops of blood fell. Tianheng had no strength left to fight against Wang Feng. He gritted his teeth. Kill me and I won't be able to live. The Emperor will avenge me. Wang Feng remained calm in the face of his threat. Our sect has never said we would kill people. These words made Tianheng's eyes well up. He looked up. Wang Feng half-heartedly told Fai Wu to take care, leaving her with this responsibility. She looked at him in confusion, but quickly agreed. Fai Wu approached the defeated Tianheng. You're Fai Wu, you haven't died yet? She firmly picked up a bloody stick from the ground. If I die, how can I kill Lin Wenyi and avenge Lang? Tianheng shivered as he realized this was his lord's son, killed by remnants of Lang. He then revealed an eerie smile, laughing loudly like a madman, as if running away from something great. Wang Feng was shocked. This old man must be crazy, knowing Fai Wu had killed his son and still laughing so happily. Tianheng stood up, looking at Fai Wu. No matter how badly his lord's son died, the future would be even worse for him. He looked up to the heavens in anger towards the mystic sect, vowing to kill the emperor. Perhaps the mystic sect still had a chance, but daring to accept Fai Wu meant certain death for the entire sect. Wang Feng looked at this man with disdain. As expected, there's more to Lang's extermination than meets the eye. Just looking at Duke Longlin's posture, it would be impossible to make him reveal any secrets about Lang's extermination. The sudden appearance of the mystic assassin before Wang Feng was right. The great demon's mystic assassin was a 1,000-year-old existence from the ancient Daozhong Empire. Moreover, he once fought against Emperor Daozhong. He might know some hidden truths and could be asked later. Seeing this powerful beast, Wang Feng took Fai Wu's hand, igniting her spirit with encouragement. Our sect has said before that we fear no one. If there is a blood feud, even the gods must die. Wang Feng winked at Fai Wu, transferring his strength into the stick in her hand. Fai Wu was still slightly afraid. Father, if you're in the heavenly transformation realm and have spirit. But because your revenge has yet to be fulfilled, she quickly rushed forward with the stick. Fai Wu forcefully stabbed Tianheng, causing him to bleed profusely. His eyes widened in shock as his body turned pale. The burning hatred in her heart surged. She stared intently at him. This man was torn apart. Faiwu's terrifying stab sent him flying several meters away. The stick unexpectedly broke. Qian Hong, despite being on the brink of death, still wore that eerie smile. That smile vanished as he collapsed onto the ground. Faiwu left this man behind, but was still terrified. The mystic assassin disappeared. Sect Master. With Longwen Duke dead, the Daozhong Emperor would rise. He looked proudly at the morning sun, which bestowed life. If not for the mystic sect, how could it have risen so quickly? Wang Feng's self-indulgence and vanity were incurable. He always thought highly of himself. Yunfei arrived with a stack of money. He bowed earnestly, requesting to join the mystic sect as a disciple. Wang Feng whispered, "Who knows the rules for accepting disciples in our sect?" Yunfei chuckled and pointed to the Heaven Dao sect roof. Someone once consulted with Master Li Haxu. Wang Feng, after taking Yunfei as a disciple, his system interface appeared. He was surprised. Great. Yunfei brought more sect points than even the legendary Dark Emperor's life force. The next day at Heaven Dao sect, the large room door opened, and Wang Feng, sitting leisurely in the sect master's chair, called out, "Huini in great death." He asked curiously, before being sealed in the ancient imperial palace, "Did anyone hear of the land out that means land out of Wine City?" Huinian frowned and his face turned serious. "Sect Master, you said land out refers to the one from Wine City's imperial palace." Wang Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed a finger and recounted, "The land out of Wine City. Perhaps not the top family among Japan's wine empire, but it is an ancient family with nearly 5,000 years of history." Huinian continued, "It said that Lan family couldn't truly develop because they inherited a treasure. Only those from the Lan family who possess true divine purity can activate that Lan family's treasure. Once activated, the entire Lan family would undergo a complete transformation and easily become one of the world's leading families." Wang Feng rubbed his head in disbelief. "What kind of luck am I having? Accepting someone is always good luck." Huan Sat raised his hand to express his opinion. "Of course, it's just a legend. But I think the mysterious destruction of the Lan family might be related to this legend." "I agree with your thoughts. Treasures that attract people's attention. The analysis is highly likely." Wang Feng stamped his foot and stood up abruptly. He clenched his hand in determination. "If Faiwu has joined our Heaven Dao sect, then our sect naturally will take charge of her. This meeting is just the beginning. If she's the one who destroyed the Lan family," Huinian agreed with a nod. "Faiwu joining the Heaven Dao sect is her greatest good fortune." He smiled happily. "Being able to train this big leg from the Heaven Dao sect is also your luck in life." Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't tell Faiwu about this. Let her focus on training diligently. When she becomes skilled, our sect will personally take care of it." Huinian followed. "Yes, Sect Master." Wang Feng asked again, "Call the elders and disciples here. Our sect has something to announce." After he finished speaking, Huinian left. The sect master had gone far. Then Wang Feng summoned his system. "System, please show me any information I missed before." The system displayed the mission results, congratulating the master on killing Longwen Earl and Longwen Commander. "This is the first time you killed a legendary emperor-level powerhouse and an entire army. Special trial for random summoning opportunities and 30,000 points." The system's interface suddenly turned red because of your killing Longwen Earl, making Daozhong Great Emperor resent you and activate the enemy mission. Wang Feng sounded worried. "System, what is this enemy mission?" The system began to explain in detail about this mission. "The enemy mission has started. Automatically consider the Daozhong Empire as an opposing force. Once the enemy mission starts, you or Heaven Dao sect disciples can complete it. Now, send your first mission to the master." Phantom Beast led the sect's disciples to participate in the Wine City Festival organized by the Daozhong Empire. Winning the top prize at the Wine City Festival, Faiwu, Yunfei, Li He, and the sect's disciples topped the Phantom Beast list. Additionally, after winning first place, challenged Daozhong Great Emperor, reward missions, 5 random summoning opportunities, open in sect quests, and bonus tasks. In the Wine City Festival, try your best to get one person killed. Each person you kill is a genius talent, and by taking their fortune, you receive a certain amount of sect points. The exact number depends on their natural abilities. He secretly complained, "This system really likes causing trouble, provoking Daojong Great Emperor. If this were normal, I'd be bored to death." Wang Feng smiled excitedly, but liked the cornering approach. He turned and asked further, "System, how do you take someone's fortune?" The notification appeared on his screen. After reading it, he sighed. "So, it's like that." He stroked his chin in thought. With only a few days left until the Wine City Festival starts, winning first place at the Wine City Festival is a bit of an illusion, but gathering everyone now will help raise their cultivation levels. At this moment, footsteps echoed. The entire sect gathered. Everyone bowed and greeted the sect master. Wang Feng crossed his arms behind his back and looked straight at them. "In 10 days, our sect will lead its disciples to participate in the Wine City Festival to boost their cultivation levels. 3 elders, choose one of your disciples from Leek, Li He, or Yunfei." Leek was extremely excited upon hearing this. The sect master really didn't deceive me. It's true, he taught one and then the next. Yunfei couldn't hide his anticipation on his face either. "Look, my genius talent is about to take off." Simon turned around and pointed at Yunfei decisively. Zhao Yu's hand fell on Leek's head. Her voice was cold. "I choose him." This made him extremely frightened, screaming in despair. Hearing Huinian's words, Zhao Yu is a powerhouse not to be trifled with. "I just took one punch from Lonlin Earl and am already broke. This time, isn't it my death sentence?" Wang Feng walked over to Shizhen and Li He. "Alright, now there are only 2 left. Elder Yen, will you accept Li He as your disciple?" 13 shook his head firmly with a grin, refusing. Li He crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly, "I am a legendary Emperor Realm survivor. Why would I need guidance from an Imperial Realm powerhouse?" Wang Feng watched the 2 of them uneasily, neither willing to give in. Leading such a powerful group is not easy, let alone these elders who are all arrogant. Li He could be a thorn for me. If I can't find someone to mentor him this time, he might look down on me. You've made your decision, now confirm it with the system's request. If that's the case, let's add another elder to our sect. The room was illuminated by a mysterious pink light. Everyone present looked around in surprise. Yunfei shouted out, "What is that sound? Could it be that the sect has been attacked?" Suddenly, a cage appeared in midair. Immediately, Nuok Nan appeared from behind and hugged him. Yunfei's eyes began to droop as she led him. Following her footsteps, sounds echoed around them. Nuok Nan's dance stirred the minds of the disciples. She raised her head and delicately touched her face. Wang Feng was surprised, summoning her like this. He read her information on the system board. Wang Feng watched her graceful dance, praising Nuok Nan. Li He's hand trembled as he covered his flushed face. That sound could make one's heart race and mind clouded with desire. Wang Feng silently admired the heavenly demon great art, heavenly demon sound. No wonder the disciples appeared so enchanted, though not as terrifying as Elder Yen 13. It was incredibly powerful. She approached him and bowed. "Nuok Nan, Heart's advisor." Wang Feng gestured to her and introduced, "This is Chorus Elder Nuok Nan." The disciples followed the ceremony, bowing to Elder Nuok Nan. Nuok Nan leaned forward, causing more disciples below to go wild. With her eyes closed, she exuded a cold aura. Her commanding presence brought the disciples back to their senses. Wang Feng said, "Li He, follow Elder Bamboo from now on. You will too." He announced that 10 days later, the sect would send them to participate in the wine festival. Wang Feng scanned each person present. "For these 10 days, you should follow your master and train." They all shouted together, "We will not disappoint the sect leader." Soon, the room was left only with Wang Feng. He thought, "Now I have a massive 100,000 sect points in my hands. Of course, I should claim one reward first." Wang Feng tapped on the screen and said to the system, "Use 10,000 sect points to draw a prize." Soon after, notifications appeared before him. Wang Feng ordered, "System, transfer the heavenly demon great art into my body. Immediately, beams of light entered his body. Wang Feng asked curiously, System, are these cultivation points enough to raise my body's realm to Celestial Sage? The system replied that a Celestial Sage realm powerhouse had already participated in the initial stage of the Law Realm awareness. Unless he summoned a Celestial Sage realm powerhouse and obtained its Celestial Sage realm cultivation, his own realm could not be raised. He felt somewhat disappointed. Indeed, if it were easy to advance to the Celestial Sage realm, there wouldn't be such a scarcity of Celestial Sage realm powerhouses in the three great empires. 10 days later, at the Immortal Sect, Feng looked approvingly at the disciples and elders standing in 2 lines. Not bad. After the elders' teachings, he observed the strong aura emanating from each disciple. They had indeed made significant progress. Finished speaking, Wang Feng showed a disappointed look but still fell short of his expectations. Li Kan heard this and winced with a face full of injuries. Sect leader, if I practice more, the elders might beat me to death. Wang Feng raised his hand. That's not certain yet. He thought and said to the system, transfer the cultivation points we drew before into Li Kan, Fai Wu, Li He, and Yun Fei. Wang Feng extended his hand towards where the disciples were standing. In an instant, their cultivation levels skyrocketed. The disciples thanked loudly, thanking the sect leader for the air transmission of cultivation. Yun Fei looked in awe. I didn't know the sect leader had such a technique. Li Kan beside him calmly glanced at him and said, no need to be surprised. Before, the sect leader raised Elder Yi's realm from King Willow to Imperial realm back then. Wang Feng wasn't much bothered. He turned and asked, Heavenly Slaughter Demon Art, where are you preparing the flying island? Suddenly, a large object flew towards them. Hyan Set happily introduces everyone about the spacecraft he's preparing. It was designed in the style of our Immortal Sect's ancient lineage, definitely fitting for the Sect Master's humility. Wang Feng looks at the simple thatched roof of the ship. He forces a reluctant smile. Really, no matter where I go, it can't escape this thatched cottage. Forget it. Just use it as is. Wang Feng turns to Du Yu and 13, entrusting them with, please have these 2 elders guard our Immortal Sect. They will follow my instructions. There, after some time, the ship starts flying up. Hyan Set excitedly sits in the pilot seat. Everyone from the sect watches from above as it takes off. Wang Feng confidently grins. If the Immortal Sect TC doesn't intervene, just one move will shake the world. He shouts loudly and departs. The ship flies off at an incredible speed under Wang Feng's command. Outside the ancient stone pit, there are cargo carts placed around it. Inside is the ancient forest city, a small village where ancient residents live. Someone is using their spiritual energy to explore this land. Following him are several disciples who just landed from the transport platform. That mortal steps into a roadside eatery. People discuss, saying that this year's Demon Wine Festival, top sects sent disciples to participate. I'm Daifeng of Fiwu Sect, having cultivated Phoenix Cloud Dragon up to level 9. Daifeng proudly introduces. My strength is on par with a prince's power. One of his disciples flatters. No wonder he's the sect master of the top lineage. His companion can't help but agree. This time, we get to see one of the 5 imperial beauties. It's really worth it. That guy threatens. The Imperial Prince Wyfik is somewhat moved by the heavenly water nymph. You should not have such unworthy thoughts. Just then, Heavenly Water steps down. Lady King Zhong's attendant, please come in. She enters with her neatly tied hair and innocent green eyes enhancing her celestial beauty. Heavenly Heart sex Heavenly Water. Xuan calmly calls out, Water Child, surprising Heavenly Water. The Imperial Prince will also participate in this Demon Wine Festival. At that time, you should follow the prince closely. Don't be indifferent to him. Her eyes glisten with worry as she prepares to shed tears. Is this what Master said or what sect lord decided? Qiaoliang remains calm, indicating that it's also from Tiexin sect. Qianshui is deep thinking. Her voice softens. As a leading sect of the Diuji Empire, how can Tiexin sect need to flatter the crown prince with its female disciples? Qiaoliang is furious, shouting at Guoguo Thao, what kind of teacher-student relationship are we having? You're a disciple of Tianxin Sect. You should dedicate yourself to the sect after receiving its nurturing. Suddenly, Qiaoliang hears something and looks around. I notices a flying vehicle in the sky with a sect using thatched cottages as their flying vehicles. Qiaoliang is disdainful when she sees Wang Feng and Yuxian standing on the flying vehicle. They even dare to touch it. What a joke. On the flying vehicle, Wang Feng discusses plans with Yuxian. The senior elder will go down to scout the situation. The other senior disciples stay in the boat for now. The disciples under him happily follow orders. Li Quan whispers, "Boss, remember to buy me some snacks." Wang Feng quickly lands and picks up his staff. He and Yuxian enter the restaurant they were at earlier. The men in the restaurant can't take their eyes off the girls. Yuxian's beauty makes them speechless. They talk excitedly. Is there such a beautiful woman in this world? Yes, every time I see her, my heart beats faster. Who dares to look directly at this incomparable beauty? Just one glance and I feel like I've changed. I can't bear to look anymore. Suddenly, a waiter approaches Wang Feng inviting him in. "Welcome to Kanye Hall. May I ask if you need anything?" He thinks to himself, "This inn is not as simple as it seems. Just a waiter with spirit communication cultivation." Wang Feng quickly places his order without asking clearly. "Stay overnight." The waiter smiles. A single room costs 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. How many rooms do you want? Hearing this, he spits out the drink. How many? Wang Feng thinks to himself, a single room for 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Is this a black inn? The waiter leans in and threatens, a single room costs 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Wang Feng stands there. Between the two of us, we only have a few hundred spiritual stones. Moreover, they are from the Cloud Phoenix family. As a sect lord of Immortal Sect, I should have more money. No, I must have lots of money. Wang Feng calls out half asleep. System, where is the property of those defeated by Yun Yi and Longlin Marquis? The system shows a huge fortune from the previous losers. Precious stones appear before him. They have been stored in the host's spatial system. The host can check at any time. Wang Feng looks at these jewels, his eyes wide. Indeed, no matter where you are, robbing and killing to get rich is the fastest way. With this news, he wakes up. I want it. Suddenly, Long Feng's voice echoes, "Think of me." He throws his fan like a noble from ancient times, descending the stairs with a CEO-like demeanor. He winks at Yuxian and says, "As a nobleman, I can rent a room for you." Long Feng's presence lights up the area, making people talk. No one expected it to be Long Feng. He is the head of Four Directions Temple. Some even worry about Yuxian. With him here, that beauty will likely fall into his hands. Others agree. Yes, although he only seeks pleasure all day, his cultivation has not declined. Long Feng leans in close to Yuxian with a charming face. People praise and make him shout with joy. Now he is a high-ranking prince, standing among the elite. Wang Feng takes this opportunity to spread that he will pay Long Feng for his services. Oh, this brother agrees to pay us 7,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Long Feng sizes him up. You're worthy too. Besides beauty, no one can make Long Feng help willingly. Wang Feng doesn't know the meaning of a party. He provokes him back. His sect thought this money spender could be killed, but it turns out to be poor as well. The surrounding people are worried about his safety. Daring to mock the head of Four Directions Temple, this person is done for. Long Feng gets furious and points his fan at him. As long as you step out of Kanye Hall, I guarantee you'll die without a body. Wang Feng takes advantage of his words and teases, "If you dare not strike here in Kanye Hall." The bearded guy watching the show couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. This guy isn't some lowlife coming out of nowhere, right? The other guys were also wary. Indeed, controlling the distribution in three empires is deep-rooted and hard to gauge. No one dares touch it. Strong Wine sneered, "A frog at the bottom of a well doesn't know its own limits." King Wine matched his tone. "You're just trying to scare me off. You'll see when I unleash my full power on this fat guy." King Win's powerful body slammed into the ground, causing blood to gush from his nose. His fall shattered the wall, leaving everyone around in awe of King Win's strength. King Wind is a Duke-level powerhouse. Even if it was an ambush, he shouldn't have been caught off guard. How could he be reduced to this state? More shocking than that is how he dared to strike at the Four Directions Temple's abbot in the first place. King Wind then forcefully pressed his head into the floor. King Wind shows no mercy. If you dare touch our Four Directions Temple's abbot, you're dead. The pressure from his head made a dent in the floor. Ghost Hero saw the young master beaten up so badly that he couldn't sit still and flew to where King Wind was. His flight created a swirling vortex, showing his immense size and strength. King Wind calmly dodged Ghost Hero's stance, gritting his teeth. Daring to touch our Four Directions Temple's young master, you're dead. Everyone around was too busy with the commotion that even Tianshu and Qiao Lan on the second floor noticed. They couldn't get involved. Qiao Lan frowned at King Wind standing boldly. This kid is clearly done for. Not only did he dare to strike in the distribution area, but also attack the Four Directions Temple's young master. With Ghost Hero here, this guy is dead. Tianshu beside him looked surprised. Someone who dares to strike in the distribution area must have support. King Wind was carefree, challenging Ghost Hero, try hitting me then. Truck CMM heard the commotion and stepped down to see what was happening. Stepping back from the chaos cut off. Truck CMM sternly said, the rules of distribution are sacred. Don't you know that? Ghost Hero turned around politely. Ghost Hero of Four Directions Temple reports to Truck CMM Elder. The others nearby couldn't believe it. King Wind was just a brash kid. The person in charge of the distribution area was already alarmed. One of them threatened King Wind. Truck CMM Elder is a mysterious Imperial-level expert. This kid's fate is clear. Another guy who usually went for beauty saw to stunning women today and thought it was worth it. The trip was worthwhile. King Wind suddenly pointed at Truck CMM. One step forward, 2 steps back. He closed his eyes and asked her to forgive him. Today, he had the honor of meeting a lady. It was an honor. He had already made a mistake, hoping for forgiveness. The others nearby were stunned. This kid must be crazy. He's not looking at where he is. Not only did he refuse to kneel and beg, but also dared to joke with Truck CMM Elder. Someone else even said something shocking. Now I just want to see how this kid dies. Truck CMM warned, your guts are really big. King Wind laughed. Not much, just a little. He looked at King Wind with wide eyes. You struck in the distribution area, breaking our rules. What do you plan to do? Truck Cam's face darkened. Ghost Hero noticed and smiled. The end of this kid is here. King Wind bowed respectfully. This sect has no intention of offending the distribution area, but if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. He pointed at the fallen strong Wind. No matter where, anyone who dares to offend us must die. Now that this brat hasn't died yet, he's already showing respect to the distribution area. Ghost Hero roared and charged at King Wind. This kid is insolent. Not only did he speak arrogantly in the distribution area, but also tried to kill our Four Directions Temple's young master. Just then, Moonface used magic to create a large robe around his hand. Ghost Hero was entranced by the smell of the robe and his eyes drooped. The magical robe weakened his grip. Moonface gracefully added, better to remove one than add another. She immediately tightened the rope, adding a wing. The pressure was so strong it made Ghost Hero's wrist snap. He screamed in pain as his arm broke and blood splattered everywhere. Moonface calmly said, one less wing. Moonface looked delicate, her words sharp like a sword. Brother, are those your men? Ghost Hero lay on the ground in agony with his arm severed. He cried out in pain as everyone around discussed how this could happen. I thought he was just some lowlife at first. But Moonface protected him so fiercely. She not only took away one of his arms, but also made Ghost Hero's situation dire. Some thought they were in the territory of 3 empires and all were top-notch. Qiao Lan couldn't understand how King Wind could be so arrogant standing there, surrounded by such powerful people. Everyone immediately thought this person might help them escape their misfortune. Truck CMM stood firm, while Strong Wind was terrified and trembling with fear. Strong Wind lost his earlier arrogance. If this guy wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. King Xuan calmly said, "If I get into trouble, you won't be able to avoid the consequences if you really want to do that for some so-called rules. Then your book will destroy the new market of yours," pointing directly at the sky above. The others thought he was too arrogant. They had never heard anyone say they would destroy the new market. Some even said that even the emperors of 3 empires wouldn't dare to say such things. Truximm approached cautiously. "Do you want to destroy my new market?" He appears calm on the outside, but is actually scared of Wang Feng's power inside. She looks disappointed, but Ku Heng isn't just the strongest here. Wang Feng and Yuyan don't hesitate to face Zhuk Kang. The sharp eyes of over them. This one is too mysterious, plus his attendant. I'm no match for him either. Zhuk Kang glances at Long Feng. When things get tense, only Kang will suffer and cut us off. If it weren't for that strange noble in fancy clothes, Kang wouldn't be in this tough spot. Everyone around is talking about Kang's presence, buzzing with excitement. Now, Kang uses a cane and floats. Then the old man stops, giving a deep, strong aura assessment. The crowd discusses Kang's appearance, amazed by his presence. Who would have thought that even the vice head of King still cuts in? The Green King Elder has been disturbed too. Long Feng didn't expect this either. His charm not only harmed our elder, but also brought a powerful figure into play. Indeed, the Green King Elder is someone even the imperial court respects. Zhuk King approaches the old man, Green King Elder. The old man moves towards them with a mix of respect and formality. He's treating us as guests for once, but we've already punished Long Feng. Ku Huang's old man lost his arm because of this too. Let's just leave it at that. Wang Feng ponders, surprised to find a late-stage mystic emperor in Kang still cuts. No wonder it's a formidable force that the 3 great empires fear. He keeps a calm demeanor. The Green King Elder naturally has to respect this. Green King smiles and claps his hands, saying, "Green King offers Wang Feng and others free access to King Still Cuts. In any branch of King Still Cuts in the empire, you get a 20% discount." Everyone present is amazed by how this was resolved. Such an important matter ended so smoothly. This guy broke King Still Cuts' rules, but instead of punishing him, Green King Elder gave him a platinum guest card. That's the platinum guest card from King Still Cuts. Few in the entire empire can get one. Wang Feng takes the card with his fingers. He smiles and thanks you for it. Green King gestures towards the stairs, inviting them upstairs. Wang Feng closes his eyes, calmly threatening Long Feng, "Hope you don't step out of King Still Cuts." His hand sends a vial of Sing straight to Ku Huang's severed arm. That power embeds into the arm lying on the floor. In an instant, it explodes in front of Ku Huang's eyes. The enraged goblin shouts, veins popping out. Before Ku Huang can react, Yu Yan swings her hand. Her scarf wraps around his neck, terrifying him to the core. Terrified, he collapses in a heap. Green King points at this house as if it's nothing. It seems we have another spider. On this side, Wang Feng happily turns to his side. Yu Yan, go call everyone here. Yu Yan follows orders. Yes, Sect Master. Green King steps onto the first step. Wang Feng follows behind him. Green King Elder. Please. Green King responds. Please. Long Feng sees them go and rushes to Ku Huang's side. Ku Huang, the Green King Elder. What should we do? He weakly asks him. You must have an audio transmission talisman from the Sect Master, right? Long Feng pulls out a talisman. Yes. Ku Huang's tone turns serious. He immediately contacts the Sect Master to summon powerful figures from all 4 directions to kill that scoundrel in the holy city. Otherwise, we'll all die. Long Feng turns to his subordinate, who uses the audio transmission talisman to contact the Sect Master. He follows orders. He asks, what should we do next? Ku Huan answers briefly, wait. Long Feng worries, so we're not joining the Wind Magic Academy anymore? Ku Huan glares at him. If you want to die, go ahead and join. Wang Feng looks up where he just went. He gritted his teeth, constantly sweating cold sweat. A few seconds later, he hurriedly followed Ghost Hero. The guests who were eating melons started to make noise. Who would have thought that the Fourth Direction Electric Palace's young master was in such a predicament? The high-ranking expert of the Great Sect at the top of the mystical Sun Empire, a legendary imperial hidden king, ended up in this situation. After some time, on the upper floor of Kane Firmament Hall, several people were walking down the corridor. Bamboo Kane walked while introducing the fifth floor to them. The surrounding strong individuals gradually gathered around, with Yunfei and Li He also surrounded by others. Everyone exchanged greetings, addressing the Green Bamboo Elder, fellow Taoist, Bamboo Elder, fellow Taoist. Green Bamboo pointed towards the wind direction and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this fellow Taoist is the Wine Direction Sect Master of the Immortal Sect. Please accept my respectful greeting." Wine Direction Sect Master smiled. Indeed, a warning works well, otherwise, it wouldn't be treated with such respect. The others saw that Yishi started praising him. Young Sect Master Wine Direction already leads a sect at such a young age. Truly impressive. Indeed, his aura is extraordinary. In the younger generation, young Sect Master Wine Direction's achievements are truly admirable. I wonder where the Immortal Sect is. If we have time, we will definitely visit and pay respects. Wine Direction raised his hand and said, "The Immortal Sect is in a hidden valley outside the mystical clear courtyard. If you want to pay respects, our sect welcomes at any time." Li Kun gestured with both hands behind him. "Remember to bring gifts when you come." Someone asked curiously, "Young Sect Master Wine Direction, according to what I know, there is no powerful sect outside the mystical clear courtyard." He waved his hand dramatically. "There's nothing hidden. Our Immortal Sect is a great hidden sect from ancient times, just recently revived." Young Sect Master Wine Direction slowly wove a story about his sect. The 5th generation Sect Master of our Immortal Sect was the Profound Sky Sect Master. He relied on Profound Sky cultivation to challenge the heavens. The result was that heaven won, casting a curse. That's why our Immortal Sect had to hide. Fortunately, the 9th generation Great Sage Tangtian emerged from nowhere and finally broke the sky's curse, all owing us to reappear in this world. Wine Direction looked sad, just as the Great Sage also died after breaking the sky's curse. "Please accept my position as the Immortal Sect Master. Our sect is new to the world. I hope you will give me more guidance." The surrounding strong individuals were stunned when they heard ancient and great sects. The entire room fell into silence. Yunfei and Li Kan were equally astonished, knowing that the Immortal Sect had a long legacy as an ancient hidden great sect, but not expecting such a terrifying heritage. The mysterious face showed satisfaction. With such a powerful sect as support, does the mystical Sun Emperor need to fear anything? Yunfei was speechless in surprise. Li He thought about fighting against the heavens, and he lost slightly. What kind of existence is this? Could it be that the Immortal Sect will always have awakened powerful figures? Green Bamboo broke the silence. Who would have thought our Immortal Sect has such a background? Kane Firmament Hall really made a mistake. Please don't blame us, Young Sect Master Wine Direction. Wine Direction waved his hand. "Elder, please don't say that. It's our sect who has offended you. Please don't blame me." Someone bowed respectfully. "In this life, we have never encountered a hidden great sect like this before." Wine Direction waved his hand. "It's all easy to talk about. Welcome to our Immortal Sect for exchanges. Our Immortal Sect has been in hiding for a long time. We are somewhat out of touch with the times." Everyone responded cheerfully. "Definitely, definitely." Bamboo Kane, who had been silent all this while, suddenly whispered, "Elder, how much of what Young Sect Master Wine Direction said can we trust?" Green Bamboo replied cryptically, "We will know soon enough." Bamboo Kane guessed part of his words. "What do you mean?" Green Bamboo looked towards Wine Direction, who was continuously waving flowers from the 4th Direction Palace. "That's not an easy force to provoke. If we can withstand it, there are 50% chances. Otherwise, hey, we'll jump around." Bamboo Kane's face suddenly became serious. "I also want to see whether the Immortal Sect is as terrifying as what Wine Direction said." What's going on? In some private room, someone was so angry they slammed their fist on the table. What kind of monkey god is this Tung Sai anyway? I've never heard of it, and fighting against heaven. That sounds ridiculous. Truly amusing. Qiao Lan's face showed clear annoyance as she said, "Little brat, you don't know how big the world is." The elder wanted to see how the great Sect from the ancient hidden world would react when facing the fury of the Four Directions Temple. After saying that, he left immediately. I'm going to visit the chief's study at the Four Directions Temple. Think about it here quietly. Qianshui answered obediently. Yes, master. Once they left, the room became quiet again. Qianshui looked down and called out, "Master, you can come out now." A red aura emerged from her body. The petite young lady suddenly appeared before Qianshui. Lanmi bit into the cookie and complained about it. HMPH. That person's so-called master is just a big chest with a small brain. Qianshui curiously asked her, "Master, do you think what that King Sect leader said was true?" Lanmi answered confidently, "It's very likely to be true." Qianshui then asked in confusion, "Why so? Did you find something out?" Lanmi recounted how she had probed the King Sect leader from a close distance just now. Although he has mysterious power to shield himself, for an instant, I could still sense his cultivation level. Qianshui wondered what that King Sect leader's cultivation was. Lanmi clasped her hands in front of her chest. She is at the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. A few days later, all sects from everywhere gathered for the Ghost Summoning Grand Meeting. The main seat still had no one sitting on it. Wang Feng pointed to that chair and said to Xuan King Elder, "Who is hosting this Ghost Summoning Grand Meeting?" Xuan King answered, "General Zan Lai." Han was known as the war god of the empire. Reaching the Mystic Emperor realm, he commands all the army of the empire. Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Did Emperor Dajia value this Ghost Summoning Grand Meeting so much? Just to host a conference, they sent out a peak Mystic Emperor realm expert. He helplessly glanced at Huan Sai beside him, who was laughing excitedly. Hi. Emperor Dajia is afraid I might break the seal. Truly, he's scared to death." Suddenly, a shadow appeared above everyone's heads, causing confusion and bewilderment. Everyone looked up in surprise. A bright flying boat was blocking out the sun below. On the boat was General Myaojian of the Empire. Transient was walking with Prince Myaojian of the Empire, Yufei. Both jumped off the boat and landed on the ground. Yufei slapped his hand on the main seat. He sat neatly while Tran Lai stood solemnly behind him. Everyone shouted in unison, "Salute to the prince! Salute to the general!" Yufei looked down at those below. "You don't need to be so formal." Wang Feng was surprised that over these few days, only a few prodigies I've seen have reached the Middle Duke realm. I didn't expect this prince of the empire to reach the late Duke realm. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and Zan Lai pressed his sword into the ground. With his stern expression, "This grand meeting will have no restrictions. The winner is the one who kills the most ghostly creatures. The people below will live easier after hearing that. This spirit beast competition aims to make blood flow like a river, right?" "That's correct." For competing for the top position in the Spirit Beast ranking, anyone who meets another contestant will only see death and survival. Several faces have turned pale now. Even some might intentionally kill young prodigies. Two soldiers carried a large drum onto the stage, and Tran Lai took out a command token. "This is the Spirit Beast command token." He began to announce the rules. You just need to bring the Spirit Beast command token to kill a Spirit Beast. It will automatically absorb its essence energy and convert it into points. The higher the Spirit Beast's cultivation, the more points you get. And the person with the most points is the winner of this Spirit Beast competition. Someone below curiously asked, "What if someone else steals the Spirit Beast command token?" Tran Lai lowered his voice. "So it means that those unworthy of the Spirit Beast command token will be called up." He threw out several tokens and called for them. "Oh, great prodigies, fear not these harsh rules. Come to the stage and claim your Spirit Beast command token." A few people glanced at each other as a signal. Then everyone reached out to grab the tokens, pointing with their fingers. "Youngsters unsuitable for this competition can just stay here." The entire Immortal Sect jumped up without hesitation to grab the token. Tranley's voice was clear and loud. "I declare the Spirit Beast competition begins. everyone leaped up, creating a colorful light show as Qilin pointed towards a mountain pass and shouted loudly, "Follow me, everyone, to where the ancient temple of divine governance holds its spirits." Zhu Ji noticed that all the Immortal Sect members were participating and asked, "Elder, Wang's Sect Master is indeed very skilled at maintaining his composure, but he's not under 30 years old." He still had a forced smile on his face. He must be escorting the sect to enter the ancient divine governance site. A while later, Wang Feng landed where the competition was held. He stood on a cliff and looked down below. Li Quan observed, "This is indeed the ancient divine governance site." After a few seconds, Tian Shui and Yufei also arrived. He made a suggestion. "Tian Shui, you should follow Prince Tazi now." Tian Shui turned around, coldly scanning him with his eyes. "No need." One of the guards following Yufei saw this and was unhappy. After cursing at him, Yufei's expression showed concern for the harsh rules of the Spirit Beast competition. Tian Shui shouldn't follow Prince Tazi. It can ensure nothing happens to you. She ignored his words and continued walking. "No need. Tian Shui will go further away. I already have a partner." Yufei's face darkened. Standing there in shock, he frowned, showing an extremely strange expression. He recalled the scene where everyone cheered for Yufei as Prince Jian. With a blank look, he stared at the command token in his hand, Prince Jian. His face showed clear fear when he saw him and returned to reality. The powerful figures were rushing into the ancient divine governance temple. A pot of water was boiling on a stove. Immortal Sect members sat calmly eating pastries, sipping tea, pointing down below. "Sect Master, let's also enter the ancient divine governance site. This Spirit Beast competition only lasts 3 days. The Spirit Beasts will be killed by those prodigies soon." Wang Feng didn't seem too eager. Instead, he smiled brightly. "Why rush? Once all the Spirit Beasts are killed, we can loot from those prodigies. Why waste effort on those Spirit Beasts?" Li Quan agreed with him. "That's right, we can loot from those prodigies. Our Sect Master is indeed a mastermind." Clever and shrewd, someone approached them. Tian Shui bowed in respect. Li Tianshui of the Heavenly Heart Sect, respectfully reporting to the Sect Master, respectfully reporting to all fellow Taoists. Line 60 completed. Wang Feng asked curiously, wondering what Lady Li wanted to discuss with his sect. Her eyes were as clear and determined as water. She wished to join the Immortal Sect and hoped Lord Wang would accept her. Everyone from the Immortal Sect was surprised upon hearing this. Wang Feng choked on his drink, blowing steam off his hand that had been scalded by the water. Lady Li didn't stay at the Peak Sect like Heart Center. Instead, she wanted to join our Immortal Sect. Wang Feng thought for a moment. "Although I claim the Immortal Sect is a hidden great sect, Lady Tian, she wouldn't blindly follow my words and want to join the Immortal Sect." Tian, she squinted her eyes. Heart Center viewed us as not having natural talent, but rather our shyness. They wanted to exploit us. Wang Feng sipped his tea calmly while climbing up the Duke of Sun's palace, thinking that even though Heart Center used people, their status was enough to match anyone. But isn't the Duke's identity already prestigious enough? She recounted her story. If she could ally with him, being exploited by the sect wouldn't matter. But Tianxi didn't expect that the Duke was a fake gold, dark red, and dunce all at once. Wang Feng's face showed confusion. "Oh, what did you say?" Li Kan opened her eyes wide in interest. She just finished eating sweet potatoes and now had new gossip. Tianxi recalled an incident where she received a summons to the palace. She mistakenly entered the Duke's chamber. There, she found a room entirely made of jade, which didn't fit with the Duke's status as he wore no jewelry. The aura from the chamber made people feel uneasy. Tianxi continued her story. What was most eerie were the Duke's chair. She curiously touched the emerald green chair, and suddenly someone else entered the room. Prince Sun was talking to himself. Lady Li Tianxi, the benevolent Lady Li Tianxi from Heart Center Sect. He looked at the female symbol on her seal with a hopeful expression. When would he finally come by? Tianxi continued, initially thinking it was just an ordinary chair. Only when the Duke placed his seal on the chair did she realize its true nature. Sun suddenly said possessively, "Always stay by my side." At that moment, Tianxi was terrified and still shivered as she spoke. After this incident, she knew the Duke had a jade tablet in his hand. Pressing it could turn living people into stone statues. He used it to transform his favorite beauties into chairs. Wang Feng frowned, tightening his grip on his cup. Damn it. I thought the street people were already quite savvy, but the palace people are even more skilled. When will you leave Heart Center and join our immortal sect? She quickly explained her family's situation. Everything is within Heart Center. If she left, her family would surely be destroyed. Wang Feng questioned her with a stern tone. So you want to exploit our immortal sect and give this life to you? Yes, what right do you have to join our sect? Or rather, what value can you bring that would make us risk conflict with the Sun Empire to accept you? Tianxi closed her eyes. Heart Center only knew I had natural talent for cultivation, but didn't know about my true abilities. All of this was due to the elixir pills I made to support my progress. She confidently placed a hand on her chest. In fact, I am a junior grade great alchemist. Phoenix Wu couldn't believe it. She's only in her 20s. Yunfei also exclaimed. Junior grade great alchemist. Wang Feng asked, what's the big deal? A junior grade great alchemist is powerful? Yunfei explained that long ago, for unknown reasons, the of alchemists, Grandmasters, and other cultivation disciples had been lost. The remaining transmission of these minor cultivators was extremely rare now. In the 3 great empires today, there are probably no more than 5 great alchemists at the junior grade or above. He shouted that he hadn't heard of a junior grade great alchemist this young before. Phoenix Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She never knew an alchemical talent could be so profound, reaching such a high level at such a young age. Now asking to join our sect, Wang Feng waved his hands nonchalantly. Alchemists are valuable for other great sects, but for the immortal sect, they're just an existence that might or might not be useful. With a system, even without alchemists, I can still help our disciples advance in cultivation, Wang Feng said as he walked away. With a system, even without alchemists, I could still help our sect's disciples advance in cultivation, Wang Feng called out. Let's go! Li Ha sighed. Such an outstanding alchemist like Tianxi, if he were a powerful emperor before, would have wanted to welcome her with open arms. But the sect master didn't accept her into the immortal sect. Li Kan whispered comfortingly to Tianxi, urging her to work hard and strive to be as excellent as us. She bowed her head, her voice tinged with sadness. Thank you for making Tianxi regret it. Li Kan and Fei Wu watched as she left alone. Wang Feng's voice echoed, causing Tianxi to pause. Where are you going? The sect master said he would go to the Wine Demon Realm to participate in the Wine Demon Festival. He pointed at himself with his thumb. Your thimble, the sect master agreed. Wang Feng looked worried. From now on, Tianxi, enter your family clan. The sect master will protect you. Anyone who dares to harm you will die. Even if it's a bottle of imperial liquor from Japan, it will be destroyed. Li Kan called out to Tianxi, still looking good. We succeeded. Let's go. Take advantage while the sect master hasn't changed his mind. Hurry and pay your fees to join. She took out her money bag and carefully held it in her palm. Tianxi bowed respectfully. The future disciple Tianxi will surely serve the immortal sect faithfully until death. Inside the ancient Earth God Temple, a dark red aura emitted. Li Kan fell freely from above. Wang Feng watched him in shock. Didn't you say that the gravity inside the ancient Earth God Temple is several times stronger than outside? He closed one eye. You're dead now. Do you want us to help you out a bit? Li Kan asked back quickly. You said help me out, meaning follow me. Fei Wu's breath grew hot as he tightened his grip. Then, she punched Li Kan straight in the head, not to kill him. He was knocked back far by this blow. Tianxi asked anxiously behind her, Sister Lang, everyone keeps hitting Big Brother like this. Won't it harm him fundamentally? Fei Wu explained that Big Brother has a special spirit-nurturing immortal body, and the harder he's hit, the greater the benefit. Tianxi was surprised by this. So Big Brother actually has such a special constitution. No wonder he could become Big Brother. Fei Wu stepped to a nearby position. She looked into the distance and wondered, "What's that place so strange?" Fei Wu observed the vines in front of him. "What are these things that look like sea anemones?" Li Ken, lying on top, spoke up. "I saw clearly. This isn't a sea anemone." He continued, "Its roots. It's a forest growing upside down." A sudden strong blow shook the ground, causing Li Ken to fall. Everyone was suddenly surrounded by tree roots. A strange-looking monkey with sharp claws appeared above everyone. Its green skin glowed, and its sharp teeth looked like they were ready to bite. Wang Feng glanced at the terrified Li Ken, probably a diseased monster at the peak of Vassal Realm. "Who dares come here?" he thought silently. They say monsters in the ancient Earth God Temple are extremely fierce. When Yunfei drew his sword and Zhu Feng stepped out. "Let's go, brother. Hold that sharp sword with confidence on your face." Wang Feng raised his thumb. Alright, he's looking forward to it in his heart. Just right to watch Lam Yunfei's progress at Yi Ancient Town. Qian Shui looked on with amazement from the side. Jingyak teacher opened her eyes wide. That must be the high-level King Monkey Kinyan. Why does it feel like a lord? Even Brother Lam, he's just like a small monster circling round. Its tail wrapped round an easy branch, spinning at dizzying speed. It tightened its hand, emitting green aura, causing tingling pain. It rushed towards Yunfei, lying down and pressing against his face. Yunfei smiled lightly, running his fingers over the sword. Just right. He flicked his wrist, a blinding light immediately emanating from the sword. The sword was covered by power as it rushed forward. A wave of strength hit its hand. Then its entire body was cut with countless wounds. Yunfei nimbly stepped on an easy branch. He advanced closer and delivered another strike. The King Monkey Kinyan gritted his teeth, clenching both hands into fists. Qian Shui watched the intense conflict from afar, her jaw dropping in surprise, privately marveling, are all the immortal deity sects this strong? At the same time, it was grabbing an easy branch. It clung to it and rolled its entire body. Its 2 feet swung high. In a moment, it had landed where Yunfei skillfully dodged, but his sword broke in his hand. He looked at the broken sword, sighing with regret. "Who's there?" The King Monkey Kinyan folded its hands and continued attacking Yunfei, still regretting, only to have the sword left. He smiled, glancing at it. Then Yunfei lightly leaped up high. He pressed against the belly of the King Monkey Kinyan, gathering power on the hilt of the sword. Yunfei stabbed straight into its chest. Qian Shui suddenly panicked. "It's over." Brother Lam forgot his own broken sword, only left with the handle. The King Monkey Kinyan opened its mouth wide in pain and howled. Its flexible tail now limp. It just fell down along with the wounds on its belly bleeding. The King Monkey Kinyan was defeated and lay motionless on the ground. Yunfei then turned to Qian Shui, asking in confusion, "What happened? How could Brother Lam kill the King Monkey Kinyan just with a broken sword?" Wang Feng's tone was full of implication. "Who said the sword doesn't have a blade? It's just that no one sees it." He stopped gathering power in his fingers. In an instant, a complete sword appeared on its belly. The sword emitted cold aura. The blade was covered with fresh blood. Wang Feng silently praised, "Not bad. It seems Lam Yunfei has started to master the sword art." The remaining energy quickly returned to his Ma command order. Yunfei reported to Wang Feng, reached 10,000 points. Qian Shui was surprised and alarmed. "Brother Lam, be careful of the King Monkey." A red aura suddenly emanated from behind him. The aura quickly formed into a shape. A shark suddenly appeared in midair. It immediately rushed towards Yunfei. He dodged. Struggling to defend, Yunfei concentrated his strength and cut through the aura with one swing. Killing the King Monkey took much effort. The remaining energy is enough for me to perform the final sword art. The shark's head was chopped off far away. Yunfei exhaustedly sat down. His command card fell into the blood. He looked at the command card. The giant shark had turned into blood and didn't look like a monster. Its purpose is to obtain the command card in the seal. It seems that power surge is starting to gather. The shark suddenly lunged at Van Phi, who was powerless. Our pitcher is a genius too. Van Phi couldn't move, sitting still with his back turned to the shark's mouth. Just as he was about to die, Tianshui rushed in to save him. Her back got hit hard. Behind Tianshui, the torn fabric revealed continuous bleeding. After the attack, the shark fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. Suddenly, a magic card appeared on the Ghost Lord's body. The magic card started taking effect. Strange hair gradually appeared as it spread out. One of them lifted his foot to stomp on the magic card, tearing it in half. At the same time, he used his leg to suck fluid from the Ghost Lord's body. With a sharp look, Feng Mak said, "I'm really lucky." In this battle, just one move of the giant blood shark helped me defeat two royal lords. Tianxi thought about what happened and realized that using magic to control living creatures' blood could be used as a unique poison spell. Her eyes slowly turned towards the three people, confirming it was the genius from the Merchantcy Sect. After a long silence, he said, "Isn't the Celestial Heart Sect's senior sister Tianxi here? What bad luck. I got blood on my giant blood shark." Seeing her in a daze, Tianxi widened her eyes and said, "Feng Mak, you're the top genius of the Merchantcy Sect. You dared to take advantage when others are in trouble." Feng Mak pulled down his mask and said, "Victory is king." "He doesn't care what means I use," said a nearby phantom whined with satisfaction. "Tianshui, you're lucky that senior brother Feng looks at you. Feng Mak is indeed the top genius of our Merchantcy Sect. I advise you to listen to senior brother Feng and avoid this physical pain." Fei Wu and Li Kan nearby immediately went into combat stance upon hearing these insults. But before they could attack, Wang Feng stopped them with a hand gesture. Tianshui's throat seemed to be hurt by something. She turned to her subordinates and asked for a medicinal potion for the Celestial Water senior sister. Suddenly, Tianshui interrupted Feng Mak. "No need." She took out a small bottle from her clothes and kicked it hard, revealing a thunder pill inside. Tianshui looked at the thunder pill for a moment before kicking it with all her strength. The force of this impact reached Feng Mak quickly. He screamed in pain. His followers were equally shocked. "Senior brother Feng, are you okay?" Feng Mak's attitude changed 180 degrees and proudly said, "Thunder pill, how can it hurt me?" Seeing him unharmed, they were amazed. Impressive. No wonder he's the top genius of our Merchantcy Sect. After a while, Feng Mak's expression darkened. Suddenly, he waved his hand to pass through his subordinate, Dishan Dao Hai. This action happened too fast for them to react. "Senior brother Feng? Why?" He laughed at this. "You're just a common disciple of the Merchantcy Sect. You can only bear the brunt." Then he ignored his subordinates and said, "If you die, it's worth it." Tianxi frowned, surprised that he sacrificed his own people to protect himself. Thinking about this, Wang Feng suddenly said, "If you know evil, why should you die? You forced me to destroy this flower because of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Mak released the giant blood sharks towards them, which merged into one huge terrifying shark. Surprisingly, Li Kan flew around. He faced the giant blood shark with his head. Li Kan was surprised to have taken the hit and sadly thought, "You want to destroy this flower, fine, but why do I have to help?" Looking at Wang Feng with a cunning expression, he felt unwilling. The dead lord, since discovering his body of the mystic spirit immortal, he was treated as a shield that could be thrown anywhere if needed. Li Kan's move caused many blood sharks to scatter. Wang Feng asked Van Fai, "Have you learned your lesson today?" Van Fai held his injured shoulder and said, "I've learned. I'll never forget it." Then he revealed the real purpose. "Today, I thought of letting disciples practice a bit, but this cunning name made me hate him. I don't want to see him alive for another moment." Feng Mak's mouth twitched at these words. "What worthless trash are you, daring to speak nonsense in front of my genius?" Wang Feng ignored him and asked Li He, "If you handle those young nobles, how many sword strikes do you need?" Hearing this, he smiled maliciously. Li He confidently approached with a deadly intent. Meanwhile, Tianshui took out another orchid pill, swallowed it, and exhaled red energy from her body. Lanny appeared from the air. Tianshui gritted her teeth and said, "I almost lost my life just now. Why did Master appear only now?" The other side explained that the Celestial Lord is here. "You guys are fine." She looked at Li He curiously and asked, How could your senior brother Li He kill a merchantcy genius with one strike? Feng Mak saw him preparing to confront him and laughed. I didn't expect a worthless trash like you to dare speak nonsense that can kill me. Haha, I didn't expect you, the trash, to dare speak nonsense that could kill me. His eyes held a fierce aura. If you want to die, I'll make it happen. Then he summoned sharks from the blood pool. They began fiercely attacking Li Hai. He stomped his foot for momentum and charged into counterattack. Seeing the distance was right, Li Huck immediately leaned back. He slid across a shark's body before suddenly stopping and slashing its belly. At this moment, another shark was charging to attack. Li Huck quickly drew his sword towards them. The sword with dark energy pierced the shark's throat. He advanced further into the shark's body. Li Huck kept attacking while trying to maintain his balance. TC Kak successfully pushed back the shark. Seeing enough, Li Hai decisively stabbed hard into the shark's throat. Suddenly, the shark turned its head, turning blue all over. Lanny watched scene 102 and was impressed. This kid knows that one of the 5 energies is stronger than the others. She saw through his defense with her 3rd and 4th energy layers to counter the strongest 5th layer. Lanny concluded, breaking it apart. As she spoke, a massive explosion shook the 3 realms before her eyes. The shockwave from the explosion left a thick cloud of smoke, making Feng Mai momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a sword tip appeared through the smoke. Li Hai had brought his sword right to his face at some point, following Lanny's voice and completely destroying it. No hands tried to grab the sword. Feng Mai calmly smiled. He thought this skilled person would be formidable, but was ultimately pinned under my hand. But he didn't respond to him, only waiting for his chance. Qian Shui was disappointed by Feng Mai's shameless actions. Brother Feng Mai really knows how to put on a show, with his hand holding the sword. As soon as she finished speaking, he turned and looked back. Feng Mai saw this clearly and gaped in disbelief. Not giving him time to say more, Li Hai quickly dealt with it. He saw their failure and showed contempt. Lanny felt she had lived long enough to witness such a satisfying scene. A powerful sword strike indeed. Then she subconsciously smiled, guessing this little guy might be a true genius of the immortal sect. Qian Shui didn't think so. Just now, I thought Brother Li He's sword strike had failed. Suddenly, she felt a sense of regret. Too bad Brother Li He kept his word and swapped positions with her, definitely needing more than one sword strike. Lanny cut in. Qian Shui, you're wrong. He really did use just one strike. You shouldn't have doubted it out loud. How could that be? Trung's face turned serious. You haven't mastered it yet, but seeing you, I can see clearly now. At the same time, thinking about that sword strike just now, it was definitely precise and swift. Just now, Li Hai really only used one strike in a very short moment, completing both the cut and head swap simultaneously. Tianxi listened and nodded, her eyes silently fixed on Li Hei's back. Now he held an accumulation token in his hand. Li Hai glanced at Wang Feng, the patriarch. Their accumulated points had all been transferred to his sealing token. He picked it up and praised, "Good job." Wang Feng smiled as he looked at the sealing token. Indeed, seizing is the fastest way to gain accumulation points. Returning to the square, the atmosphere here was very solemn. Somewhere nearby, a nose appeared and flew round. Huan Shai high up would hit it. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, they couldn't kill this annoying little nose. The sealing tablet was now facing the elders directly. Below, there was immediate lively discussion. Prince Yufi is indeed the leader of the young generation in the empire. In a short time, he achieved 30,000 accumulation points. This achievement would definitely rank very high even at previous sealing ceremonies. The person next to him, Wu Sect, muttered, "The top-rank sealer should be Prince Yufi." What surprised us was that the junior patriarch of Shanghai Sect ranked second with 20,000 accumulation points. Shanghai Sect agreed and added, "The junior patriarch of Wu Sect doesn't care much about our junior patriarch. He's almost on par with our Shanghai junior patriarch." The Wu Pai waved his hand and chuckled before speaking, "Still not as impressive as your Tang Hai Pai. Your Tang Hai Pai has several determined disciples at the top 20, while our Wu Hai Pai happily replied that the hasn't just started, What's the point of achievements now? Elder Lin must encourage the disciples more. Suddenly, a subordinate behind him seemed anxious. Where did Feng Mai's natural demeanor go? His words made him angry. What do you mean it's gone? Do you know how to speak properly? The subordinate hurriedly apologized, Elder. Then the Tanghai Pai looked at and concluded that Feng Mai's accumulated points must have increased. This increase is quite astonishing indeed. Seeing his own disciple not on the list, his joy was immediately dashed. Why? The Tanghai Pai quickly approached General Tran Lai, saying that the genius Feng Mai from our sect suddenly disappeared. Could it be a problem with it? Tran Lai looked at him indifferently before speaking. That has always been made by His Majesty personally. There can't be any issues. His eyes deepened as he spoke coldly, the only case where no name appears on the list. At the same time, he declared something that shocked the Tanghai Pai. Then, he loudly shouted, "Who dares to provoke us? Who dares to mess with our Tanghai Pai genius?" Those around him were stunned. Who dared do such a thing? Who dared kill our top genius in the Tanghai Pai area? Suddenly, he noticed that the true senior's accumulated points for Wang Feng Immortal must match Feng Mai's. Or did he kill him? How could it be so coincidental otherwise? Feng Mai's name just disappeared. He immediately rose to the top 20. Seeing this, he led the Tanghai Pai to start absorbing negative energy sources, suspecting that if their true senior dared kill our Tanghai Pai genius. As he spoke, green water flowed out from his body. The Tanghai Pai turned furious and targeted them. Our elder will also let you taste it. The water from him instantly rushed towards them. Seeing the Tanghai Pai losing composure, Qiao Len thought to herself, the true senior of the Tanghai Pai is a mid-imperial realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, something formed from the water. He pondered that this immortal sect must be doomed. Just as he thought this, green water appeared and footsteps sounds were heard. Taemin stepped forward to the energy source of the Tanghai Pai and said, "Let me handle it." He raised his fingers near his face. After gathering his chi, Taemin charged at the water with a fatal strike. Instantly, a long gash appeared on its body. His strength continued to attack another longer one. Han was equally shocked by Qiao Lan's situation and wondered how this could happen. Meanwhile, Westman's sword pierced through the Tanghai Pai's head and immediately aimed at Tran Lai. Tran Lai didn't stand still. He raised his hand to block. Suddenly, his eyes met something. He looked at the tiny needle in his hand. How could he casually use a needle? Tran Lai continued his thoughts, killing a mid-imperial realm powerhouse. After that, he called for his subordinate. "Where is someone?" The response came immediately. "Yes." Tran Lai instructed, "Investigate." Where did the immortal sect come from? His subordinate quickly acknowledged. "Yes." Qiao Len was still in shock and looked towards West Moan. This is confusing. Who are these immortal sect people? Why have they become more terrifying? The recent ambush attracted many people's attention. Truck Kai remembered that previously, they used a freezing technique to tear the fourth directional elder's arm and then killed Tanghai Pai's elder with a needle. She wondered about their sect. Green asked, "I don't know either." After a while, he spoke, "But I know this immortal sect is beneficial for the Kai Yun Hall's existence." In the depths of this green space, a flower was blooming. At the center of the flower were 4-leaf clovers. The highlight of the flower was the mini horn-like stamen. Round the flower were a group of monks. Yifeng beside him was also studying this kind of flower. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per instructions. Both seem to have a common goal, looking at each other with sharp glances. The 4-wined kings watching this find it somewhat amusing. Lycon suddenly turned around and spoke, catching cicadas while bees wait their turn. With such a sly sect master, even the king of Wang Feng wonders what they're doing round the vegetable patch. Could it be that the Taoist monk is arguing over vegetarian food, listening to him complain about being hungry? The heavenly messenger, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. This purple flower is called the soul-healing mystery flower. Using it can create soul-healing mystery pills. It could increase the success rate of breaking through from king rank to mystic rank by 50%. After researching this flower, she spread its popularity. The top king-ranked genius treasure could attract competition as expected, and upon Vipai's understanding of Heavenly Water Cave, he was surprised. Master Rhizome Nose is an 8th rank alchemist. After Master Rhizome Nose changed his image, he felt prettier. I'm seriously injured, but after drinking the Master Rhizome Nose's pill, I recovered so quickly. King Won pondered for a while and became curious. They're familiar with him. She immediately explained that this is a disciple of Great Sect Fivu's top master. Heavenly Water's eyes glanced at the two of them. The headmaster is Yi Feng, the top genius of Fivu Sect. The others are disciples of Void Child who looked at her with confusion. Void Amour is a Buddhist sect, confirmed by Heavenly Water. Yes, Sect Master. She continued to provide information. Void Amour is the only Buddhist sect in the 3 great empires. Their strength may not reach the top-level great sects, but it can't be underestimated. Especially their somewhat eerie attack methods that make people unprepared. King Wong looked around and chuckled. If possible, he wanted to change the wall angle of Void Amour. After all, Buddhist disciples are rare. Vipai thinks, since I owe Brother Wanian a favor, why do I need anything? Just tell me, Brother Wanian, and I'll come. Wanian remained expressionless, destroying the hermit value's appearance. So-called treasures are just external possessions. This soul-healing mystery flower should be taken back to Void Amour sect for purification to avoid contamination or mental harm to ordinary people. He chuckled, there might be treasures if Brother Wanian doesn't let go. With that said, Yi Feng pulled down his staff, forming a long dragon's tail. Now it can only be combat. From the long dragon's tail emerged legs. Eyes then revealed the hidden form of the mysterious Fivu dragon technique. The followers behind were excited. The mysterious Fivu dragon technique is the strongest legacy technique of Fivu Sect, with 13 levels. It can force Brother Yi to perform the 9 Heavens mysterious dragon technique. This hermit's pride is enough. Indeed, since Brother Yi mastered the 9 Heavens mysterious dragon technique, he never used it before. Finally, we can see his divine might now. Wanian couldn't sit still and had to counterattack with Void Amour's technique. Immediately, a glowing aura surrounded him. From that aura emerged a dragon, the Heavenly Dragon. Both sides stared intently, understanding each other as they fought. Seeing this scene, Vipai spoke up. Sect Master, in your opinion, who will win between these two? King Won observed for a while before confidently concluding, destroy them. Suddenly, the mysterious Fivu dragon technique let out a loud roar. It riffed in the air for a long time before finally screaming loudly. Turns out it was hit by Heavenly Dragon's might on its tail. The two continued their battle without yielding. The followers watched with suspense. Not long after, the dragon's tail made of dragon's hair easily got torn apart. Wanian's dragon looked up at the battle. Heavenly Dragon advanced, opening its mouth to choose a target. In an instant, it swallowed everything and expanded its mouth. Wanian's disciples spoke softly. Brother Wanian is indeed a top genius of Void Amour Sect. Indeed, this battle truly showcased the might of Void Amour Sect. After this battle, Brother Wanian's reputation will be known throughout the Sun Empire. In a difficult situation, Yi Feng's hair seemed to intertwine. He quickly came up with his next move, Mysterious Fivu Meditation Sword Technique. The Heavenly Dragon was surprised and showed extreme panic. Each dragon hair pierced through its body, causing it to contort in pain. More dragon hairs kept attacking relentlessly. Seeing the Heavenly Dragon scream, Yi Feng smiled triumphantly. He began acting with a fake voice. Thank you for letting go of your favorite thing, Brother Wanian. As he spoke, something suddenly made him wince in pain. Not only him, his dragon was also hit. The wise Heavenly Dragon ambushed from behind. The situation instantly reversed. Yi Feng seemed to fall down. His followers were frightened. Why? How could it be? Brother Daiyish has fallen. Even Brother Daiyish isn't his match. Now only a few trembling voices remain. The power of this old monk is fading. They stare at him sitting calmly as if in shock. Yet he's so formidable. Wu Fei sees Dai Feng weakened and turns to tell the sect master that his judgment was wrong. Wu Fei remains calm. Don't rush. This battle isn't over yet. Below, Wanian watches him transform. seeming to think Dai Tissue has lost. This spirit flower can be taken without hesitation. He argues back, "Who said I lost?" Dai Feng is gradually gathering dark energy and getting closer. This battle isn't over yet. He senses his opponent's preparation, feeling a sudden urgency. Dai Feng, the top talent of Wuth Sect, has shown such strength. As he speaks, feathers sprout all over his body. His claws darken and grow longer. Then his face is completely covered by a hard shell. Finally, his entire body transforms, emitting boundless dark energy. Xuan watches the large shadow spread out as he practices evil arts. The ones following him look confused. Practicing evil arts? Dai Feng's subordinates have never seen this form before and are amazed. Is this really our prodigy? Huh? What? Wuff hears the words, "What about demons?" Tianshui immediately explains. Legend says that demons are evil beings from beyond the heavens. They first invaded the ancient continent of Xianlin in prehistoric times, aiming to enslave all cultivators there. The cultivators fought back fiercely. In this battle, the ancient continent ultimately won, but at a great cost. After that, many practices like demon arts gradually disappeared. However, remnants of demons still exist on the continent. Powerful forces saw no harm from these demons and didn't chase them away. Instead, they treated it as a test for cultivators across the land. She gets nervous. Could Dai Feng be one of those remnants? Tianshui secretly acknowledges that he's not truly a demon, but a cultivator who practiced demon arts. Looking at the scene, she wonders if this is what it means to inherit demon practices. At that time, Hyansat Mythical Death said this wasn't just an ordinary demon. How could he be controlled by its power? Wuff realizes then, so that's why the Mythical Death in the Sect seems quite normal now. Tianshui remains silent for a while, then asks, Hyansat Mythical Death is also you guys? No, it says Immortal Sect members. They look at each other, so she didn't know. She can hardly believe the back of Wu Fei's figure. Even a great mythical death demon obeys our sect. That's quite impressive. Xuan frowns and says, Dai Feng, a proud disciple of Wuth Sect, knows about the evil arts. Joining them is a grave sin. The other party laughs. How can he? As his hands turn into feathers, Dai Feng stretches his arms wide, ready to unleash. He speaks confidently, I'm willing to. Saying this, Dai Feng slams his hands together and shouts, Go Dai! The sharp feathers sweep past them, causing pain. One by one, they fall to the ground in agony. They collapse like a tragic scene. Xuan frowns. Dai Feng, a proud disciple of Wuth Sect, knows about evil arts. Joining them is a grave sin. The other party laughs. How can he? His sharp feathers sweep past them, causing pain and cries of agony. One by one, they fall to the ground in death. They collapse like a tragic scene. Xuan frowns. Dai Feng not only killed our sect members, but even his own people. Seeing everyone here dead, he remains silent, even sparing himself. Xuan shouts angrily, You're truly insane. Dai Feng ignores him and calmly says, My secret demon arts can only be known by the dead. Then he combines his powerful hands and grins. Let's see now. Hearing this, Dai Feng lunges to attack. He strikes the dragon's neck with a clean cut, still the mighty dragon. Of course, the dragon's master was slightly affected by the bloodshed. The dragon splits into many images from Dai Feng's strike. At that moment, Xuan falls too. He coughs and struggles to sit up, glaring at him with anger. Dai Feng descends before Xuan. After practicing these arts, I've endured silently without revealing myself. He steps forward, his sharp feathered hand near Xuan's face. Dai Feng says arrogantly, You can reveal your demon arts, that's enough for self-accusation. At this moment, both Xuan and Dai Feng have no breath left. Xuan isn't afraid and continues to cross his hands. He spoke quietly, Even if I didn't see that day, it won't be long before someone takes up the mantle. Suddenly, Wang Feng's voice echoed, There is a sect here. Not knowing who was listening from between the layers of Dai Feng, he turned his head towards the source of the sound. Who? Without answering anything, Wang Feng grabbed something in his hand and forcefully flicked it at him. Daifeng wasn't prepared and was quickly hit on one arm by the attack. At this moment, footsteps approached the battlefield. 5 of Wang Feng's disciples walked confidently towards them. Meanwhile, he lowered his body to the ground. Wang Feng shrugged and said, "The voiceless sect calls out." The voiceless sect can kill that possessed person for you. But WB9 frowned at him in confusion. What? He only laughed when he heard this. Although I don't know where you came from, because you made me laugh, I might let you live a bit longer. His eyes glanced over and said, "You want me to betray the voiceless sect and go with you?" WB9 asked slowly, "What basis do you have?" Wang Feng replied straightforwardly, "Because the voiceless sect can give you a chance to become enlightened." He was surprised by this, a chance to become enlightened. Who knows how to become enlightened? Then he thought deeply. In the 3 great empires, only my voiceless sect has the transmission of Buddhist teachings. This person claims to give me a chance to become enlightened. Are you crazy? Seeing WB9's disbelief, he immediately smiled. Of course I know. Suddenly, the system announced at this moment, "Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining Buddhist cultivation techniques." Wang Feng felt fortunate as he looked around. Lucky me, after receiving the heavenly water, getting a special reward of Buddhist cultivation techniques just fits my style. He suddenly clasped his hands and emitted an enigmatic light all over his body. "I am Buddha." Instantly, a giant statue of Buddha appeared behind Wang Feng. "I am Buddha." Daifeng was surprised to see this, wondering who this person was. He was still struggling against the Buddhist teachings, causing his body to tremble. His disciples quickly bowed in reverence upon seeing the giant statue. Evenly High from afar lowered his head with thoughts of his own. No one expected Wang Feng to be so strong. This is the level of his sect master. Just by showing the form of Buddha, it made people bow in reverence like demons. The giant statue continued to emit a powerful aura that spread further and wider, as if a strong wind enveloped the area. Everyone else instinctively knelt down. Even Weifet, within the range of the aura, fell to his knees. But it seemed he didn't want to do this in his heart. Weifet gritted his teeth as bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. His subordinate reminded him, "Your Highness." No one knew who performed that form of Buddha. Its power was very strong. The only way to avoid blood rushing to the head and exploding was to bow. Weifei's veins bulged as he argued, "As a prince, I am above thousands but below 10,000 people. Bowing for such a small form of Buddha is already extremely humiliating. Let alone having to bow my head." His subordinate remained silent at this. At this moment, Weifei's subordinate grabbed the neck of someone beside him and squeezed tightly. He felt the danger, but his throat was dry. No. In the end, he couldn't stop this unexpected situation and immediately went to sell salt. She didn't hesitate and gave a firm push to the other person. Quickly, she released her grip and said, "Your Highness, as your subordinate, how can I not bow?" Weifei could only suppress his anger. If the prince found out who performed the form of Buddha, he would surely be severely punished. His eyes grew more resentful at this moment. The trees around them were also greatly affected. Daifeng was different. He was closest to the aura's range. His whole body felt compressed, making him unwilling. He spent all his effort cultivating demonic techniques just so he wouldn't have to kneel before others. Daifeng used all his strength to hold up his legs, standing a foot tall. Before he could finish speaking, he evolved another level, towering too. As the voice of the source chanted, it took on the shape of a strange demonic bird. Daifeng pointed confidently and said, "We must use the demon sage form to prove ourselves to the world." The demonic bird charged towards the Buddha statue while his voice still echoed around, "Evil cannot defeat righteousness." It was just for a laugh. His demonic bird attacked fiercely, but Wang Feng remained calm. Only when it got closer did he make any move. Wang Feng moved to another direction as light radiated from him. Suddenly, Wang Feng paused to look at the bird. He took a step back and charged forward with his first strike, like a divine warrior. The hands of the Buddha statue swung out. That terrifying hand almost touched the bird. Their powers clashed quickly. The bird's beak easily pierced through the hand. Then it tore the Buddha's hand apart. Daifeng looked at Wang Feng with disdain, thinking how powerful he must be. He guided the bird towards him and added fuel to the fire. The result was insignificant, but as it approached Wang Feng, its speed slowed down. The beak cracked loudly, shattering into pieces. He looked at it and couldn't help smiling mysteriously. Injured from both inside and out, the bird let out a piercing cry. Of course, its master was affected too. This day, the bird gradually dissipated in the air. Seeing the Buddha statue healing, Daifeng exclaimed, "So strong." Before he could finish, his body shattered into pieces. Daifeng followed and disappeared, only his voice lingering, "Master Wang." Wen was surprised. Even Daifeng's demon cultivation couldn't withstand this master. He bent down but still felt the power, so we can't even catch a finger? Wang Feng finished dealing with the mess and said, "Get up." Qianshu heard, but her body was paralyzed. The Tengzu's divine form pressure was too strong for us to stand. She replied, "Even this Lixing master is domineering. Just the Buddha's divine form pressure made people bow and kneel." No more thinking, Wang Feng raised his hand to create a demon technique that made the Buddha statue disappear. The huge Buddha statue quickly disintegrated. When no more energy was emitted, they staggered to their feet. Only then did he approach Wan Fa and handed over the cards. Each person put their points into their own demon command card. "I will immediately accept orders. Yes, Terju." On the other side, Ingert Fate was no longer within range. He stood up and ordered loudly, "Those who saved our family have merit. Thank you, Your Highness Crown Prince." Suddenly, Ingert Fei took out an item and muttered, "This time I'll reward you." As he said, he used it to send a truncheon of immortality to her. The moment he finished speaking, her whole body stiffened. A nearby subordinate saw the sudden situation and tried to stop him. "Your Highness Crown Prince, spare me." Afterward, his eyes were gouged out. Then blood flowed non-stop. "Before, a servant accidentally blinded both of my eyes, leaving me blind." In the square, it was bustling as new banners were put up. The seals on the banner kept changing names. The elders were restless. What? Where did Daifeng's Phi Wucher name go? Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. The martial sect was excited and shouted, "Who is it? Who dared to kill our Phi Wuchern prodigy?" The people of the sect pointed out. It might be related to them. Huh? The martial sect looked in that direction, the Taoist Zhu. Suddenly, a man approached. None other than Miss Xuan. He stood there for a moment and said, "Finally, it's my turn." Everyone around watched as the martial sect was beaten to pieces. The fierce attack from Taimen left a deep hole in his throat. Continue this process until line 60. Wu Pai was in disbelief, unable to believe what he saw. He initially suspected it, but couldn't yet confirm that Divine Immortal Sect is behind Yi Feng's murder. His subordinate seemed agitated, but when he checked his scorecard, there was a slight hesitation indeed. Yi Feng's original points. Wu Pai could no longer bear it and struck a powerful blow. He fell to the ground in shock as everyone watched. Then Wu Pai turned away. This is an attempt to provoke conflict between Divine Immortal Sect and Spirit Realm Sect. Our elder won't fall for it. The adults watching this scene thought, if you're scared, just be scared. Why make up so many excuses? Ho! Seeing him and interested, Miss Tran wondered aloud. What a coward! I haven't even warmed up today. Returning to where he stood, he folded his hands in prayer. Amitabha Buddha, my fellow disciples. After this bliss, don't linger on it. Finished speaking, Wu Nian slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. Wu Sect Master thanked the one who reported for our disciples. In the future, Wu Nian will repay them. How do you feel about joining the Immortal Sect? He paused a bit before continuing, expressing his admiration for King Wang as the sect leader, but he couldn't betray the Wuzi sect. Wang Feng smiled faintly and immediately changed his mind. The sect will have you follow us. Not directly telling you to betray the sect, just asking you to change your residence and go to a better place for cultivation. Then he added, with sincere heart and righteous mind, one attains true enlightenment. After becoming a Buddha, the Wuzi sect takes pride in its disciples. Suddenly, those who had stood by Wu Nian appeared, thanking brother for leading us. Thank you, brother, you must attain true Buddhist practice. Feng Zhuo was surprised to realize the truth and immediately knelt before Wang Feng. Wu Nine agreed to join the immortal sect. He took out a small bag. Then the system suddenly announced congratulations on successfully recruiting Valus's disciple. Master Valus Wu Nine received 30,000 sect points and a special lottery opportunity. Wang Feng looked intently for a moment before smiling. The system used the special lottery chance. The system continued announcing congratulations on drawing the silk weaving festival. He was somewhat lost in thought. There seemed to be a connection between them. Thinking about those two forces, Wang Feng had thoughts. When Lai Tianxin drew the special reward, it was the Buddhist dharmas like the rival of Buddha Master Hefu for Valus's use. When Valus drew the special reward, it was the silk weaving manual for Lai Tianxin's use. Arriving at the ancient temple of immortals, this place is filled with a heavy atmosphere. All around are walls covered in moss. Deeper inside, one sees a coffin. Inside the coffin, there were sobs and calls for her husband, husband, husband. Inside was a girl's body lying straight. Husband. Suddenly, Wang Feng gave Li Kan an ear slap. His arm swung hard, distorting his face. Li Kan, surprised by the hit, stiffened and couldn't resist. He hugged his face, full of warmth. Master, even though I have a spiritual body, you can't train me like this without my consent. Wang Feng angrily protested. Envy Kong's eerie voice echoed, husband. His expression darkened. Our sect doesn't allow perverts. Fei Wu saw that Wang Feng might be misunderstanding and interrupted. Sect leader, the husband just now wasn't Master Li, but behind him, it was the corpse speaking. As she finished, Li Kan turned to look. The corpses were moving closer towards them. Husband, I finally got someone to find me. He wasn't afraid. He cut down several of them, leaving a mess. In an instant, the corpse pressed its face against Wang Feng's. Don't you know I've been waiting in this ancient temple for you? I'm already enlightened and will wait here. Meanwhile, he wondered what kind of creatures had been raised by the great demon, using a corpse to call our sect husband. That was too perverted. Wang Feng finally opened his system. Who called me husband in this secular world? The system quickly displayed several large words. Verifying information on this person would cost 100 million sect points. He didn't have enough points. 100 million sect points, even if he sold himself, couldn't gather that much value. Then he thought, needing 100 million sect points to find out about someone's background showed the person must have a very terrifying history and was deep inside the ancient temple. Wang Feng sighed, thinking it might be useful in an emergency. He would explore further while informing his disciples that the Demon Silk Weaving Festival had 2 more days left. Meanwhile, you should train yourselves. I'll go deeper into the ancient temple alone. Wan Fei reacted strongly to this. Sect leader, no one has entered the ancient temple before now. He calmly explained that it was because their sect hadn't reached the ancient temple yet. Wang Feng snapped his fingers and said, our sect's next request is simple. He clearly declared they needed to take the top 5 spots in the Demon Silk Weaving Festival. They were surprised but agreed. Sect leader, we won't disappoint your expectations. We'll take the top 5 and uphold the glory of our immortal sect. At this point, they split into 2 directions. Inside the ancient temple, the ground was covered with moss. Wang Feng used his strongest leg to move forward. The further he went, the more exhausted he felt. After another step, Wang Feng truly struggled. He panted and thought that as they delved deeper into the ancient temple, gravity increased and energy consumption accelerated. At this moment, Wang Feng's entire body seemed to be pressed down by gravity. He tried to lift his head, but wondered what was happening. Why so many? In front of him appeared several strange creatures. Were they monsters? They quickly rushed towards Wang Feng. He didn't sit still, raising his hand and performing a Buddha statue pose while attacking like the rival of Buddha Master Hefu. They were left with deep scars from this attack. The increasing gravity caused the ground to tremble. Wang Feng's aristocratic face gave a faint smile, erasing all traces of the monsters. The ground was still shaking. No wonder so many monsters were running around like that. You're directly facing the snake and getting close. Turns out you're the one chasing them. Suddenly, a strange light flickered before the snake's body. It absorbed it, then gradually released it throughout its entire body. The snake quickly lunged towards Wang Feng. Only when he saw the distance closing in did he react. Wang Feng controlled the Buddha statue's hand to hit it, causing it to collapse instantly. After acting, his thoughts immediately shifted. This monster was actually a hybrid fish that the monsters feared wasn't the snake itself. Wang Feng confirmed that the snake's entire body had vanished and realized what was hiding inside. Suddenly, something resembling a heart appeared in the middle of nowhere. What's inside is unknown, but it seems very alluring. The heart-shaped object pulsated so strongly it seemed to be alive. Its essence emitted numerous beams of light piercing through the Buddha statue. He was left speechless by this scene. The outer shell's light seemed to have calmed down. Slowly, the shell disappeared, revealing a creature's form. It turned out to be a tiny firefly hovering in midair. Wang Feng immediately asked the system without hesitation, "System, what is this?" The system's interface quickly displayed that querying would cost 50,000 Sect value points. Seeing the price was reasonable, he pressed a search and started looking up information right away. Next, the system provided Wang Feng with a wealth of data, information about the system. According to legend, this is a type of demon living on the other side of Hell's yellow selection. Known as the Sulfur Burner, it was said that only one such demon existed. This one had already reached the Mystic Emperor realm at birth. Once fully grown, it would be extremely terrifying. Even legendary divine beasts couldn't withstand its attack. Reading this, he laughed bitterly. Don't think defeating someone like Li Fezhong means we're afraid of people. Wang Feng clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Can't fight them." Not a second had passed before he was running for his life. "I still don't know how to run." The firefly stood still and he squinted. Indeed, all things have flaws. Speed is your Achilles heel. Gravity here is unreasonable. We can only run. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by Wang Feng. He looked up in shock as it had suddenly caught up to him. As he tried to stop, the firefly quickly lunged at him. It aimed straight for his chest with great force, causing him pain. Ouch! Wang Feng was thrown backward. He used his hand to press against the ground and struggled to stand up. He rubbed his chest and opened the system. "System, how can I make this sulfur burner stop attacking me?" Without delay, the system displayed system information, claim ownership. Standing up, he wondered, claim ownership, how do we get it to recognize us? The system immediately provided an answer, system information, feed it with blood. Reading this, Wang Feng quickly had an idea, "I have a plan." Saying that, he began gathering energy and thought if divine power could control you now, we would upgrade to use it. Once enough energy was gathered, Wang Feng loudly summoned the Buddha statue, like Li Shenzhong. Then, using hand gestures to command, the Buddha statue quickly attacked the firefly, but its speed was too fast. It dodged effortlessly and even taunted him. Seeing this, he became furious. "A tiny firefly dares to look down on me. If that's how you feel, I won't hold back anymore." Wang Feng loosened his grip and continued reaching for the firefly. But unexpectedly, another firefly appeared out of nowhere. It was the one with a red energy source on its body. Now all attention focused on this firefly. Splat! Witnessing this, he guessed that it must take centuries for heaven and earth to produce a sulfur burner. Thus, their number would be extremely rare. Wang Feng confirmed that these were the so-called heroes' trials, beauties testing heroes. This is what they call a beauty test for heroes. At this moment, the female firefly changed its angle. The more difficult the beauty test, as soon as he said that, it transformed, shocking the sulfur burner. Next, Wang Feng controlled the energy around the firefly and caught you. Wang Feng secretly rejoiced. "Lucky I got the immortal worm technique from Juningren before to turn blood into a creature to confuse the red light source." Looking at his achievements, he said with obvious satisfaction, "Capturing the Bianliu image is as easy as carrying a hand." The firefly was furious and struggling inside its cocoon. Its veins bulged out while emitting heavy dark energy, sputtering. Next, the firefly used all its strength to attack Wang Feng's finger. Quickly, its light energy began to enter. Feeling his body change, he panicked. What is this? The firefly had already rushed up his arm before he could defend himself. Hey, get out quickly. See, it has reached my chest. It's the heart of me. Wang Feng patted and sighed, not your forest anymore. Of course, the firefly ignored him and continued to rush forward. Suddenly stopping, it began to suck his blood. The firefly used all its strength to attack right at Wang Feng's heart. It kept sucking away without pause. Feeling his blood decrease, he shouted in alarm. Wang Feng panted as he observed the light strands within his body. Suddenly, the system appeared, reporting that the Bianliu image was draining his blood. Then it congratulated him again for the Bianliu image liking his blood and accepting him as its master. He calmly negotiated, Bianliu image, now listen to me. Get out of my team quickly. It quickly obeyed, enveloping itself in light. Following the path it came through, it escaped. Leaving from his finger, it carried its own light out. Next, the firefly hovered before him. Wang Feng noticed something strange and asked, is this the same thing? Why has its shape changed so much? The system replied, adapting to your appearance. It created just enough light to guide forward. He quickly understood, do you want me to follow? The firefly's face seemed to confirm this happily. Both of them continued deeper into the ancient temple. After a while, the ground was made of solid concrete. Wang Feng seemed to have arrived at some area. Stopping in front of a large door, he paused. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why did you bring me here? What is this dark and eerie place? As soon as he spoke, he reached out to touch the door. Forget it. Here we are. Let's check it out first. Suddenly, a vivid scene appeared in Wang Feng's mind. A girl's face appeared hazy and indistinct, along with the voice he heard earlier. Husband, wake up quickly. Wang Feng talked to the firefly. His voice calling me husband seems to be hiding something. You must be the one leading us here, right? Without waiting for its response, he immediately understood and pushed both hands against the door with force. No matter how hard Wang Feng tried, the door didn't budge. Standing there, he sighed deeply. Then Wang Feng suddenly raised his voice. Still not working even after trying my best. I won't believe it's impossible. Using the power of the Buddhist statue, Wang Feng swung at the door with confidence like a god. However, the door seemed unyielding. He wondered helplessly, why is this door not opening? Hearing the firefly's laughter, he challenged, still standing there laughing, come on and try breaking it then. It sighed and immediately showed a challenging look. The firefly opened the door as soon as it met someone. Wang Feng fell back as the door slowly opened. He said, oh! Standing up with a forced smile, he added, lucky I captured this Bianliu image light. Otherwise, if hit by its attacks, even the peak of Mystic Palace wouldn't withstand it. Both entered to explore together. The surroundings were extremely dark and gloomy. The area was incredibly dim. The mysterious symbols on the pillars are now covered in moss. Wang Feng looked around, truly terrifying. The gravity here can't be compared to outside. Where exactly is this electric copper rod? Right now, a place emitting light caught his attention. After a while, Wang Feng approached the cargo hold. He clearly saw someone inside and paused. Inside the cargo hold appeared a graceful face. Wang Feng stared intently without blinking. Suddenly, Jade Fix stepped in from the door. He stopped for a moment before speaking, finally catching up to you. Jade Fix glared at him with hatred. Wang Feng turned his head slightly and said, turns out it's the Crown Prince. Why? None of your attendants are around anymore. He suddenly remembered the cold scene just now. With their qualities, they couldn't possibly enter this place. As Jade Fix spoke, his bodyguards entered as well. He tossed an item in his hand, but we're different. They introduced themselves. Lady Wuling, the Sect Master of the Merchancy Sect. Vuxian, the Sect Master of the Flying Feather Sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng opened his system, opened the ghost list. Wang Feng looked for a moment before speaking. You're in the top 3 of the ghost list and still dare to make such a fuss in front of our sect. He sat cross-legged and solemnly said, This isn't about forcing our sect to capture you all at once just to complete the goal of securing the top 3 positions on the ghost list for the immortal sect. Jade Fix couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth, knowing our ranking, still talking like this. Before, he made the Crown Prince kneel in coldness. Without waiting for an order, Lady Wuling and Vuxian rushed to attack. Wang Feng didn't hesitate as he moved forward, acting like a divine elder. Vuxian naturally couldn't lose and spread her feather wings. The feathers transformed into a dragon, soaring through the air. It quickly wrapped around the Buddha statue's hand, squeezing tightly with all its might. He seemed to be affected as well. No wonder he's the sect master of the Flying Feather Sect compared to Dai Fengqian. Lady Wuling exuded a powerful energy. He waved his hand and a huge water surface appeared in midair. Once the target was confirmed, Wang Feng immediately controlled the Buddha's statue's hand. However, before he could touch it, an opposing energy suddenly emerged from within the water. When they collided, the energy inside the water quickly exploded. This lava energy quickly burned the Buddha's statue's arm. The accumulated lava eventually melted his hand away. While fighting, Lady Wuling said, "Before we leave this mountain sea, there's a volcanic eruption from below. Once it erupts, no one can stop it." Wang Feng just gave her a disdainful smile. No one can stop it. That's too boastful. Relying on the current situation, Lady Wuling gloated, "Now you don't even have hands. Let's see how you use the divine hand of Buddha." He smiled but didn't laugh. "Who said I don't have a hand?" As he spoke, his arm gradually recovered. The Buddha statue now wore an arm made of lava with a strong body and absorbed new energy. This was unbelievable. Guoling's face showed shock. Wang Feng began the real battle. He waved his hand at him, causing him to vanish. Lady Wuling seemed on her last breath, leaving only a few tattered pieces. The Dragon of Vuxian, overestimating its strength, lunged and bit hard into the arm. But the Buddha statue didn't flinch. It swung its remaining hand to attack. Seeing things getting out of control, Jade Fix shouted, "Vuxian, hide behind Crown Prince Bonds." As Wang Feng's fingers approached, Vuxian and his dragon suddenly flew in. They quickly jumped into the dragon's mouth. His intention clear as day, Wang Feng smiled, trying to run. He chased after him and said, "Today, even if you're a cultivator of the Five Fingers Mountain, don't think you can escape our sect." The dragon was painfully burned by the heat, but in critical moments, Jade Fix used his item to stop it. Seeing things going against his plan, Wang Feng muttered, "Not good." Soon after, the Buddha statue's hand turned into jade. Satisfied with his success, he smiled maliciously. Jade Fix tightly held onto the item to the Buddha statue's arm. The jade aura started spreading throughout the Buddha statue's entire body. He seemed to be struggling to keep up with all the magical signs about to turn into jade. The wind pattern on his face was slowly fading. This means Han jumped onto the Buddha's arm. Hearing him muttering, it implies that the magical signs will become his puppets. Jade Fury looked down at the priceless promise from the Crown Prince. "After beating a disabled person, I'll let them experience being cut into pieces." Suddenly, the Buddha statue's foot began moving, targeting where Wang Feng was standing. Seeing the Buddha turned into his puppet, he immediately used the triumphant manifestation technique. Wang Feng rushed forward and struck straight at the enemy's foot, but he felt this might be harder to handle than expected. The Buddha statue continued attacking without hesitation. Wang Feng dodged and jumped towards Vuxian. He reached out, grabbed Vuxian's collar, startling him. Next moment, Wang Feng decisively threw Vuxian towards the Buddha's statue. Right then, Han turned into dust. Seeing Tan Yu still alive, he realized how powerful Jade Lai was. While Wang Feng wasn't paying attention, Jade Fury controlled the Buddha to attack. He couldn't dodge in time and got hit with a painful punch. From above, he watched as Wang Feng fell, smiling. "It seems you've given me an amazing toy." He was knocked unconscious by one blow. Suddenly, a bright light emerged from his body. Struggling, Wang Feng sensed the source of the light. His veins started receiving energy. Even his legs were affected. Finally, his face glowed. With his entire body energized, he returned to normal The sharpness of the chopsticks was indeed impressive, only now did he remember that time with the chopsticks. Realizing it later, yes, I have the chopstick skills now. Wang Feng looked up and confidently declared, I know how to destroy Jade Lai. Jade Fury raised an eyebrow. Were you just dazed, or did you think your hand was a bow? You think just pointing at me will shoot an arrow? He calmly replied, my hand can't shoot arrows, but it can shoot thousands of times harder than arrows. Instantly, his finger gathered energy and prepared to fire. As he attacked, the chopstick flew out, clearly recognizing what was coming towards him. The chopstick quickly dodged Jade Fury's body and aimed directly at the Buddha statue, breaking through the hard jade layer. Surprised by the sudden impact, causing that stone to shatter into pieces, Jade Fury widened his eyes, spitting out blood. His entire body flew far and hit a large rock behind him. From the thick green smoke, a small object was thrown onto the ground several times. A hand bent down to gently pick it up. Wang Feng held it closely in his hands. Seeing this, Jade Fury gritted his teeth angrily. Wang Feng brought the item closer and smiled. This is precisely the seal of Jade Fury. He looked at the seal he just placed on himself. You never thought it would end up on your body, right? Upon touching the seal, his body quickly changed. A green membrane covered him. He arched back in pain. Jade Fury roared, did you dare kill the crown prince? Emperor Daoshin will not spare your family. Hearing this, his hand holding the seal gradually detached from his body. Jade Fury laughed mockingly. Haha, now you're scared? Wang Feng casually threw the seal away and turned to look at him. If I feared the emperor, why would I have killed the Unicorn Lord before? Jade Fury was taken aback. Did you kill the Unicorn Lord? Then why did your family spare me? His eyes narrowed coldly. Who said I spared you? Wang Feng asked bluntly, didn't you realize you're missing something? Hearing this, Jade Fury was momentarily stunned. At the same time, the stone beneath him started cracking and breaking apart. He laughed coldly. Didn't you enjoy the twisted pleasure of turning others into seeds? Wait until you are completely freed from the gemstone state. Then you will experience a masochistic pleasure as if your bones turn to dust. He was so terrified that he started sweating profusely, watching his legs slowly disappear. With wide eyes, shouted in fear. Without his legs, he wobbled and fell onto the cold ground. Looking up at Wang Feng, he pleaded weakly, please kill me. He begged, take my dog's life. Cried helplessly as she watched him disappear. Don't go. Wang Feng left without a care, saying, you should self-destruct now. Steadying his steps, he quickly reached another place. Reaching out, he gently touched the cold coffin and pushed it open with force. Surprised to see someone inside, he stroked her face in thought, wondering if she was still alive. Wang Feng checked her breathing by placing his hand under her nose, but sighed disappointedly. A beauty from Bin and Luyu stood by, sighing helplessly as she jumped and kicked Wang Feng's head hard. Unbalanced, he fell forward and accidentally touched the person inside. His eyes turned cold, almost like a curse. Suddenly, an arm reached out, and long hair swayed in the wind. Mukkin regained her vitality. She tightly hugged Wang Feng, immobilizing him. Her face flushed, her eyes flickering. Slowly opening her eyes, she revealed bright, captivating ones. Wang Feng's face turned slightly red as he widened his eyes in surprise. He hurriedly pushed her away and awkwardly stepped back a few steps. Mukkin smiled widely at him. The last one has arrived. My lord, my lady, Wang Feng asked hesitantly. Do you know what your husband wants? Mukkow glanced at the system and ordered, I know information about her. It costs 100 million sect points. He agreed without hesitation, confirming his sect points were sufficient. The previous person using the corpse to call him lord was indeed her. Shrugging helplessly, he said, even her name is a mystery to me. She propped herself up and introduced herself as Yi Mo Kong, asking what his name was. Wang Feng quickly responded with questions. Wang Feng, Mo Kong, why did you call out my name? Looking at the items around her, he noted she didn't emit any spiritual energy like a commoner. But how could she be a commoner if she appeared deep inside this ancient temple? She had to be in one of these glass coffins from the Copper Hall. Wang Feng laughed and said, I have a system. Even if the sky falls, I can retreat completely. If she's awake, let's wait for the truth to reveal itself. Reaching out, her voice gentle, my lord. She smiled widely and pulled him away. Placing her hand on his, she said, wherever my lord goes, I will follow, agree? Wang Feng grabbed her hand and stepped back to lift her out of the coffin. Okay, from now on, we'll be together in bliss. Returning 1 hour earlier, all disciples were present at the immortal sect. She folded her arms and asked, where is the sect master? Fei Wu bowed and replied, the sect master has entered the ancient temple. He will return before the competition ends. Vauen said with determination, Senior, I have decided to join the immortal sect. Jingfeng asked in surprise, decided already? Vauen replied sincerely, yes, where there is a Buddha in one's heart. Wherever one goes is a place of enlightenment. Jingfeng nodded and followed. Closing his eyes, he said, then go. Vauen bowed gratefully, thanking the senior for his support. Chaino Chong was a large sign listing the top rankings in the Ghost Festival. Below, people were whispering. A woman pointed and asked, what's the background of this immortal sect? It took for spots on the top 10 list. The man beside her replied coldly, the immortal sect has more than just those 4. He gestured towards a distant tree. Vauen from Void Image Sect and Li, Heavenly Tree from Heart Heaven Sect, have now joined the immortal sect. The women's side, the top beauty of Heart Heaven Sect betrayed her sect. This immortal sect is so powerful. A voice jeered, Heavenly Tree, Kiao Lan, come here for me. Heavenly Tree turned and replied, I have joined the immortal sect. I no longer have any connection with Heart Heaven Sect. We heard that. We clenched our fists in anger. You dared to betray the Heaven Heart Sect. Do you want to die? The Demon Gate member kept his foul-smelling face and complained, it's too noisy here. Kiao Len gritted her teeth as she glared at the person who just stood up to protect the heavenly seedling. She recalled how the Sea Sect perished miserably just now, suppressing her anger. She harumphed and quickly left. Looking at the name on the phantasmal rank board with a high score, she stepped forward quietly. Lang Fei Wu, he asked in confusion. This name sounds familiar. The soldier behind replied, General Wang Feng's name, Your Excellency. He clasped his hands. It was the only Dai in Gaiat of the Daiu Feng City Lang family. Tranlai looked surprised for a moment as he recalled that massacre from years ago. For Lang family matters. Even high-ranking Grandmasters fear like venomous snakes. This immortal sect doesn't know life or death, and even Dai in Gaiat's Lang family dares to accept it. Feeling something, Tranlai looked up at the vast space above him. Tranlai was lost in thought as he heard that Prince Changlian's son was killed during the pursuit of Dai in Gaiat Lang. The Earl Changlian has not returned for revenge. Now this Dai in Gaiat Lang appears at the Phantasmal Festival. What is going on? The soldier from before knelt anxiously. General, the Crown Prince hasn't returned. Is there any danger? Tranlai replied firmly. The Crown Prince's name still stands at the top of the board. It shows his safety isn't an issue. The soldier shuddered as he reminded him, but even Lord Feng Wang's sect leader has not returned yet. He remained calm. You're overthinking, let alone if Lord Feng has that power. He leaned on his sword. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare touch a hair of the Crown Prince. Suddenly, 3 figures darted past, standing on the stage. The soldier next to Tranlai watched intently as the 3 powers landed. Far away, people raised their hands to shield against the thick smoke. They shouted as the skeletons gradually revealed the tall figures of 3 mysterious individuals. Tranlai was slightly surprised that they appeared here. The 3 stood with an imposing demeanor. Xiao Shen, Li Jian Disi Fang, Lin Tiancheng, the Faiwu Sect's sect leader, Tang Electric, and the Shanghai Sect's sect leader. Xiao Shen clasped his hands in a sincere gesture. General Tran, we have no intention of disrupting the Phantasmal Festival. It's just that our sect's great grudge cannot be ignored. We hope you will forgive us. Han turned to the head phantasm and his subordinates behind him. The immortal sect wronged my son by cutting off one of the elder brother of the Disi Fang Senior's hand. The immortal sect killed our Shanghai Sect's top talent, Peng Mo, and our Tran elder. Tianxing stepped into ad. The Immortal Sect killed our Fai Wu Sect's top talent, Defang. They all loudly said together, "Today, the Immortal Sect must die. General, your convenience." Tranlai glanced, considering that the Immortal Sect had taken on Du Ingai at Lang. Today was a good opportunity to probe their true strength with these three blades. Han calmly spread his arms. "I have never meddled in personal grudges." Shaoxin seemed to get an implicit nod and sneered. "It seems you've already assumed the worst." The people around quickly mocked the Immortal Sect members. The Immortal Sect is facing a big problem. It's not just that. From today on, this Immortal Sect will be eradicated from existence. But even though they could be destroyed by many powerful primordial monks, their destruction would still be an honor. Juxing stood observing with some concern. "Green Elder, you two are under the inexorable heart's low influence. This life, let them handle it themselves." The stern old man looked directly at the Immortal Sect. He couldn't help or hinder, he could only watch. They quickly turned and walked with strong steps, their subordinates following suit. They arrogantly strode towards the Immortal Sect, a hand sweeping through the air, sending Tang Electric back. A few more steps to look at the western 10,000 li boundary just drawn. The large power lines cutting across the ground acted as a barrier between them and the Immortal Sect. Demon Gate kept silent, coldly throwing his words over his shoulder. "Cross this rope, die." Shaoxin raised his hand to stroke his beard, repeating what Demon Gate said. What did he say? "Cross the rope and die." Tang Electric pulled down his hat. He burst into laughter. The soldiers behind mocked him. A frog at the bottom of a well, laughing without knowing one's own strength. "Facing our three major sects, you still dare to act like this. Truly, you don't know when to live or die. And who knows where this sect came from?" Liken clenched his fists in anger at the group that didn't understand their place. "You dare to insult our Immortal Sect. You're really looking for death." Huan Sai stood by, with a sinister smile on his face, glancing at Li Kan. "As long as they cross this rope, the three elders will teach them what death looks like." The three walked straight past that boundary without hesitation. Demon Gate looked at the three arrogant figures approaching him. He turned to ask nearby Tran and Ngok Nan, "Which one do you choose?" A subordinate on the other side tilted his head in confusion. "You mean you point your sword directly at Tianxing? Then they go!" The subordinate shouted angrily. "Is this about choosing a rival or a lover, Mom?" One of them shook his head with a mix of fear and hesitation. "No, they look more like they're picking vegetables." Jade Face spoke softly. "The young lady has a connection with the four directions." She gently swung a piece of cloth in her hand and aimed at the group of infernal deities. "Choose them to go." Temin reminded him, quickly speaking up, "Your letters don't interest us." He turned his eyes straight towards the morning hall. "I'll handle it." He grinned, shaking as he laughed. "I want to see how you plan on handling me." As soon as he spoke, tiny needles appeared from Temin's power source. They were neatly contained in his palm. Temin clenched his hand tightly, holding the needles firmly. Behind him, someone saw them and shuddered. Later, everyone must be careful of those needles. Dezang glanced at the person behind with a disdainful look, addressing the elder monk. "When did you become so indifferent? These tiny needles can scare people to death like that too." Hearing this, he suddenly shouted in alarm. But earlier, he used one needle and killed Tran Long, a high-ranking elder. While they were still arguing, West Moan suddenly swung his hand with force. Dezang raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Using just one needle could kill a high-ranking elder like Tran Long. He opened his palm, releasing a large amount of power that the needles shot straight at the stunt group. How is this possible? The elder monk reached out to strike the incoming needle. He laughed joyfully, "It's coming." But in an instant, the needle pierced through his body. Kill! With one hand, he unleashed a powerful shockwave from the needle. He examined the needle closely. Injecting sword energy into it turned it into real sword energy. It truly is amazing. But even so, he was still surprised as the power grew larger. In an instant, it burst and pierced through him. His arm fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. His entire body collapsed, multiple holes in his body. I suspect that before my subordinates, everyone is lying on the ground unconscious. Far away, a figure staggered and knelt on the ground. She trembled, covering her mouth, secretly feeling relieved. Lucky me, he didn't attack me just now. Tranlai stood observing everything, silently marveling. It seems I underestimated his strength. Temin slowly stepped forward with a confident stance. His entire body exuded an intimidating aura. The needles that disturbed others are gone now. You can examine them closely. How will you handle this? The Morning Hall retorted, mocking his earlier words. Then let you be angry. The power from the pile of dead bodies gradually dissipated. The Morning Hall forcefully swung his fishing rod in hand. Today, I'll make sure that even a divine being pays with one life for each. The fishing hook rose high into the clouds. The infernal deity smiled and nodded to Dzang, the Sect master. Today, we must finally take out all those precious treasures from the box. Tianheng added, it seems this time, it's not our turn to act. Quickly, a large fish appeared from the clouds, but gradually shrunk and hung in Dzang's palm. This sight left Xuan Fang speechless. Ah, that's all? The elder stretched out his hand, bringing the fish closer to Temin. It was a magical creature, a kun, a Lycaeus standing aside, pointing and laughing at him, a legendary species of fish. Unknown in length, this small fish from them is indeed called a kun, truly amusing. He laughed awkwardly to Van Fei behind him, a disciple. Tell your master to kill this little fish. It's truly very humiliating. Van Fei approached Westgate and drew his sword, requesting, Master, let me handle this fish. Westgate turned to look with a smooth expression. All right, let's see the result of your cultivation just now. Instantly, Van Fei lunged quickly towards the spear. Feeling the sword touch the spear, Van Fei swung his hand powerfully, breaking the spear into pieces. He silently thought, this fish broke with one strike. It's a bit too weak already. But then the strength quickly gathered to form the spear again. He seemed surprised and stepped back several steps, noticing that the fish had grown much larger than before. Wu Nian Qiao frowned seriously. Elder brother, I'll help you with this. He rushed forward and struck powerfully, causing the fish to vanish again. But soon, both of them had to raise their eyes as the fish grew even larger, obscuring both of them. Standing outside the circle, he wondered, how can it grow bigger with each strike? Jianxi stopped and evaluated. It seems to be growing by absorbing energy from Li's song. Seriously continuing, this is called dog stretching. When a fish absorbs energy to its extreme point, it will self-destruct. Li Xian frowned. So what are we waiting for? He jumped up and turned to the people below. Everyone, help me out. In an instant, several unconscious people attacked the fish. Detang smiled satisfactorily. Detang waved his hand to control the fishing rod with the spear as a weapon. The hook wrapped around the spear's tail. He swung powerfully, hitting Li Xian hard and sending him flying. He grabbed tightly on the fishing line and pulled strongly. The spear opened its mouth and lunged towards Li Xian like it was about to swallow him whole. Fortunately, Huanshire appeared in time with a stick, breaking the shape of the spear. Huanshire laughed loudly as he held up his large stick. The body of the spear continued to absorb and regenerate. It opened its mouth wide, sucking in a large amount of power. Below, Li Xian lay exhausted on the ground, next to Huanshire, who was tending to him. Miss Tran watched this scene and folded her arms as she spoke to Westgate. The fish released by Master Sect seems a bit strange. Should we intervene? He slowly opened his eyes and replied, deal with it. He grabbed the sword in his hand and pulled it out lightly. Westgate looked at his sword full of spirit calmly. One strike is enough. Westgate extended two fingers along the blade as if imparting more spirit. A loud explosion echoed as that power was quickly absorbed by the spear. Detang smiled sarcastically on the side. Foolishly. At this moment, she appeared with a strong spiritual aura around her. Zhu Chukin raised his eyes in surprise and sat on the wide chair. Green. This sword strike has already decided the outcome. Zhu Chukin worriedly said, Westgate's elder's sword had immense power, but also fed more to that fish, making it harder to defeat. He closed his eyes in contemplation. No, this is already decided, as I say. The winner will be the Westgate Elder of Immortal Sect. Hearing this, Xuan's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? How can it be like that? His eyes sternly looked far away. Have you forgotten where we are? On the other side, Tang said proudly, I never expected your cultivation to be high, but you're so foolish. You even actively used your sword, nurturing that spearfish into a giant creature. Team Men paid no mind and closed his eyes, coldly laughing. He opened his eyes, revealing a cold gaze. I don't just want the spearfish you have to eat forever, but also feed the ancient land of Immortal Realm enough. With that, the spear's mouth was suddenly sucked down by a powerful force below, crying out in disbelief as Tang's eyes widened. Why is this happening? Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Green Elder, what exactly is going on here? He raised his eyes and softly explained, the gravity of ancient land of Immortal Realm is greater than that around it. When the body of the spearfish grew large enough to cover this land, with his explanation, the spear was quickly sucked down by the ancient land's gravity. Tang gritted his teeth in anger. He pointed at Team Men without any shame and shouted loudly, You said dealing with me would just require one sword strike. Was that really true? He replied coldly, It's true. I could hear his mocking laugh as he affirmed it. So you won't be able to strike a second blow. Standing far away, he raised an eyebrow in disappointment. Elder T-Man is indeed honest. Why should we keep our word with someone like him? Yunfei stood beside, watching the stern figure of T-Man. Master keeps his promise to this kind of person. This proves a point. With Ban raising his hand and retracting his sword, Yunfei said firmly, This kind will not be spared. Suddenly, the blade flashed with a small puff of air as if it was just one swift strike. He forcefully lunged towards the Tang Hall, and the person felt a slash slicing through their body. Just before his body split in two, he managed to exclaim, Even retracting the sword can be deadly. Killing him, splitting his body into two directions revealed T-Man's calm retraction of his sword. On the other side, it was still screaming, trying to absorb more power to reform its shape but failing. The source of strength gradually diminished. People watched in alarm as it was slowly devoured. Qianheng stood frozen, looking at the Tang Hall's arm on the ground, feeling his luck. Frowning, he thought that one strike handled a small fish, and now he had to deal with the Tang Sect master. Qianheng worriedly raised his eyes towards West Gate, wondering if they could defeat him. Then, turning to the Tranlin standing beside him with a stern expression, holding her sword. Or perhaps the West Gate Elder. Shishen was no better, glancing at the dazed Chongfeng behind and silently cursing. All because of that worthless brat, blind enough to provoke someone he shouldn't have. Turning his head, he warned with a glare, making Chongfeng jump. If this disaster doesn't kill him, he'll make sure the boy pays for it when they return. Thinking so, Shishen respectfully bowed and said to Tranlai, General Tran, the Wine Demon Festival is about to end. Is it appropriate to proceed with the competition now? Tranlai closed his eyes in silence without answering. Who knew who said today would be the end of the Immortal Sect? Look at this. They are the largest sect, having struggled to lower themselves for everyone's entertainment. How could anyone take it seriously? Indeed, they treat his words as worthless. He couldn't hide his worry. This battle can't be avoided. Shishen looked at the other two elders of Immortal Sect with concern. Now we can only hope for help from other Immortal Sect elders, without the Westgate elders' strength. Should Westgate Low need to intervene? Knew and stood up, walking lightly on the ground. I just played with their elder. She shrugged. Now we won't play with their sect master. That's too disrespectful. Shishen fearfully watched as Nu and approached him. The people behind had similar expressions. A sharp sword swung down from above. Tranlin pointed her sword at Qianheng. Her surroundings emitted a strong aura of spiritual energy. I barely managed to find an opponent. How can I just give up? Qianheng raised his eyebrows, evaluating her. Long thought. I won't. He immediately flew with the disciples to the 12th floor of Cloud Dragon Formation, summoning Human Truth Dragon. The disciples were serious, their eyes fixed on what was summoned. They clasped their hands and whispered something. quickly forming a protective barrier around them. In an instant, the previous disciples transformed into fierce beasts with white fur. They charged at Tran Lin, removing the scabbard from her sword. The spiritual energy gradually released. Tran Lin commanded her sword to be drawn and infused with her own spirit energy, aiming straight for one of them, slashing powerfully, hitting it. It muttered, "Foolish." But after waiting, no sensation came. It froze in surprise for a moment. It arrogantly looked down at Tran Lin and laughed loudly. What about the skillful swords? After all, none of our swords were injured by them. Tianheng raised his eyebrows, annoyed and harumphed. He suddenly felt dizzy as blood trickled from his head. He fell down. Tianheng panicked with the disciples. Everyone must not be hit by the sword. But in the end, he was still a beat slower than him, or his body would keep falling. With just a few swings of the sword, he dispatched all the disciples easily. They continued to fall freely through the air. She gently landed on the ground. Tianheng turned to look at them. He swung his saber directly at him with an icy expression. There was only one left now. Suddenly, Tianheng saw the disciples lying on the ground confidently. They might waste you, but our sect might not survive. As he spoke, he quickly activated his ability. His body slowly rose into the air. Tianheng's eyes glowed with a strange light. Then his entire body transformed into a black beast soaring up into the sky. He stopped and looked down below. The look was deadly. Tianheng opened his mouth wide as he dived straight towards her from above. A large shockwave erupted on the ground, like an explosion had just occurred. Dust flew everywhere. Bu Xingsheng, worried, called out, "Master." She hurried to Western Min's side, urgently saying, "Senior Western Mon, please save our master." He replied coldly, "I won't save him." His expression showed no emotion because he didn't need saving. The smoke gradually dissipated. Tianheng was trying to push down her, but couldn't. His body trembled continuously. Suddenly, his nose hurt and blood flowed into his mouth. He looked in disbelief as she calmly resisted his power with one hand. Tianheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What technique is this?" She said softly, "Heavenly foreign immortal, flying from the sky." As he spoke, a powerful force pushed him back. Desperately trying to shout, but unable to, he silently wept. "I should have known that even a random elder of the immortal sect is terrifying. Never mind if they just killed a prodigy from the Phoenix Veil sect. Even if they wiped out all the prodigies from the Phoenix Veil sect, I shouldn't pretend nothing happened." His body collided with hers. Tears fell from his eyes. "Too bad, I woke up too late." Chuck raised his head and couldn't help but sigh. Both Immortal Sect's Elder Yi and Western Mon were equally terrifying. He glared at the trembling Xiao Shen. Nang Feng was sweating profusely, scratching his chin. "Father!" Thank goodness for Father. Father's opponent isn't an elder from the Immortal Sect. Just as he fell, Xiao Shen hit him with a straight punch to the face, causing blood to spray out of his nose. He fell onto the ground and cried loudly, "Father! My face is still swollen. I got hit again by Father." Xiao Shen angrily cursed. "Is my face that important? The Four Directions Hall will be destroyed because of you." He widened his eyes, wary. Only we could force those who offended the Four Directions Hall to their sect's destruction. Who would have thought that now they are being pushed into this dire situation by the Immortal Sect with unknown origins? How do I know about that woman? Is she stronger than this elder? Xiao Shen sternly said to Nang Feng, "If the Four Directions Hall is destroyed today, I'll kill you first as a sacrifice." He touched his hand and with full force charged towards Ning Ran. Suddenly, several leaves flew past. She controlled the leaves on her hand, wrapping tightly around his arm. Xiao Shen's light descended to the ground. He used the Four Directions technique. Instantly, similar bodies appeared around him, their eyes glowing intensely towards her. In a moment of carelessness, she was hit by one. She slightly recoiled and felt everything around her had been struck. Another strike caused Ning Ran to spit out some blood. Her body wobbled, but she chuckled faintly as if she had figured something out. No wonder she's called the Four Directions Fist. Shadow Spirit saw her looking unwell and grinned maliciously, tightening his fists as he backed up to gather momentum. shouting loudly. At the same time, the powerful energy from their bodies collided, creating a bright light that burst outward, throwing them back. Shadow Spirit's mouth dropped in shock. Here it is. Before him, only her waist and below remained. Everything above had vanished. He couldn't help but gasp as his body trembled. She kicked off to jump lightly. Her lower half somersaulted gracefully in midair before kicking away all the other bodies. They writhed, their limbs crushed under her feet. She held them down by pressing their heads with her feet, and they screamed in agony. Her hands grabbed the fabric. The upper part of her body appeared above, controlling the threads to wrap tightly around Shadow Spirit. This can allow us to perform the Heavenly Demon disintegration technique from the Heavenly Demon Great Method. Nodding, she spoke with authority. You to die with honor. The threads wrapped around them, entangling all those trapped under her feet. Shadow Spirit roared in anger. For Directions Temple, kill that demon girl. She suddenly clapped her hands, creating small circles of energy. With a single-minded focus on playing with Nodding Snake, the threads and circles swayed as they grew larger, surrounding his subordinates. She must make it lively. The people felt the light from the circles, becoming entranced. They clutched their throats. Their faces flushed strangely. Nodding Snake blew out more circles. They seemed to lose willpower as they wrapped themselves in threads around their own hands. Suddenly, their arms began to tremble, sobbing silently, desperately looking at the tightly bound arms. Father, I don't want to end up like Elder Hub Demon, losing my right arm. She didn't care and gently swung her threads. In a moment, they stared in shock as their arms were cut off. Nodding Snake smirked. Now the Four Directions Temple only has one arm. From now on, it should be called the One-Arm Temple. Hugging Demon, kneeling on the ground in horror at the severed arms scattered around, looked down at his own hand and felt fortunate that he had lost his right arm earlier. Ignoring the bleeding arm, Shadow Spirit roared. The Four Directions Temple's motto is an eye for an eye. His eyes widened with bloodshot pupils. Even if I can't kill you, I must cut off your right hand. With a fierce cry, he lunged towards Nodding Snake, who calmly wrapped the just cut off arms with her threads. If you want those rotten arms so much, I'll give them to you. Saying this, she forcefully threw the severed arms at him. Shadow Spirit flinched as the arms approached. He gasped in horror. How did you learn such a bizarre technique? Nodding Snake giggled coyly. This is from the Heavenly Demon Great Method. Shadow Spirit's mouth dropped as he saw his arms bound tightly, along with the Heaven and Earth fusion technique. His steps were unsteady, fear evident in his voice. Hurry! He rushed towards the fellow who just lost an arm. Help me quickly! They backed away in terror to stop him. Don't come here! Sect Master! Suddenly, Shadow Spirit stepped over his subordinates and ran towards Chongfeng. He saw the arms advancing towards him. Help me, father, don't come here, I can't help you. Shadow Spirit looked desperately at the arms that had grabbed Chongfeng's head. In despair, he screamed, I can't control myself. Then, Chongfeng's head was stretched as if it would be torn in two. Nodding Snake stood aside, watching with a playful smile. I thought you were just joking about the sun's blessing. Who knew you'd do it for real? He wiped his tears and raised his hand. But he realized that the Four Directions Temple was now the top sect in the Diurnal Empire. His hand trembled as he cried out, finally losing the technique that had been applied to him. The people around him were shocked by Shadow Spirit lying motionless on the ground. They whispered among themselves. The Four Directions Temple is usually full of awe and mystery, but it's been destroyed like this. The immortal sect must be terrifying. One man looked at the jade-faced girl in horror. Her technique seems very strange. Could she be from the demon race? Another person continued, even if she's from the demon race, what difference does that make? We'll still go in there anyway. The soldiers turned to look up at the ceiling. General, she must be from the demon race. Please eliminate the demons for us. Li Khan gave him a thumbs down and taunted. This general can only reach the peak of Mystic Emperor Realm. But our sect's elders are all at the peak of Mystic Emperor Realm. They still want to exterminate the demons. Miss Tran stood aside. Her cultivation level is indeed like that. But her actual strength is beyond my comprehension. until the sect leader returns. We should avoid conflict with him. Li Kan covered his arrogance and looked back in shock. Huh? Is she really this powerful? The ceiling split as a heavy sword fell. His voice was deep and emotionless. This girl, Li Kan and Li He were tense. He raised his head to look up. It's just that her technique is strange, not from the demon race. Only now did they dare to breathe easily. Suddenly, the sign of the demon ceiling changed. Tran Li's eyes flickered. He shed tears. The immortal army, surrounding the immortal sect. Xuan Sa looked up in confusion. Didn't you say just now that our elder wasn't using his sword to point at the demon ceiling sign? Earlier, the crown prince's name suddenly disappeared from the demon ceiling board, proving he was killed. The name on the board indeed vanished as Tran Li said. He looked sternly down with cold eyes. Only those who could kill the crown prince are still missing. The immortal sect's sect leader, Wu Feng, fierce soldiers surrounded them. Wu Nian's slender figure. Gripping his weapon tightly, he shouted loudly and struck a soldier, causing him to fall back. Fai Wu quickly glanced around. Her hand swung the sword to cut down any approaching soldiers. Xuan Sa held up his staff and roared, "One more round." He swung his staff. Soldiers hit by it flew backward. "Take one of my whacks. Look at these soldiers lying on the ground. Wu Nian's weak. He can't even withstand a blow." Chu Weixing stood inside and asked, "Do you know why Li Immortal Army is called the Invincible Army?" Suddenly, a torch appeared in front of one soldier, lit by Wu Nian just now. He sat up stunned for a moment, then stood up shouting loudly. The fire before his chest burst and surrounded him. Truck King closed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the Invincible Army is called so because? Look at these soldiers rising from the dead, wielding techniques they used on them earlier. They can convert their wounds into weapons to inflict damage. Truck King raised an eyebrow. This means not only are they unharmed, but the immortal sect is now surrounded by enemies as before, and they've gained enemy combat skills without effort. Li Kan gripped his hands tightly, staring at the soldier in front of him. "I have a vague feeling." As soon as he said this, the flaming weapon in that soldier's hand rushed towards him. Li Kan forcefully stopped the weapons between them with both hands. Li Kan laughed mockingly when the other soldier spoke. It can't be easy for your grandpa." Before he could finish, he spat and shouted loudly. Turning round, he saw a soldier who had stabbed him in the back and cursed, "You scoundrel, daring to sneak attack Miss Li." Wu Nian was attacked by several soldiers who were dealt with earlier. Grandpa, Fai Wu couldn't react in time and was cut, wincing in pain. Xuan Sa was hit by more than 10 similar staves, spitting out fresh blood. The remaining immortal sect members fought back but didn't fare much better. Chu Weixing's voice was hoarse. This time, the immortal sect might be in trouble. Wu Nian stood by and sighed deeply. The immortal sect now had many injuries, but 3 elders at the peak of Mystic Emperor Realm hadn't joined yet. They would fight 1 against 3. They could say they have a clear advantage. Tran Li was surrounded by 3 elders from the immortal sect. Chu Weixing shook his head and laughed helplessly. Ha ha! His eyes looked down slowly. From outside, it seemed like they were surrounding General Tran Li, gaining the upper hand. But in reality, Tran Li stood solemnly with a golden light in his eyes. A thread on his sword bound 3 elders of the immortal sect tightly. They were controlled by General Tran Li. The expression on Miss Jadeface's face, Miss Tran, and West Moan was serious. One mistake could lead to a disaster beyond repair. He looked at the immortal sect disciples surrounded, so the disciples of the immortal sect. In this moment, we can only save ourselves. The battle on their side is still intense. Yunfei shouted loudly, "Everyone must fight to defend themselves." Both sides regained their spirits, preparing for this life or death battle until our sect master returns. A blazing red flame shot down towards the disciples of Immortal Sect. Miss Chen flicked her finger lightly, making the sword leap out. He raised his hand and used a celestial sword to slash at the soldiers trying to charge in. With one swing, those soldiers were immediately stopped. They were repelled back into the flames. Miss Chen coldly glanced down at her disciples, offering reassurance. "Bear with it for now. Tranlai sighed, finding it interesting. So he used his own abilities. His eyes shone brightly as if a fire had ignited within them. I'll come too. He used an obvious move, copying the technique you just used in mere seconds. He drew his Tranlai saber from the ground and slashed upwards with a powerful swing. He raised his head to release the immense power above him, then firmly planted his saber on the ground. This is a celestial sword. Xuan, Miss Chen was surprised by this. The distant soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, which glowed brightly in their hands. Those weapons blazed and glimmered like large flames. The power was unleashed downwards towards the immortal Sect disciples who were sitting on the ground helplessly. He looked at his injured arm as something descended upon him. Li Kan quickly cast a spell. Di Hua Ji Mu transplant and follow. Filyu Wu sensed himself being enveloped by green light, gradually dissolving. Li Kan took over the attack. He struggled to defend, reciting blood-sealed spells. Li Kan moved, falling face first on the ground. Filyu Wu heard a noise and turned worriedly to Han, senior brother. How are you? He turned his head slightly, pointing at himself, trying to appear okay. With my body of a spirit immortal, this minor blow is nothing, he thought inwardly. Thankfully, I learned this technique from my master. Di Hua Ji Mu can adjust position in an instant. Otherwise, we couldn't save Filyu Wu. The vengeful art was furious. Why not let us endure a little? Li Kan frowned and replied. Di Hua Ji Mu could only be used momentarily and cannot be continuously applied twice. Moreover, do you want me to get killed too? Returning to the other side, Miss Chen stepped quickly on the ground. He leaped up and slashed his sword at Tranlai. May I ask, how did you know my unique technique? He easily dodged it, saying calmly, any unique technique in this world will no longer be a secret once I use Dong and Quan Ha counter adversity fire. Western Moan also drew his sword, feeling agitated. There's such an amazing technique. Just by looking at it, one can copy another's unique technique. It seems this battle must end quickly. Thinking that, he aimed his sword behind Tranlai and felt someone hit him, taking a step back. He turned to see Western Moan charging towards him with his sword. Tranlai's eyes lit up again as Dong and Quan Ha counter adversity fire flared. Di Hua Ji Mu, Western Moan frowned, thinking it was not good. He wanted to use the technique taught by you. As that thought crossed his mind, his sword pierced Miss Chen's back. Di Hua Ji Mu round Tranlai suddenly seemed to gain new strength as red auras surged out. He controlled an illusory sword and slashed it slowly. It's time for you to use your unique technique now. Tranlai tightened his grip on the saber. He swung his hand, slashing a powerful sword at Western Moan. Suddenly, threads appeared around his arm. Nuoc Non stood behind him, stretching and tightening those threads. She shouted loudly, to Western Moan, draw your sword quickly. The sword that pierced Miss Chen was quickly withdrawn, pulling out a lot of blood. Without hesitation, Western Moan turned to slash his sword at Tranlai. His eyes widened in surprise. A powerful surge of power erupted, and Nuoc Non stood dumbfounded as she felt her own essence being used by him. In that moment, Nuoc Non gritted her teeth, helplessly watching the sword rush towards her and unable to dodge it. Nuoc Non tried to stab Tranlai with all her might. Tranlai was sent flying several thousand meters by her strike, splitting into two halves. The celestial demon disintegrated. Xuan Ma stood there, only able to watch. He gave you his sword, the legendary sword of Timon, directly piercing Tranlai's armor. He was shocked as the armor showed no signs of damage. How could it be indestructible? Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed one of Ngok Nan's flower offerings. This sword is a pity. I won't get to enjoy it anymore. I'll give it to this beautiful lady instead. Ngok Nan's face turned pale as she screamed. Someone wants to attack us. Qianmo wiped his tears and said, come on, I'm about to pull the sword out. Suddenly, Tranlai's sword pierced Ngok Nan's abdomen, a surge of vitality enveloping it. His hand immediately severed from his body, leaving Qianmo stunned. Timon's move, we've been hit by his celestial demon combination technique. Seizing the opportunity, Tranlai threw a piece of wood and stabbed Timon's six-pack with his own sword. He fell backward. Fortunately, Tranli quickly helped him up, and Gok Nan was wounded by Timon's sword, blood gushing out. She fainted on the ground unconscious. Tranli taunted arrogantly. He wanted to fight both of them. If you're injured badly like this, let's both come up. Any techniques we use next will be copied by him. At this point, I have to use my last move. Let's decide the winner with our final moves. Tianmo was still dazed from his previous attack. He pointed ahead and created powerful ice shards. Then he waved his hand downward, forming a freezing whirlwind, the green sword technique. He raised his hand, causing a surge of vitality to rise into the sky. Tianmo's power seemed to vanish as gray clouds passed by, but it pierced Tranli like a giant sword. The bystanders were terrified by this power, yet Tranli showed no fear. He arrogantly threatened, "Oh, let me show you my strongest sword technique." Tranli quickly summoned his own sword. He charged at Tranli like a wind prince. A celestial warrior, he's not easy to defeat. Tranli stabbed his sword into the ground. His eyes glowed as Gok Nan's flower offering suddenly flew towards him. In an instant, the rope tied him tightly, making him stand still. Gok Nan was in pain but tried to rise and threaten him. "You won't be able to draw your sword." Tianmo's face serious. He decisively lowered his hand, delivering a powerful stab. From above, this power descended like an atomic bomb, transforming the world. It struck with the might of a giant sword piercing the world. This immense spiritual energy forced its owner to use it. Tranli's companion was surprised. She fainted, while Gok Nan suddenly weakened. Timon's attack only hit Tranli's arm. He sat smugly, bloodied. Tranli's blood mixed with Timon's immense spiritual energy. Despite losing an arm, this scoundrel remained arrogantly confident. Good. A Timon sect really has such a skilled elder. It can't be underestimated. He revealed his intimidating eyes, looking at them with the sharp gaze of a potential opponent. Perhaps you'll be the last to laugh. Finally, Tranli's disciples arrived to attack him. His entire body was burning. He coldly turned around and looked at these soldiers he had trained for years. For an hour, they could die under this sword, but it wouldn't be a waste of his life. The powerful spiritual energy enveloped Tranli's disciples. As he spoke, he used his strength to mercilessly kill several disciples to protect the general. Even dying, the glory and power of these disciples merged together. Their blood began flowing into Tranli's severed arm, reviving it. Tranli's right hand suddenly moved, trying to touch that stream of life energy. Then this damn guy suddenly grew strong. The ice block that Demon Moan struggled to create to kill him shattered into pieces. Those shattered ice pieces flew towards the three of them and vanished in an instant. Kangzu stood far away, witnessing the weaker members of the Immortal Sect only able to look dejected. He was extremely disappointed. I thought the three elders of the Immortal Gate were strong enough, but they couldn't defeat General Tranli even when outnumbered 3-1. Qiao Lin suddenly appeared, laughing loudly. Haha, this time the Immortal Sect can only rely on a deity for rescue. Otherwise, it will face extinction, and Kangzu covered his face in embarrassment. He was happy but also sad. Although he didn't know if deities could save the Immortal Sect, he closed his eyes and pointed towards Tranli cautiously. But they must be able to. Fei Wu and Yun Fei were in a fighting stance while Li Kan stared up at Tranli with wide eyes. And Tranli stood still for a few seconds. All of them glared darkly towards Wang Feng, who was carrying the prince on high. He smiled sincerely. Wang Feng called out to the system. "System, just help me with them." After his words, the three Tran ladies were completely revived. They clasped their hands in reverence and paid homage to the Sect Master. Huan Sai and Fei Wu were overjoyed seeing Wang Feng. "Sect Master, you're finally back." But Li Kan was guessing wildly. "Who is this?" Wang Feng hesitated. "It's a long story. Let me meet General Tran first." He stepped towards Tranli and asked clearly, "You've harmed people from the Immortal Sect." He stopped his tormenting. "You killed the Crown Prince." Wang Feng put on an unpleasant expression at him. Then he calmly said, "Not your own words. This time's Demon Sealing Conference has no limits, right? Even if I killed the crown prince, it doesn't violate any rules. The others looked faintly annoyed. The immortal Sect's Sect master was being played with. They mocked Tran Lai, saying there are no limits. So he really has no limits at all? Then someone even said that Wang Feng killed the crown prince of the Dian Empire. It's like declaring war on the Dian Empire. Isn't this overconfidence? People want to stay away from the immortal Sect now. We should still keep our distance and watch, avoiding getting involved in their bloodshed. Tran Lai was furious. He was close to exploding. I just wanted to watch a good play, but you didn't know your place, forcing me into this farce. So I'll stay and finish this farce with you. Wang Feng clasped his hands and said resolutely, daring to harm people from the immortal Sect, point at Tran Lai. The Bodhisattva's figure appeared. Wang Feng shouted loudly, kill them all. Tran Lai's eyes also glowed brightly. From the red glowing eyes came a terrifying stream of life energy. Then he copied Wang Feng's move. A red bodhisattva appeared from his body, opposing the one Wang Feng had. The logs in that area started breaking apart. Of course, Wang Feng's bodhisattva wasn't a match for Tran Lai. His extraordinary copying skill weakened him. Even the disciples outside were knocked down by his power. Amidst the chaos, Wang Feng whispered to Mute Khan, why did he capture our deity leader like that? She revealed Tran Lai's trick after entering the Huanzun realm and told Wang Feng, you can start to understand some rules of the universe. The one he just used, like the recently activated fire rule, is a learnable technique. What ultimate move? She continued. He actually entered the realm of mystical sage? Muk Khan's eyes didn't blink. She directly stated the truth. Right now, he has only stepped 1 foot into the realm of mystical sage. At most, it would be half a step in that realm. Wang Feng changed his expression after learning the truth. You're bald if you're not really at the realm of mystical sage. Then there's nothing to fear anymore. He raised his legs up towards the sky, igniting the fire spirit energy fiercely. He transferred power into that bodhisattva, making its hand visibly larger. He controlled the bodhisattva to prepare an attack on Wang Feng and another figure. Wang Feng calmly extended his hands out, transferring spiritual energy into his own bodhisattva. That source of spiritual energy blew through the bodhisattva, helping it block the red-colored bodhisattva's hand. Yunfei suddenly reached out to touch Li Khan and the 3 figures of Li Hai. Yunfei and Wu Nim worked together to save this foolish little boy, senior brother. Now let's treat him, accelerate his healing process. Li Khan had a vacant expression on his face. He turned around dazedly. Ha, ha, ha! You guys treated me well. Is this deep brotherhood? Senior brother was deeply moved. Li Hai was worried. With the peak realm of mystical sovereign, the Sect master faced Tran Lai. It seems there's no chance to win. If the Sect master's spell is broken, you must use flower transfer to endure that attack. Find an opportunity to counterattack for the Sect master. Li Khan was startled when he heard him say this. Even though I have a body of spirit soul immortal, but isn't it like delivering one's life? Taimon looked down at them, then towards Tran and, no need for that. He looked towards Wang Feng's bodhisattva struggling against the other bodhisattva. His voice was low and profound, deeper than anyone could comprehend. Tran Lai's bodhisattva's arm seemed to be weakening. He widened his eyes in surprise. The more Tran Lai struggled against Wang Feng's bodhisattva, the other bodhisattva quickly stabbed through his hand. In an instant, Tran Lai's bodhisattva was knocked back by Wang Feng, surprising everyone. Although Lai Shenlong is still asleep for you, my cultivation realm is higher than yours. Why can you break the spell like Lai Shenlong? Wang Feng chuckled. Even if you learn from Lai Shenlong, there are some things that cannot be learned. From afar, a brilliant light enveloped his body, making Wang Feng shine like a god amidst the shattered power of Tran Lai. A small but powerful punch appeared with my scrutinizing gaze. That tiny yet potent punch quickly landed on his hand. Tran Lai saw it and had to admit, I've examined you, never expected you to hide such an interesting item. He's pulling a trick again. He conjured up a deadly snake with a smug expression, mentioning the item. The snake flicked its tongue as if it wanted to devour everything. That despicable Tran Lai was extremely pleased. I have one too. Wang Feng nodded and protected her, then she turned away for a moment. This deadly snake is long like a scroll. It wrapped around Tranley's wooden stick, greatly enhancing his strength. He swung the wooden stick. Then he unleashed an awful surge of power into Wang Feng, preventing him from succeeding. Wang Feng's golden bodhisattva quickly grabbed that terrifying sword. The other bodhisattva tightly held onto the sword. Wang Feng stood below with a determined look. Got it! Tranley looks at him intently. Too happy too soon. Fainted coldly. A hell vortex strikes the sword. Tranley's assassin sword pierces through Wang Feng's bodhisattva, who is in mid-transformation. Seizing Wang Feng's moment of distraction, he instantly directs black energy straight into his stomach. Under the pressure of dark qi, Wang Feng grits his teeth and wonders why his ear god suddenly vanished. Tranley explains that merging with the heavenly can cause the mysterious energy to condense and dissipate. Wang Feng is now in a losing position. He clutches his chest and kneels down in despair. He continues, without mysterious energy support, all techniques are just water without a source. Woodcutter's fire alarm. Master, weakly, Wang Feng asks Tranley, how much time is left before the competition ends? Han Jing sighs. On the brink of death. Still have the heart to care about this? Tranley calmly answers his question. Wait for the last incense stick to burn out. Then the competition officially ends. Wang Feng looks at the remaining incense and thinks deeply, judging by size and length of the remaining incense. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain until the incense burned out, waiting for the accounting system to reset before he could turn defeat into victory. Tranley stood firm on the ground as the incense was about to burn out. He raised his sword and infused it with dark energy, preparing to strike Wang Feng. He cursed, knowing that this would shorten the life of the person involved. Wang Feng endured the pain from the dark energy, only able to grit his teeth in response. Stop! Tranley stabbed the small Wang Feng with his assassin sword. It was you who took the blow for Wang Feng. He coughed up blood due to the intense pain. Li Kan fell heavily onto the ground. Wang Feng pitied this brave little boy. Li Kan, who are you to take my blows? Li Kan looked up at Wang Feng. Cough, what did I say about having a divine immortal soul body? If I didn't step in, who else would? Fei Wu was stunned for a moment, while Wan Fei panicked and shouted. Tranley wanted to see if Wang Feng could withstand the second strike. Could anyone take the second blow? Wang Feng raised his hand, and a lightning bolt leaped out from his arm, shielding him with a powerful natural force. It bravely charged into the dark energy and wind of Tranley. But one lightning bolt couldn't resist the entire pull of dark energy. The approaching power only made the dark energy around Wang Feng flare up fiercely. He was worried that the main target would hit with a dragon fire spell soon. Who would have thought even the immortal image would be affected? Fei Wu suddenly jumped in to shield Wang Feng. She sternly held her sword, protecting the Sect master. Of course, Fei Wu wasn't an exception. She was also knocked back by that strike. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he witnessed his disciple being killed so brutally. The immortal Sect disciples rushed over and shouted, "Senior sister!" Fei Wu spat out a pool of fresh blood. Zhao Yu looked at the pitiful Fei Wu and cried loudly, holding her face. Sect Master, Senior Sister, please heal Leng Fei Wu quickly. His system interface appeared, but it only made them more desperate as Wang Feng no longer had enough value for the sect. He was extremely feverish. The only option was to ask the system. The Wind and Demon Congress would end in less than a stick of incense. I'm about to get some sect points now. I want to temporarily borrow some sect points. But the system reported an error. Clearly, it couldn't be violated. Li Kan crawled over to Fei Wu, who was unconscious on the floor. Senior sister would definitely still be able to save her. Mu Luk also agreed. No more useless efforts now. She calmed everyone down. She's going to be fine soon. From Fei Wu's chest, a golden lotus flower emerged. Then a radiant golden lotus flower bloomed with strong vitality. Li He and Mu Ni were visibly surprised. This is... Even the Han Yuan was shocked. Could it be that this lotus can create countless threads of life? This also made Fei Wu float up. This must be Leng family's supreme treasure, right? Wang Feng wondered how this worked. She gently explained that the Huanqian could stitch wounds for its host when their life was in danger. This disciple had a divine immortal soul named Huanqian within her, which would awaken when she stepped onto the path of Huanqian. Then every time more Huanqi flowed into her, her cultivation would increase significantly each time she recovered. Everyone agreed to work together to treat Fai Wu after a noble explained. So let's get closer to Fai Wu's tomb so she can absorb our spiritual energy faster for healing. The flow of divine energy from beyond has grown stronger. It illuminates the sky. Immediately, the wound on her side was completely healed. Tranlai looked at Wang Feng with narrowed eyes. Indeed, I didn't guess wrong. The old beyond flower of the tomb is visible on Fai Wu's body. He pressed down. Lord Wangtong, let's make a deal. How? Just give me the beyond flower and I'll spare the immortal sect. Wang Feng stared at this foolish Tranlai with one eye. The beyond flower is on her body. Give it to someone how, Tranlai said calmly. Killing her would naturally get it out. Fai Wu's wounds gradually healed. Everyone was delighted Sister's injuries were healing. Great, Sister has been saved. Before they could celebrate, a loud noise came from nearby. Tranlai stood behind them. Lord Wangtong, exchanging one person for the power of the immortal sect. Isn't that worth it? The immense power makes it hard to resist. Wang Feng's body trembled. A familiar footstep struggled to move forward. Fai Wu sat up. My life belongs to the sect. The enemy is for the sect to avenge me. Even though she wasn't fully recovered, she didn't want to give up. Lang Fai Wu willingly offered the beyond flower from the beyond. Tranlai was shocked. The immortal sect's education is excellent. Disciples understand their duties. Everything will be resolved easily now. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Fai Wu's head. Wang Feng hid her head. If my immortal sect relies on the sacrifice of disciples to preserve, then what right do we have to call ourselves an immortal sect? Fai Wu was moved and tears welled up. Yes, Lord. A noble nearby admired. No wonder he's my husband. You just know how to smirk. At least I have some skills. Even his own people couldn't protect. Won't this embarrass the transmigrant? Wang Feng turned to him. I will definitely destroy your long-term ceiling, Tranlai said quietly. Unless your cultivation is higher than the half-mystic realm, you can't escape the long-term ceiling. And you don't expect to reach the mystic realm in this lifetime. He held out his glowing hand and told him, look closely here. Suddenly a Buddha statue appeared behind Wang Feng. Wunai Anian was surprised. The Buddha's image kept burning. It seems the sect leader couldn't control the long-term ceiling. The Buddha's foot floated in the air. Its hand grew larger as if protecting Wang Feng. Tranlai concentrated limited spiritual energy into his palm. Is this the sect's final move? Boring. But just as he said it, the Buddha statue's hands clapped together. Although they created a significant impact, it didn't affect much. Nu Yen thought that the half-mystic realm and the mystic emperor realm were only half a realm apart but differed greatly in power. Then, the statue behind Wang Feng suddenly disappeared. Tranlai looked at him with disdain. You failed. But he didn't respond. Instead, he slowly stood up. Wang Feng wiped away the blood from his lip. No, I succeeded. His tone was full of confidence. Tranlai's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Wang Feng calmly explained. The target that Senior Priest Lai wanted to deal with wasn't you, but it. The incense burned quickly due to the spell released by Senior Priest Lai. Now the incense is gone, meaning the Great Wine Demon Gathering has ended. As soon as he finished speaking, the results board appeared, showing strange and intricate details. So what if the competition ended? What does that have to do with destroying the Dragon's Fire spell? Calm down and explain. The connection between these two things is huge. System. Use 100,000 sect points for 100 chances of drawing good luck items. Start drawing now. Follow Wang Feng's instructions immediately. Wang Feng's entire body glowed as if he was resurrected. The previous wounds disappeared in a flash. Suddenly, the Dragon's Fire spell let out an ear-piercing scream. Tranlai couldn't understand how someone could break the Dragon's Fire spell. Wang Feng calmly took each step. I was a bit careless just now. We just ascended to the Mystic Sage realm twice. The system congratulated him, his cultivation reaching the mystic sage realm. Tranlai gritted his teeth in anger as he saw Wang Feng's high cultivation, shouting at him. Clearly, you were at the peak of the mystic emperor realm us now, but couldn't even touch a half mystic sage's burn. How could one ascend to the mystic sage realm so quickly? It's like hiding and observing from behind. The immortal Sect's Sect master. Yet, he's stronger than General Tranlai? So no one can destroy the immortal Sect then? You hesitated not a moment before stepping on my hand. Wang Feng, you're an elder of the heavenly hard sect. If you want to destroy our immortal sect, why rely on others? Qiao Len pleaded for mercy in fear. Master Wang, I was just joking. Even if I have this ability, I can't destroy the immortal sect, but how could you easily let it go? You don't try. How would you know it's impossible? I'm not sure if he hit or punched, but a bright flash aimed straight for her head. Qiao Len's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. It looked terrible. Wang Feng said that absorbing enough mystic chi could make one ascend to the mystic sage realm. Then destroying our immortal sect wouldn't be impossible at that time. Qiao Len took a deep breath, trying to sense it bit by bit. She felt her body rapidly developing mystic chi. She was overjoyed. I can really ascend to the mystic sage realm now. Let's have Tranlai cooperate. Wang Feng's eyes made Qiao Len hesitate. Absorb quickly. It seems she really wants to destroy us. Too bad. Your body, it can't handle so much mystic chi. Qiao Lan's body suddenly inflated like a balloon and floated in the air. She asked him with difficulty, Master Wang, what happened to me? I'm absorbing mystic chi but can't release it. Wang Feng said that he increased his absorption speed of mystic chi without increasing its release. So if you want to kill us, your body will grow faster. Without knowing one's limits, you stopped here when Qiao Lan's body was about to give in. It looked like a balloon ready to explode, finding its own death. As expected, Wang Feng calmly turned and left. Tian, she couldn't believe his eyes. A being he once admired died. So easily, huh? Just like the green jade stick, Master Wang killed an old strongman with just one simple mystic chi blast. So scary, Tranlai's voice suddenly echoed. I can still handle this without using breathing techniques. This move won't affect me. He continued attacking Wang Feng, kicking up a piece of wood from the ground. One move didn't work, so let's try another one. Then Wang Feng kicked it towards Tranlai. A yellow flash flew straight at him. The force was immense, making him struggle to resist. Tranlai looked doubtful. This is the power of a mystic haha. You overestimate your own strength. Do you believe any disciple from our sect can defeat you? His words startled everyone around him. Tranlai is no different from them. I might believe you if you said I'm not as good as your master, but saying I'm not better than an inner door disciple? That's absolutely impossible. Wang Feng pointed towards his own disciple. Let the Cloud Rider go up. What? Am I fighting against a half-stage profound sovereign realm? Push the Cloud Rider up. Don't worry, my true self is here. He won't be injured. Tranlai was furious. Then I have to see for myself. Just a marquee realm. How can we defeat the half-stage profound sovereign realm? He charged towards Wang Feng like a hungry tiger. His movements blurred and only two streaks of light could be seen. Suddenly, there was a sound like a broken sword. Unexpectedly, Wang Fei's sword had snapped. Tranlai slowly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. His voice suddenly became hoarse. My true self. His body was covered in blood, yet he couldn't even defeat a marquee realm. Tranlai's iron armor shattered, and his body trembled violently. It seemed hard to believe what just happened. He looked at Wang Feng with confusion. What kind of power did you use on me just now? He explained without hesitation. After entering the profound sovereign realm, one can strengthen or weaken laws, meaning that when you attack an object, it will generate a corresponding counterforce. Now I have increased your counterforce, so even attacking tofu would result in serious injuries. That's why today, you're definitely going to die. Wang Feng pointed directly at Tranlai, who was struggling to stand. He refused and did not give up. No, everyone here is certain to die today. His words made sure they couldn't leave safely. Wang Feng laughed. Where do you get the confidence to talk so arrogantly? Tranli asked him back. Do you know where that comes from? Could it be? Hearing these words, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. With a terrifying expression, he stared directly at him. Indeed, it originated from my true self. Wu Nine couldn't believe his own hands. An image flashed through his mind from long ago. What? Tranli recounted the story. Long ago, I asked to guard the ancient divine palace because of the here. Even if my cultivation of magic accidentally released some demonic energy, it could be blamed on the great demon and its dark killing intent. The dark killer realized this. You still bear the blame for me too. Wang Feng's eyes widened. If you've cultivated magic, why do you have no trace of demonic energy? I told him that every time my true self ends seclusion, all demonic energy on my body is sealed into the Fu was originally used to seal demonic energy. Suddenly, the immortal cards started moving. In some way, they flew up and no one could recognize them now. Even those hidden in his body were controlled. They all headed towards Tranli. After years of cultivation, the sealed demonic energy inside that is enough to help my true self advance to the profound sovereign realm. His voice suddenly hesitated, but my true self always wavered. Because relying on demonic energy to advance to the profound sovereign realm would make me a target for cultivation realms. That's why I couldn't decide. Those immortal cards enveloped Tranli, but now you're helping my true self. They deeply embedded themselves in his body, emitting a purple light. With the sparks appearing before everyone's eyes, even those far away could easily witness this phenomenon. Wang Feng looked at Tranli and laughed. Who is really the main character here? Why are the villain's powers getting stronger than the last one? The light doesn't dim, it stays constant. Later, a gap appeared from within. Tranli stepped out with a completely transformed body and form. He looks like nothing but a monster. Everyone who saw him was scared. General Tranli is actually the one who practices dark magic. Kane is worried. At this moment, Tranli has entered a state of possession to avoid being attacked by powerful cultivators from the continent. Han will definitely kill them all and cover his tracks. Sacred City Lin will become hell on earth. Truck Kane looks as pale as cotton when she sees Tranli, the Green Elder. What should we do? A foot quickly escapes from here. It's none other than the Green Elder shouting for everyone to run. Run! Tranli quickly realized they were trying to escape. But how could he just let it go so easily? Sacred City Lin will have no survivors today. A purple light emanates from Tranli's chest. Those who praised him earlier are now running for their lives. How can this be so easy? Their souls were being sucked out completely. No one in that crowd could escape. A bloody scene unfolded, and Wan Fei asked Wang Feng, the Sect master, why the powerful cultivators who fled are now flying back towards Tranli's sword. Wang Feng calmly replied because Tranli had overturned some rules. You can't believe your ears. What does that mean for Tranli's cultivation level? What? What is it? He calmly answered, late-stage mystic venerable. Wan Fei turned to him and asked, the Sect master, what should we do now? Wang Feng didn't hesitate as he attacked. Strike first, think later. He aimed straight at Tranli without missing a beat. But he looks like nothing but a monster right now. His foot and body are just a mess of chaos. Tranli rushed with the speed to catch everyone. Qianshui and Wanian kept dodging his attacks. No matter how skilled, no one is unaffected. The wood around Tranli was shattered. Han thought that since you used the power of the rule of law to increase my weight, making me sink, I will use your method to give it back to you. Tranli Yang raised his hand, and his body seemed to merge with the ground, expanding in range so much that the sky and earth were spinning. Li Hao was worried. Xiao Dao, Li Kan, why are you always calm? The sky isn't falling. What are you scared of? Li Ha's eyes showed worry. Senior brother, but the sky is about to touch us. Li Kan realized that it was sinking as if containing something. He saw it and was still very relieved. Just a few clouds, so light they won't crush anyone even if they fall. As soon as he said this, the sky touched the roof, causing it to explode. Everything on the ground was sucked in. Li Kan lost his composure and started crying hysterically. Suddenly something red blocked them. It's Huan Chai. They managed to resist just in time. Wang Feng didn't hesitate as he attacked. His giant Buddha statue supported the sky and pushed it up. Li Kong was relieved. Indeed, still relying on the Sect master and trustworthy elders. Even if the sky falls, we can still hold it back. Suddenly, Fei Wu sensed something amiss. She remembered Tran Lai and looked towards him. Tran Lai's body continued to transform. His current form is unrecognizable as a human. He left the ground. This is a demon core. A deep pit appeared on the ground. A monster suddenly emerged from it. Tran Lai was in another form. He leaped high into the air. Round Tran Lai, an eerie power radiated. He gripped his sharp clawed hands tightly. Then Tran Lai delivered a powerful strike downward. That blow shattered the giant Buddha statue. Xu Wang, Miss Tran, and Ning Ran were all severely injured, spitting blood. Tran Lai's strong strike caused the ground around to crack. The broken stones carried purple energy and fell down. Wang Feng stood aside, witnessing everything. He thought deeply, having exhausted his Taoist sect's foundation techniques. Could it be that their immortal sect was really about to be destroyed today? From the nearby cliff face, a figure stepped out. Lord, I have a way to defeat Tran Lai. Wang Feng asked curiously, what is it? The figure pointed at the glowing object in front. Lord, Huangshan was bound with Dong Womu, both were bound. Do you think their names are similar? Li looked at Fei Wu, who was struggling to breathe. Is there any connection between these two things? The figure began explaining. They all share the same origin as Huangshan. Once receiving the flower bound with Huangshan, give it to Dong Womu for use. This will form the scariest substance in the world. Huanhui was bound with body. Wang Feng seemed not to believe what she said. There are so many substances on this world. Then why is Huanhui's bound body considered the most terrifying substance? She clasped her hands together, showing Huanhui's bound body. It said it can command those who possess life and death power. Moreover, it can also control the purple Huangshan energy. The figure smiled and extended his hand towards Wang Feng. Huanhui appears. Destroy all realms. No resistance. He asked doubtfully, life and death power is the most mysterious force in the world. Just this substance. Can it really make someone possess life and death power? If so, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. To get Huanhui's bound body, one must first obtain the purple Huangshan flower. If you want to get the purple Huangshan flower, forget about it. Facing Tran Lai, Wang Feng shouted firmly, no way! No matter what means, I will protect Fei Wu. He put his strength into his legs and leaped high. Tran Lai stretched out his large arm and rushed towards Fei Wu. This doesn't depend on anyone. Wang Feng immediately activated the Dehuo Zumu technique. But before he could release it, he was grabbed by Tran Lai's hand. Wang Feng felt pain. He questioned, now that you've entered the mystic realm, why do you still want to take Fei Wu's purple Huangshan flower? His face pressed close, Tran Lai's eyes emitting a strange purple light. There is an anomaly on the purple Huangshan flower. When used, it will completely conceal my aura. Once you're dead, no one can stop me from taking the purple Huangshan flower. Wang Feng shouted, do you want to kill me? Not that easy. System, use 5 random madness opportunities. As soon as he said this, a vague figure appeared on Tran Lai's arm. The lines are exact and natural for subtitles. Then the man kicked the sword stuck in his flesh. In an instant, a long slash appeared on his bare body. Yi Lang saw it and gave a slight smile. Tran Lai coughed up blood after enduring this move. His entire body weakened and he fell to the ground. Wang Feng watched this scene unfold. He couldn't help but be amazed, silently marveling at the vast difference in cultivation levels. Green light gathered together, a round bead suddenly emitting a bright glow appeared. Then it aimed directly at Tran Lai's body. A hand and more round beads appeared. Huang Zhang wore a golden robe, his expression calm. He struck another blow to Tran Lai, but was blocked by him with his teeth. Huang Zhang performed the Dharmic hand seal of the 10 perfections, powerful. Immediately, a dazzling golden light emanated, enveloping Tran Lai's entire body in its power. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful attack struck his abdomen directly. In front of Huangzhang appeared a larger figure. Tranli's face lit up and he stared intently at it. A sharp crescent blade suddenly appeared. One of the yin-yang practitioners used a celestial gem to slash Tranli's arm. Ding Feng smiled confidently on his face. Then Tranli's arm fell limply to the ground. He looked at the bleeding wound and shuddered in pain. The sharp blade cut deeply, leaving no chance for Tranli to react. The light just now hit the ground, causing dust to swirl, making it hard for Wang Feng on the side to stand steady as well. His eyes glowing. Still a high hand? Dust cleared and two figures appeared. Ti Xiaofeng and Dong Fang Guai, both manifesting. Dong Fang Guai pointed his needle at Tranli. Round his hand, small needles appeared as he used acupuncture, countless red threads shooting towards Tranli. Soon after, his limbs were sewn back together. Xiaofeng's sword glowed with a sharp green light, moving too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Tranli was shattered by heaven and earth's chopping technique, chopping down many times, his body disintegrating into pieces of meat. Wen Fei and Li Qin stood in shock. Two huge golden apes turned into pieces. Suddenly, Wang Feng's eyes widened with alarm. Something was wrong. He needed to run away quickly. He wanted to activate it. He looked at the glowing body parts of Tranli and shouted, "Heavenly demon body formation with you all." A blinding light emanated from where he stood. After a few seconds, Tranli's entire body returned to its original form. Ma Kan's face turned worried. Initially, she thought the alternating battle could severely injure him. At least it narrowed the gap in cultivation levels between Lord and Tranli. She watched as his wounds gradually healed. The result was that Tranli could transform damage into benefits. Ma Kan and everyone faced a powerful Tranli exuding overwhelming pressure. It instead caused Tranli's cultivation to advance by one level. He asked Wang Feng, "Vanguard Master, are there any other high-hand practitioners around you?" He looked at the system screen and the response appeared. "That's all." Wang Feng clenched his fists tightly. "The 5 elders. I can't let them sacrifice themselves in vain. Tranli is tall." From this moment on, he declared with every step. The celestial orchid continent once again became devoid of deities and sects. Wang Feng looked like tiny ants under Tranli's feet. All three were wide-eyed in fear. Li Qin closed her eyes tightly, clutching her hat as she screamed out of fear. "I don't want to die yet." After that, he was saved. Li Qin was dazed and confused. What's going on? He suddenly saw something that made his eyes widen in delight. The figure of Tranli after the transformation had grown 1,000 times larger than before, slowly approaching the group. He asked hoarsely, "Is this the prince's chapter of Jade Transformation?" Wang Feng smiled and answered, "Yes." He folded his arms, raised his eyebrows, and looked at him arrogantly. "Just now, I summoned the 5 elders to force you to activate the soul disintegration technique so that I could seize this natural opportunity to infiltrate your body. The gods don't know and the demons aren't aware of using the Jade Transformation technique." Hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Tranli gave a surprised glance at what he was wearing. Han cursed loudly for nearly 2 minutes. Damn it! Tranli raised his foot to stomp on the immortal sect people under his feet. Wang Feng showed no fear as he waved his hand and ordered, "Go back immediately." The immortal image was commanded to leave with a trace of its mark. Wang Feng smiled lightly as he controlled the immortal image. "It's like we've dealt with one demon." Li Qin, still in shock, suddenly became elated and cheered. "We're safe now." Wen Kai looked up at the huge shadow covering him and whispered to Wang Feng, "This cannot seal a high-level profound sage. Look, cracks have appeared on Tranlit's body." Li Qin hurriedly urged, "Master, take advantage of this demon not having broken free yet. Let's run." Wang Feng looked and replied in a low voice, "Unless we kill him. Otherwise, no one can escape the heavenly city." Suddenly, Fai Wu fell to the cold ground with a cough. She bent down, hugging her trembling body, having lost several elders already. Why hasn't this worked? Don't lose heart and return like the Divine Elder. If the Divine Elder can't win, then let's try. Could the Divine Sword work? He forcefully straightened his large hand to strike Tranlit. The immense power caused even the indestructible body to crack. His arm chopped through Tran Lit like a sword splitting to halves. Everyone present was shocked, but Wang Feng didn't seem pleased. He frowned and wondered where Tran Lit had gone. The ground beneath seemed to be struck by a powerful force, causing ripples everywhere. Tran Lit punched up through the ground, knocking everyone back. Han bared his sharp teeth. He happily held Fai Wu, who was safely in his hands. Fai Wu worriedly turned to look at Li Kan, elder brother. She said her last words with a firm refusal. Thanks for agreeing with me. Thanks for your agreement earlier. As soon as she finished speaking, Tran Lit tightly squeezed her, nearly breaking her bones. Li Kan's eyes widened as he looked at the Lang Fai Wu, the faint golden light of the Bishan flowers appearing. Tran Lit laughed wickedly at the flower he had long desired. And Wang Feng winced in pain recalling his words. With the trembling Fai Wu, I just crossed the sea gate. If the immortal sect needs to sacrifice a disciple's life to protect us, then what right do we have to call ourselves the immortal sect? Without time to mourn, Li Kan leaped high and rushed in front of Wang Feng. Elder sister had many children. If that one happened, I must retrieve the Bishan flower from the Yellow River and give it to someone else. Now is the time for elder brother to fulfill his promise. Closing his eyes, he firmly cast a spell. Immediately, the flower in Tran Lit's hand transformed into the divine immortal of Li Kan. Wang Feng was surprised, but tried to stop it too late. Li Kan! In front of you now, Li Kan has turned into the Yellow River Bishan flower. Tran Lit angrily roared, You dare to use the Di Hu Hoa program to ruin my good deed. He struck hard with his remaining hand, wanting to kill the one who ruined his good deed. Dying, Li Kan gritted his teeth and struggled against the immense power. Master, I don't know how long the divine immortal's body can withstand this. He shouted loudly as he bled profusely. Please don't let elder sister sacrifice in vain. Mu Kan, behind Wang Feng, quickly reminded him. Husband, now only the Bishan flower of Yellow River can be used to seal it. This is your only chance to defeat Tran Lit. Look at that flower glowing brightly in his hand with determination. Fai Wu, hurry and inform the master. Soon, his entire body merged with the Yellow River Bishan flower. A strong golden light surrounded him. Wang Feng hovered above the scene opposite Tran Lit. At this moment, Tran Lit was still tightly holding onto Li Kan to kill him. He immediately formed a huge fist as ordered. Wang Feng didn't hesitate and swung his hand, striking Tran Lit with a powerful punch. His face instantly distorted into an ugly form. His entire body was thrown far away, and his soul seemed to separate from his body. The arm that had tightly held onto Li Kan relaxed. The paralyzed man has split into multiple layers, leaving only green and red blood. Wang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at what just happened to him. What kind of power is this? Wang Feng coldly pointed his finger and replied, This is the power of life. It's the might of the flower that Ngan Huan Xing possesses. With one strike, it could kill a peak supreme divine realm powerhouse on the verge of death. His eyes showed no wavering as he calmly said, No. Wang Feng watched the paralyzed man gathering his strength to restore his form. He hasn't died yet. In the mystical purple aura of the power source, his body gradually regenerated. The paralyzed man's voice was firm and cold. Fortunately, I used the power of fate reversal to bring myself back from the dead. As long as I still have cultivation at the peak supreme divine realm, you won't be able to kill me. Wang Feng glanced over. Then this supreme deity will make sure you no longer have any cultivation below the supreme divine realm. He quickly used human power to transform him into 5 people. Then he would kill you. The other bodies looked at each other in shock and confusion. What's going on? Wang Feng gathered his strength seriously now. I will still use the power of life and death. Turn one paralyzed man into 5. Hearing the answer, the other bodies immediately grinned mockingly. You couldn't even kill a general? Yet you want to create 5 generals? He pointed at the amount of power from before, making it pierce through all 5 bodies of the paralyzed man. His eyes were full of determination. Alone, you can't kill me. The paralyzed man's eyes widened as he felt the huge force straight down on him. Wang Feng shouted loudly just as the bodies of the paralyzed man were chopped in half. This doesn't mean that with 5 people, it couldn't be killed. The paralyzed man opened his mouth and screamed in pain at his broken body. The source of power was retracted. That golden light gradually faded away. The paralyzed man touched his severed arm, which didn't heal like before. Why is it like this? He shouted towards Wang Feng. Why can't you reverse life and death this time? Could this be related to the fact that I, a Supreme Divine Realm powerhouse, have power? But after 5 paralyzed men shared their power, each had only mid-Supreme Divine Realm cultivation. The other bodies gritted their teeth in anger as they heard his calm voice. When your cultivation drops from the peak Supreme Divine Realm to mid-Supreme Divine Realm, you can't use fate reversal anymore. Can't reverse life and death means no resurrection either. Very quickly, all of them were surrounded by bright light rays. The paralyzed man looked up at Wang Feng, who was hovering and controlling the power source around him. Where did you come from? He didn't respond, but pointed his finger to order. Hugh, the Nganhuan Xing form immediately rushed out, hit like golden rays, flying high in the air, instantly surrounding the 5 bodies of the paralyzed man. Wang Feng shouted orders and touched. Immediately, all the other bodies were caught off guard by the attack, unable to react. Screaming in pain, his body was chopped into many pieces. The paralyzed man looked at Wang Feng with disbelief and said, "In the end, I'm facing a monster like this." Everything gradually disappeared. Now, only Wang Feng's figure could be seen from above. He turned to look at Nganhuan Xing, who was smugly observing his own achievement with crossed arms. His eyes slowly opened wide. He found it a bit difficult to adapt to the sudden bright light. The flying body lay neatly on the ground, waking up. He looked round in shock. He vaguely sat up and rubbed his head, seeing Wang Feng. Li Kan together with everyone else in the group. Am I dreaming? Li Kan smiled happily and loudly explained to the Bodhisattva, "We're not dreaming. It's the Sect Master who has reincarnated us." Wang Feng rubbed his palm, a bit uneasy. Although I revived people, the Blood Orchid Crown's intelligence core that Ling possessed was absorbed by me as well. Fei Wu smiled lightly and thanked him sincerely. Fei Wu could die and come back to life. This is already the luckiest thing. Only with the Blood Orchid Crown in Master Tung's possession can its full power be unleashed. And Tong Feng unbeatable, and others echoed in agreement, thanking Master Tung for reviving us. Wang Feng gripped his hand tightly, his voice was firm. "You died for the Immortal Sect. Even if my true form must descend to hell personally, I will bring you back." At the same time, Zhu noticed that he too had been revived in astonishment. Holding onto his cane with disbelief, he looked at the person before him who brought the dead back to life. "Is there someone like this in this world?" Zhu raised her fan and asked, "Master Wang, why did you revive us too?" Green held a feverish look as she replied while waving out a gold card, "Considering it an act of gratitude for the platinum card you gave me. Of course, that's just a reason I made up. The truth is, if everyone died today, the Immortal Sect would be in trouble. Who will spread our sect's reputation then?" His eyes turned solemn and his voice hoarse. "I never expected someone could defeat a high realm powerhouse." In the Radiant Sun Empire, he watched as the Immortal Sect members left one by one. Only Emperor Radiant Sun remained. No one would dare to provoke the Immortal Sect anymore. Somewhere else, the sky was blood red. Surrounding were old houses, and a circle on a wooden board glowed as if hiding something. This is the Radiant Sun Palace. Inside, soldiers lined up respectfully, their footsteps making soft sounds on the ground. The courtiers immediately turned to greet him with respect. The soldiers also watched intently. Entering, he had long hair flowing behind him as he walked. He is Emperor Radiant, son of the Radiant Sun Empire. Sitting upright and calmly, he announced, "Today, we transfer our divine officials here. It's to declare the start of a war among states." The crowd around him was in an uproar. Some faces were filled with extreme panic. What? What? War among states? War among states? The Radiant Sun Empire's viceroy, standing calmly and speaking softly from the palace tower. "Your Majesty? What happened that you want to declare a war among states? The Radiant Sun Empire's general, Chang'eng, was also extremely tense beside him. Radiant Voice's eyes were serious as he said, "Our empire faces a strong enemy. We must gather all the strength of our empire to deal with it." 9 recounted what the Immortal Sect had done. Initially, they destroyed the Spiritful Deer Army and the Field Deer Lord in the Spiritual Brilliance Mountains. Then, they killed the Crown Prince in the ancient land of Shenshin. Next, they eliminated the Illusionary Beauty Army. Finally, they even killed General Tran Ligia and Li Anma into the High Realm. The crowd was immediately alarmed. The Crown Prince is dead. General Tran Ligia has ascended to immortality. What's most terrifying isn't that he defeated a High Realm general. No wonder your majesty wants to declare war among states. Xiaoneng urgently wanted to know the details. Your majesty, was it the Wind Immortal Empire or the Clear Sky Empire? No! Could it be that your majesty is teaming up with both empires? He cut off their words coldly. No! Radiant Sun's face was filled with worry. It's just a rogue sect in our empire. The Immortal Sect, Chang'eng gaped in shock. A single sect could kill the top 2 armies of ours. Kill General Tran Ligia. The Palace Tower raised an eyebrow. Since the Radiant Sun Empire was founded, we've only had wars with other empires. So isn't the Immortal Sect as powerful as an empire? But instead of what everyone expected, Wang Feng and Fei Wu were sitting at the highest positions, with Fan Fei maintaining a serious expression and Li Kan standing with his hands on his hips. Proudly smiling, Tran Wan and Li He stood beside them, their arms crossed in silence. Wang Feng sat on the chair, his lips curved into a satisfied smile. Beside them was Mu Khan's wife, who looked small but resolute. Li Kan, feeling bored, spoke up to the Taoist sect leader. "Do we have any news?" Wang Feng frowned after receiving a system notification and said, "The Great Emperor personally leads his army to attack immortality." His voice remained steady. "By that time, our Immortal Sect will still have people who fall in battle. Does everyone feel afraid?" Yuyan leaned against her hips and chuckled lightly. The face of the sect member remained cold with no change. The sound of strong steps echoed. "Death, what's so scary about it?" She took a step forward. "Here is courage. We believe in the sect leader, and we trust immortality." Wang Feng was inspired and stood up with enthusiasm. "So our Immortal Sect will soon have to face Empire with the strength of an entire sect." He pointed at it with delight. "Just as long as we fight,